it too. Oh, I'm losing control. You're on my mind, you're on my mind, baby. Yeah, all the time, yeah, all the time, lately. You're on my mind, you're on my mind. I just can't get you off of my mind. You're on my mind, you're on my mind, baby. Yeah, all the time, yeah, all the time, lately. You're on my mind, you're on my mind. I just can't get you off of my mind. You're on my mind, you're on my mind, baby. Yeah, all the time, yeah, all the time, lately. You're on my mind, you're on my mind. I just can't get you off of my mind. You're on my mind, you're on my mind. You're on my mind, you're on my mind. You're on my mind, you're on my mind. I just can't get you off of my mind. I won't give you up. My heart's beating up. Give me your love. Just lose your mind. And you can have all my love when this is over. I'll trust you with my life when this is over. Need you here by my side when this is over. So stay with me. I won't give you up. Let me pull you closer. My heart's beating up. Feel it taking over. Give me your love till the night is over. Take my hand and trust in me. Just lose your mind.
Another night on my own in a lonely city. Thought I'd cry when you left, but it hasn't hit me. No, I know that you'll be with her, but it doesn't even hurt, 'cause I like it better when my bed's empty. Ooh, I'm not even thinking about you. Got too many fun things I can do. I don't need your help, 'cause I know how to treat myself. I can treat myself. I can treat myself. So I'm going all out. Love myself better. Nothing can bring me down. Oh, I can treat myself. Yeah, light some candles and pop the champagne, 'cause I'm worth it. Gonna make me feel good, 'cause I know I deserve it. I'ma wear that dress you like, only for myself tonight. Hope you had a good look the last time. Hey, ooh, got so many fun things I can do. I can treat myself. I can treat myself. So I'm going all out. Love myself better. Nothing can bring me down. Oh, I can treat myself. Yeah, deleted our pictures. I'm not gonna miss you now. I'm putting myself first. But I'm keeping your sweater, 'cause I wear it better, and I look so good that it hurts. I don't need your help. I can treat my I can treat myself. I can treat myself. So I'm going all out. Love myself better. Nothing can bring me down. Oh, I can treat myself. Yeah.
Just hold my hand and come with me to a place beyond your dreams. Just throw away your fear, and the path will be so clear. So take my hand, I'll give you so much more. 'Cause I would give everything, everything. I would give everything for love. Everything, everything. I would give everything for love. So take my hand, I'll give you so much more. I would give everything, everything. I would give everything for love. Everything. I would give everything for love. Everything, everything. Yeah, I would give everything for love. Just hold my hand and come with me to a place beyond your dreams. Just throw away your fear, and the path will be so clear. So take my hand, I'll give you so much more. 'Cause I would give everything, everything. I would give everything for love. Everything, everything. I would give everything for love. So take my hand, I'll give you so much more. control. Start listening to my soul. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again, rising up above fear and this pain, letting go of memories, knowing they can't define me. Rising up above feels good. Starting to believe what will be, will be. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again, rising up above fear and this pain, letting go of memories, knowing they can't define me. Rising up above feels good. It feels good. It feels good. Feels good. It feels so good. And it feels good, so good. Coming back again, rising up above fear and this pain, letting go of memories, knowing they can't define me. Rising up above feels good.
check out that big bang.
can't hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. I can hear whispers and far away. I can't hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. If I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to come alive. If my heart was lighter than a feather, if I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to come alive. But I'm not ready to fly. But I'm not ready to fly. I can hear whispers and far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. I can hear whispers and far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. If I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to come alive. If my heart was lighter than a feather, if I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to come alive. But I'm not ready to fly. But I'm not ready to fly. Lights, camera, action. Lights, camera, action. I'll never stop believing. My glass is half full. I still sink my teeth in, 'cause this life is beautiful. And I'm just getting started. You ain't seen nothing yet. I will make tonight a night one you won't forget. Lights, camera, action. You only got one shot. Fatal attraction. I wanna be on top. Lights, camera, action. You gotta make it count. Anticipation is taking over now. You know I'm on a mission with a twinkle in my eye. I'm gonna have you wishing that you were in my life, with cherry on my lips and glitter on my eyes. I'm never gonna stop until I see the sunrise. Lights, camera, action. You only got one shot. Fatal attraction. I wanna be on top. Lights, camera, action. You gotta make it count. Anticipation is taking over now. Got one shot. down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. 'Cause now I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. In the shadows. Right here in the shadows.
When the lights go out, you are mine and you know it. We can both be loud, we don't care and we show it. Taking me down, taking me down. Taking me round, taking me round. Take me there, hear what I'm saying. Anywhere, we're just beginning. Time to stop, lost in the feeling. When you look at me. In the early hours, we can hold one another. We can take our time, so much more to discover. Taking me down, taking me down. Taking me round, taking me round. Take me there, hear what I'm saying. Anywhere, we're just beginning. Time to stop, lost in the feeling. When you look at me.
Standing on the edge, I can feel it in the air tonight. I'm ready to give my love, holding on to you for life. So many ways we could have gone, but nothing could have kept me away from you. Here we are, just you and I. When everything fades, we're alone tonight. It's through it all, you've been the one that I've been searching for. It all comes back to you. And I won't let you down. And all I wanna do is shout it out. I only wanna be with you. Searching for, it all comes back to you. And I won't let you down. And all I wanna do is shout it out. I only wanna be with you.
Checking your story, turning my eyes away. Checking your story, turning my eyes away.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, look me in the eye and tell me why this love ain't fair. All up in tug of war, raging on inside. Do you even care if I care? And now I know how to let you go. If I had to choose, how could I refuse? I should take control every time you call. If I had to choose, I could only lose. 4 in the morning, checking your story, turning my eyes away. You still at a baby, yeah or no. No, no, baby, yeah or no. Checking your story, telling my miles away. You're still in the party, looking all naughty, got me up wide awake. Now you're drunk and you're calling, telling me you wanna stay. No, no, baby, yeah or no. No, no, baby, yeah or no.
Got me buzzing, feeling nervous. Imagination been set free. I would do anything for us, you and me. So come on, baby, follow me. Whoa. Got me all fired up, all fired up. Got me all fired up, all fired up. Got me all fired up, all fired up. Got me all fired up, got me all fired up. Come on, bring me closer, closer. Temperature rise up. Come on, hold me closer, closer. Got me all fired up. Come on, bring me closer, closer. Temperature rise up. Come on, hold me closer, 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 Skin is tingling, feeling nervous. Imagination running wild. I would do anything for you. So come and let me free your mind. Whoa. Got me all fired up, all fired up. Got me all fired up, all fired up. Got me all fired up, all fired up. Got me all fired up, got me all fired up. Come on, bring me closer, closer. Temperature rise up. Come on, hold me closer, closer. Got me all fired up. Come on, bring me closer, closer. Temperature rise up. Come on, hold me closer, 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 closer.
And the Mad Lions are the masters of Europe. Coming through, Vente's making his way in. No way! The Nexus is exposed. Cardi goes in with the killer instinct. Cardi, you are the carry. You need it to get out. All or nothing.
Cade me the Vulture, everyone. Welcome back to EU Masters 2021 Spring Group Stage. It is day 2. I am Penguin. I am joined again by the illustrious Daga. And, or Dagda, I don't know why I called you Daga. I was going to call you Dagatron, I think, because we're coming into a day 2 now of EU Masters. A couple of, highs and lows for different teams as we start off our second day.
Yeah, and I mean, look, especially for the likes of the DOC region and also the LFL, they're going to be pretty happy with how yesterday turned out. Both their teams sitting pretty at one win apiece, but there was a lot of hard-fought battles, especially when you look over towards the Ultra Liga. Their number one seed, Ego Rogue, pushed to their limits in their game.
Yeah, really pushed to the very limit of kind of winning or losing. They were able to come out with a little bit of a win. So we'll see a couple of different highlights here. And this one was also a kind of a relatively close one as well between Mouse and Machka, as we see kind of, the Ego Rogue just about getting their jungler out of that particular skirmish. And again and again, we're seeing kind of, the expectations of, Ego Rogue. They obviously had a massive success last year. They won the EU Masters, and they're kind of coming into this one not starting super hot, but it's how you finish, not how you start when it comes to EU Masters.
Yeah, but I do love that we're getting some of these kind of more niche picks, right? We've seen Sebex bring out the Annie. We're starting to see a little bit of the identity and the spirit of these regions brought out into the games from yesterday, and hopefully continuing forward in through EU Masters as well. Like, this is one of my favorite parts of the tournament, is getting to see all these regional differences and how each one faces up against each other.
Yeah, well, speaking of facing up against each other, we have the schedule for today. It is going to be Carmine Corps versus BTXL, bringing us to start off the day. And as you see, anything there that strikes you as your big highlight match here today, Dagda?
Honestly, I'm just looking forward to seeing Group A. I mean, both Kick and Big coming into this, it really feels like we're going to get a taste of what these guys are made of, especially when we look towards some of the teams we had high expectations for not really performing. We'll need to keep our eyes on Kick and Big to see if they can live up to the standards that people are expecting of them.
Yeah, and the War of the Roses is going to be our first match, and we're going to talk about a particular man on Carmine Corps. It's going to be Seiken in that mid lane. The man just did a pretty good start to yesterday, but these are his stats from the LFL regular split, and you can see just how kind of, set up this team is to play with him.
Yeah, and that's the big thing here, is that Seiken has had a massive performance for K-Corp in that mid lane, but it's due to the fact how well the team plays around him. We end up seeing both the support and jungle playing regularly towards that mid lane, linking up to make sure that Seiken can play super safe. And I think what we saw yesterday, BTXL really struggle against this roaming play coming through from Nuclear Int. Seiken, another Rise aficionado, may just be the key to dismantling BTXL once again. So this is my key matchup that I'm going to be looking at, to see if BTXL can keep this guy in check.
Yeah, and honestly, even coming from yesterday, K-Corp, they looked clean. They looked very, very good in their first matchup. They hit the ground running. They got exactly what we thought they would do, going for them. And even from the likes of Adam playing towards that top side, just absorbing the pressure, making sure that he was set up for success and the rest of his team could make moves elsewhere. It really did set them up for success.
Yeah, I think that's the big one here, is that you had standout performances across the team. Like, this team individually has amazing performers. Both Adam in that top lane, we've already hit on Seiken, Targamas and Syncroft looking really, really good paired as a duo. And even though Xmatty, we didn't get to see these highlight moments from him, we know he's capable of it. So I think when I look across at BTXL, the big thing that they need to do here is try and keep Seiken under control. I'd love to see like something like a Twisted Fate and a Nidalee combo for Marcoon and for Hatrix in that mid lane, take over that mid lane, and then bring that pressure elsewhere. Bring it up towards Arome in the top lane, or start to look towards this bottom lane. Deadly has been, well, deadly in these team fights. So if you can shut down Xmatty and Targamas there, you then can rely on the superior team fighting that BTXL has been known for in the NLC.
Well, we'll see what they're able to kind of prioritize here. You can see K-Corp on the left, so they're going to be on the blue side. With BTXL on the right, they will be taking the red. And already we're starting to see some of those kind of, big power picks being taken away. The Rel, the Nocturne, the Seraphine, and the Hecarim all being banned away here from both sides.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see if the Rise respect is going to be given towards Seiken. This dude has a mean Rise. 49 KDA over the 4 games that he has played of it in the LFL. So definitely think you need to give this a little bit of respect, and definitely a pocket pick that K-Corp will be happy to get their hands on. As we said yesterday, like, Nuclear Int took that pick and ran amok on BTXL yesterday by going top lane, exploiting Arome on this blind Gnar pick, and I'm very worried that if you don't give that respect, you could see this come through for K-Corp.
Yeah, it's something that they can definitely lean towards as we kind of look closer and closer to how you want to kind of set up your draft. It is going to be the Tristana lock here for K-Corp. They have got themselves, of course, the flex. And now for BTXL, where do you want to try and take this draft? You know that Tristana will has the late game insurance. You've got yourself an opportunity now to maybe take something into the jungle, maybe take a support as well.
Yeah, I think you take the likes of the Udyr and probably the Alistar here as well. Just set yourself up for that nice bot lane. I think on the opposite side for K-Corp, oh, actually, of course, Thresh left open, kind of the Premier support that we often see banned away, so looks like they will go towards that. But I think for K-Corp here, you're looking towards something like the Lilia, and I'd love to see something like the Scion actually in that top lane, but this draft is going quick and furious as they actually will be taking that Renekton for Adam in that top lane. So still looking towards very much a kind of a dive, team fight focused composition for K-Corp right now, with I think a curious option to go for the Renekton this early, because I think realistically taking some kind of support here could have worked out very well for Targamas in that bottom lane. I mean, you're already looking at like the likes of Rel banned away. I'm assuming Alistar and Leona will also go in this next pick, and it makes things a lot easier for BTXL, who right now are kind of playing a little bit of Protect the Jinx. When you've got Deadly on this Jinx pick, you've got the Thresh, you can play to just protect her, and unless you can double down on the dive here for K-Corp, you will struggle a little bit.
And we've got a little bit of time while the rest of the bans are coming in for the second round, but BTXL have a lot of weight on their shoulders. We were talking just a little bit just before we went live, and you look at the UK League, or the NLC as it now is now, it's kind of been a steady decline from top 4 pretty consistently. All right, cool, we'll get top 8. All right, cool, we'll get into groups with our top 2 teams. All right, we're not even going to get our play-ins teams in anymore. And then now, you know, from last split, you know, Fnatic Rising not even making it into summer 2020, you know, knockout stages. Like, they have, and there's a, you know, a big name behind them like Fnatic, like, you know, XL. That is the kind of thing that, you know, is just not good enough for you know, a size, if you like, of these organizations. And it really is on them now after losing to Schalke Evolution yesterday. They really need to try and step up today and try and, you know, punch back twice as hard.
Yeah, well, at least this time around they won't be exploited as much in the draft. I actually think Arome can go for this blind pick Gnar. Well, not blind pick now, Gnar in the top lane, but certainly take it here and do relatively well against the Renekton, but actually going to opt into the losing matchup. So honestly, for me, this just says to be, from BTXL's point of view, it's like, we're hard pushing bot, right? We're just going to leave Arome on an island. He'll do his thing on the Ornn. Yes, he'll fall a little bit behind. Might lose a little bit of turret plating, but he'll be grand in the grand scheme of things. Instead, we need to play towards this bot side and make sure that Deadly is having a good time. And what we talked about already was, hey, look, we want to see BTXL playing towards this bottom lane, but it starts with getting a good pick for hat-tricks in this mid lane, and having that counter pick on red side gives them a lot of flexibility here in the draft.
Good bit of flexibility. We'll see where they want to try and go for this last pick here. Looks like the Tristana will be going in towards that solo lane. So again, if you know, kind of you're familiar with the kind of, solo lane prowess of Tristana, it's not really that much of a surprise with the Lilia and the Renekton in the solo lanes. This is a very, very strong top side of the map, and they're going to go with super safety and a little bit of engage here in the bot end.
So you can actually play really flexible with this Tristana pick, because you could even send that Tristana up towards top lane towards Adam. Now, Adam hasn't traditionally played a lot of these more like AD carry styles in the top lane. He's been more bruiser focused, but if you really wanted to, you could like double down on pressure in this top lane, use this Tristana to wreck through turrets against this Ornn. But I do imagine it'll be going towards Seiken in that mid lane, and that at least now gives a very strong lane that K-Corp can look to play around. We talked about them pushing and trying to move that pressure elsewhere on the map. Well, Forsaken now, you've got this Tristana that can do a heap of work, link up with Syncrov at 6. You've got a great engage tool in Targamas in that bottom lane. It feels like you've got good answers to where BTXL are trying to put their money, which again is that bottom side of the map, especially now with hat-tricks going towards the Victor. You've got two very safe solo laners, and you are going to be having Markoon trying to play around this bottom side and making sure you can scale into that late game here as BTXL.
Yeah, scaling is definitely the name of the game here for BTXL, but when looking at K-Corp, they have a lot of opportunities here to try and maybe even find picks, to look to try and get, good kind of flank engages. You get the Alistar and the Renekton to kind of set themselves up to get behind someone. If that Jinx isn't positioned perfectly, that could spell disaster for BTXL, so I'm really going to be looking at the positioning of the Jinx and the Thresh, just in case they need to try and get out, because right now, if you get caught, you're dead. There's just so much damage that can come out instantly.
That leads into what BTXL has been strong at, though. They've been incredible when it comes towards those late game team fights, the positioning from hat-tricks and from Deadly. My bigger worry has actually been their laning phase. I think hat-tricks has been struggling a little bit when he is put under a lot of pressure, and a pick like Tristana, and in the hands of the guy we highlighted, Seiken as well, I think you're going to need Marcoon to at least have some really good control over this lane. It's not like you'll be able to keep control of this lane as Hat-Trick as easily, because you burn through your mana trying to keep up the push power that this Tristana has, and that's where Seiken becomes very, very deadly and can start to tear through this mid lane structure incredibly fast.
Now, Deadly's on BTXL, man. You got your teams mixed up. It's, you know, it's just alright. It's alright. It happens. It happens.
Yes.
Yeah. obviously, coming into this game as well, you know, Carmen Corp, they're feeling good. They had a pretty good start to the split or to the tournament yesterday against Real Betis. They are going to look to continue that start. And again, we mentioned it yesterday, and I think we can reiterate it today. These guys are slowly but surely starting to become the tournament favorite for us. These guys are really starting to be, you know, to ramp up and to really, and starting to begin, you know, to believe in the hype, if you will, from the LFL fans, because they look so good yesterday, and it's going to be on to BTXL to kind of stop that momentum. So just looking at the early game, where do you want to see BTXL maybe make a move, or maybe make, you know, put their mark down in the start of this game?
So this is actually where I want to see that improvement from yesterday against Schalke Evolution into today. Because I feel like for BTXL, a large portion of this game is going to be making sure they keep track of Vision in the river, and they're not letting K-Corp just run away with this mid-game team. If you can actually stop the plays coming through from Synkrov, keep Hat-Trick safe in this mid lane, I think you're going to have a much more successful time, and eventually you can start to use the push power that Deadly has in this bottom lane over Xmati and Targamas to look towards these dragons off that first reset. And that's why, honestly, we can see Marcoon is already pathing from this top side of the map into the bottom side. He knows that, look, I want to play around Deadly and Advian having the advantage here, but also off my initial reset, about the 4.5 minute mark, I can run towards these initial dragons and start to set these up. And it denies K-Corp the opportunity to force BTXL into these mid-game fights where K-Corp is really strong off of, you know, that 1 to 2 item spike.
We talked about it a little bit in Champ Select, but someone who absolutely ran rampant yesterday was Synkrov in that jungle. And look at a couple of his stats that kind of came up. He ended up with like a 1,337. He was elite in terms of his XP difference at 15 minutes. He had a 13 KDA. The guy was just setting himself up so well. As we can see the bot lane just going for a little bit of a skirmish. But like, I feel like right now, if you're looking at K-Corp, you need to try and shut this man down.
Yeah, and I think it's just it speaks volumes to the understanding Synkrov has of the jungle right now. His pathing was crazy efficient. He was able to keep his lane safe while also just out farming his opponent incredibly well. And again, like we talk about this a lot when we talk about K-Corp, is the linking up between Synkrov and Targamas. They do such a good job working in tandem to play towards Seiken, keep him safe, but also make sure that they're getting those nice ganks off in mid lane. So I am going to be keeping my eyes on Synkrov here. Now, he is on the Lilia. Going to be a little bit of a slower paced early game on the Deer. You're not going to get crazy fast plays, but certainly he will have a major impact as we start to crest past the level 6 point.
And it is that level 6, so you have to be so careful of if Targamas is able to get that good engage onto multiple members with the flash headbutt pulverize, or hell, even just a headbutt pulverize, he will set up a massive, you know, sleepy time here for BTXL. But BTXL have ways of dealing with it, like you mentioned before, the Thresh to keep everyone off. You've got good zone control with the Victor, and I'm looking at Marcoon and, you know, Arome to really just kind of like, you know, keep themselves safe, get themselves to become that kind of, you know, front to back team fight that they want to be towards that, you know, mid to late game fight situation.
Yeah, I mean, the front to back is insane. The amount of zone control that's offered between Hat-Tricks, Deadly as well, having the chompers to toss onto the ground. That's not even including Advian, who's just kind of playing goalkeeper, blocking everyone from getting towards the back line for Hat-Tricks and Deadly. Like, this is insane if BTXL can find that. But the big worry for me here is like how volatile the matchup can be for K-Corp, because you've got like Renekton flanking, Synkrov can come off from different angles. You've also got Seiken and Xmati, who are very mobile in their own respect as well, so it can be a little bit tough. But we can already see, look, here was this play we were talking about, right? Where at the 5 minute mark, you've got Marcoon on the bot side, they're looking for the play to see if they can go towards Dragon, but not quite able to get onto Xmati there.
Yeah, it was a nice little arcane shift to get him away. The dragon has been started here by Marcoon, but not really something you want to be going for just yet. You know you don't really have the push as of the moment, so they're actually opting to just try and freeze this one, make it as difficult as possible for Targamas and X-Mati to try and get that CS going for themselves. And you have to respect the hook. You have to respect the constant CC when you get the hook, the chompers, the fillet. Like, that is, you know, it might not be a very, you know, reliable form of engage, but once it lands hard.
I like the way BTXL are playing this though. Deadly was like, hang on a second, I actually have a nice freeze in this bottom lane, I can turn this into a slow push, and then we can go towards Dragon. We don't need to rush this. The longer the Dragon is off the cards, the better it is for BTXL, but we talked about these roams, and it's on towards our Rome again.
Yeah, the dominance has been hit by Adam, and he's going to be able to set his team up perfectly for success. First blood for Sinkoff. We highlighted this man, talked about his impact, and straight away, exactly as that has happened.
And it's the exact same play as yesterday. K-Corp, hey, look, we can roam top, full vision control. We know that BTXL are committed to that bottom side, so having Seiken with that push in mid, they just roam him top, and they get the kill onto a Rome. Now Adam is going to get a whole heap of plates in this top lane as well. In this matchup as the Renekton, you take the Demolish on your secondary tree as well with the Resolve, so he's tearing through these structures so damn fast.
And there's not really a huge amount here that Arome can do. Adam is just bullying him, and you can see they're only hitting level 6 now, so has got the Ornhorn available to him, as we might see a little bit of a fight around the Raptors. Sinkoff goes back, takes his prize, and says, hey, I committed my sleepy time for that, so you're going to have to try and you know, pay me back for the extra little bit of cooldown. And again, this is the kind of power you get. You mentioned the push power you get with something like a Tristana, and Seiken just being able to push in that wave, jump in a little bit quicker, means they're able to secure his jungler, get the camp, get out.
Yeah, now the big question is, like, how do you try and capitalize this on K-Corp, right? Because I'm looking at that Rift Herald that's supposed to be spawned in about 45 seconds. You'd already have Seiken, right, guaranteed mid lane prio. Fantastic for K-Corp. But what you gotta look and see is, right, how do we try and include Adam? Like, are we just leaving Targamas to abandon Axmati on this bottom side as the Ezreal, which I think you're perfectly fine to do here, and go for this 4v4 or 3v4 on the top side, because you know, honestly, that Advian, he's gotta stay bot side with Deadly. Like, Advian can't be the first one to roam, because it makes it so that way.
See what he's able to do. As they've got pretty much a nice little bit of a slow push going here in towards BTXL, so they might be able to get something going for them, maybe an overstretch or anything like that. But right now you can see on the mini-map, Marcoon is walking towards that top side. He is very much aware that that Rift Herald has spawned and his top lane might be in a little bit of trouble should they get the roam off. And exactly what you talked about, you know, you can see already on the mini-map Seiken moving in, making sure he has full kind of, you know, control of where he's going before they go for anything crazy. Adam does pop down a ward, does find himself a man-bear pig, but with that massive wave for Rome, he can't really go for anything else.
Targamas though might be in trouble here.
It's going to cost the 2 ultimates here on the bot side from K-Corp. They're still putting down decent damage on top of Targamas. Excuse me, Targamas still level 4, so he hasn't quite got his ultimate. And just going to back themselves away. Bit of good harass here from Deadly and his support partner, and again, this is something that you wanted to see. You wanted to see them maybe looking to try and see if Deadly is kind of your consistent DPS. He is your carry when it comes to those late game team fights. If he can garner a more, you know, bigger advantage here, he's already got himself 15 CS. That is a big plus here for BTXL.
Yeah, and honestly, I think I want to see BTXL like doubling down on this. K-Corp already said, look, they should have full advantage up towards this Rift Herald. As BTXL, you should be trying to hard force this bot side now when you know that Targamas is on this top side. But unfortunately for them, Deadly and Advian actually took a recall here, so they aren't able to try and pressure on towards these turret plates, and you can just keep Xmati bot side. He's just got to reset off for himself, so they'll be able to pick up this wave, and it's just K-Corp able to play off that mid and top priority that we already talked about and secure that Rift Herald. Now you've got a top lane that's only got 3 turret plates, mid lane only has 3 as well. Like, they have options as to where they want to use this Rift Herald.
They've got ways to do it. The Ornhorn going to be used in top side. Adam does get himself away with a slice and dice, and that's just going to be used to clear the wave. No TP here for Rome, but there is a TP for Adam, so if there is a fight down this bot side, as you can see, the jungle and mid of K-Corp roaming down, just seeing if anything was going to happen. They all back away. It's again another slow early game, but a slow early game does equal 8,000 gold lead for K-Corp. BTXL really do have the dragon, but that's the only kind of, you know, caveat we have for them now. But they are trying to see if they can get some more stuff going for them in the spot side.
I mean, you kind of got to try and look for it somewhere. Advian not quite able to hit that hook, and I think now, as you said, with the dragon coming up in a minute, I honestly don't really see BTXL fighting for this. The Cloud Dragon, not an issue for them. They can just let that one go. It was more about delaying the time that these solos on the map, but Marcoon, going aggressive bot.
Yeah, actually threaded the needle there, getting the Swirl Seed right on top of Deadly, so had to be a little bit careful there for BTXL. All summoners were available for Deadly, so shouldn't have been in too much danger. As we can see, nice knock up from Arome, just get a nice little trade off in this top side as he's building full tank versus Adam going full bruiser, of course, with the Iron Spike Rip and the Heartstone Axe. So again, nothing really untoward from either side, just kind of bringing it up, you know, stacking up their weights, making sure they're getting as much gold as possible. You've got the coal stacking here for Forsaken. Adavan not quite in a position to be able to get something going, as I say that. Does bait out the hook, lands it, gets the flay. They're going to try and put down the box, but the immediate TP here is response enough for the side of K-Corp, and it all gets turned around straight away. Adam, straight on the pulse, comes back in, gets himself a kill, and that could mean Dragon.
Yeah, Advian overcommits. You don't have the TP on Aroma yet. Hatrix isn't in a position to move down because he's in danger of losing his mid lane turret, and might still do so with this Rift Herald.
Yeah, they might be able to take pretty much everything. You know, the mid lane, the dragon. All they're losing is a couple of turret plates to the Ornn, and now they're going to see the CP trouble or sleepy time going down on top of the Victor. But they have to be careful. TP going to be brought in here by a Arome. See if they can go for anything else. Not quite able to catch. Yes, he is. Seiken is dead. And that is going to be enough for the side of BTXL, but can they find any more? The hook will be up in a couple of seconds. No, they're going to have to try and back themselves away. Don't quite hit onto that one, but they do trade off as the K-Corp did spend a little bit too much time pushing for that second turret.
Honestly, though, I'm pretty happy with that as K-Corp. Yes, it sucks that Seiken died, but I think now that you've... Oh, hang on, Targamas?
Oh, Targamas fine. So what, Adam is a little bit far behind, but he gets the knockback. Arome has to charge away. Will he be able to find himself out of this? I don't know. He has got a blast cone. He's got a flash. He's got himself an escape. Nicely done there by the BTXL top laner. They also get themselves a dragon, so they're now on to 2. And then it's a nice little escape there from the side of BTXL. They don't lose any more gold, and they gain themselves an objective.
So I think the big thing now after this fight, like you can see here, they get the tower, they tried to commit that little bit too far as Hatrix, he ends up going sleepy time, but they're just not respecting how fast BTXL can commit here. Really good job here from Advian as well to catch out Seiken off this play, gets that play off and managed to pick them off. But I think the big thing now looking towards, you know, after this fight is what happens with Seiken. Because I feel like putting him back mid lane is kind of just wasting how fed this Tristana is. You've just got the Kraken Slayer completed. See if you can actually move Xmati towards that mid lane, keep side lane, and play towards this Tristana and allow her to start taking towers. Whether it is, you know, on this bottom side or even just abusing the fact that that top lane turret is so low and there's no dragon on the map for the next 4 minutes.
You have time. A 2,000 gold lead here for K-Corp. They are looking to maybe bait something here in this bot side. Deadly a little bit out of position, has flash, and Targamas doesn't want to fully commit to it just yet. Swirl Speed just whizzes on by. Now they know that there's pretty much going to be a 3v3 in this bottom side. They're still looking for it right now. They're still angling for it. I don't know if they know that Marcoon is here.
It looks like they're just going to back away, and honestly, I kind of like this play from BTXL. It's more about like shadowing Deadly and Advian and making sure that they're okay, because where Hatrix is positioned, like he's just going to wave clear all day and... Oh, hang on.
Well, we'll see if they can go for something here. Targamas has the Unbreakable Will available to him. Hasn't popped... Yes, he does have it popped, excuse me. Just pops it there, and there's the True Shot Barrage down across to get a little bit of extra damage, but Use a little bit of your utility here if you're on the side of BTXL. Flash forward, trying to get himself as much of an area as possible. But Syncroft goes a little bit too far forward. Seiken not quite here just yet. They weren't able to get the lilting lullaby off. And now K-Corp, maybe they look for the re-engage. They're looking to try and get the reset. It's going to be Deadly picking off X-Matty. Thresh still alive, does eventually fall. Double kill going over to the Tristana. But with the TP here from Hatrix, they're able to trade it back. BTXL coming to life in the spot lane.
This is so much better from BTXL. They are punishing K-Corp's overextensions over and over again. You get the overextension coming through from Syncroft with the flash forward. Advian had already wound up that hook. Hook, line, and sinker on towards the Lilia. They get the kill. And now you've got all this gold that's going back in towards BTXL. Deadly managing to get a kill for themselves. Hatrix getting a kill as well. These are crucial picks that are going the way of BTXL.
Well, speaking of picks going to BTXL, we are going to see the TP going to use in the top side. It's going to be Seiken trying to save his top lane, and Super Mega Death Rocket does not land. Seiken trades a 1-for-1, but now the rest of the cavalry is here. Drowsy hits 2 kills for 1. K-Corp opportunistically finding himself an advantage in the top.
This time around, K-Corp are playing in tandem with Seiken and having the first move advantage, so they're able to pick off the 2 members of BTX well so superbly. Now they turn towards Rift Herald. They already have that tower low for Seiken, but they do have to deal with Deadly, who's got a nice little bit of a wave propped up for himself in mid lane here.
Well, a hook there from the Thresh does stop Targamas for going for any cheeky plays. Had his flash and ignite, so maybe could have gotten on top of Deadly, but no real follow-up CC or damage there would have made it a little bit more difficult. But you can see here, this is just Adam kind of assuming he has the advantage, and then, you know, BTXL thinking the exact same.
Yeah, they had the TP advantage, so they're like, right, we can actually go and make a play here, but Seiken didn't commit quite as quickly as he needed to, and eventually, look, the rest of K-Corp were able to get here and turn this back around, but fortunately Adam going a little bit too far forward does end up costing. And now I think for K-Corp you need to kind of double down on the fact that you need to start playing around Seiken. Because these dragons, yes, they're nice if you can get them, but you're not looking at a soul point for a long time in the future. And BTXL, they can just wait it out, right? They want to get towards 3 items and Deadly and Hatrix, get a Rabadon's Death Cap for Hatrix as well. Just be like, right, we don't actually need to fight this. Let's just get farm, get waves, and keep ourselves safe. But as I say, that looks like BTXL might actually want to try and fight over this 3rd dragon.
Yeah, they want to try and create a win condition, which is going to be that soul. 10 seconds until it spawns. Mid lane prio was garnered by BTXL, and you can see good wards here around the entrances, and very defensive as well. They haven't really got many deep wards available to them, so they haven't got great, thank you very much, observers. You can see there, they haven't got great ideas, but the nice little scuttlebug here is kind of giving the side of K-Corp a little bit of advantage, and now they know it's been started. Adam just walks up. Targamas has got flash. Dominus has been pushed in. They're all in a little bit of a clump here. The box goes down as they try and maybe make this fight work for them. They are going to get a massive knockup as Targamas finds his mark. That is Deadly going down, and you can see there everyone's running. Oh no, the flash fail into the wall by Hatrix. All but seals the deal here for K-Corp. They'll stop the stack, they'll get themselves an Infernal, and they will get themselves a nice 4,000 gold lead.
Oh, it's heartbreak galore for BTXL. That's what I was saying beforehand. No need to fight for this dragon. Like, Seiken is huge. He's already got that 2nd item completed with the Lord Dominic's Regard. You're not going to be able to take this fight. And although BTXL tried to play this really smartly, like backing into where they can use the zone control that we talked about already with the gravity field and the chompers, but with the Inferno map, there's too many angles of attack. Syncroft coming in on the flank. You already had the flash in from Adam, and it sets up beautifully for Targamas with the follow-up, enabling Seiken to just beat, batter, and bruise BTXL back to the base.
Now you got an item lead in mid lane. You're going to get this Rift Herald. There's going to be a lot of advantages here, and this is the kind of acceleration that you can see when a Renekton is picked. And actually, BTXL, the ones starting this one up, but I don't think K-Corp are going to let this one go without a fight. They're looking to try and get this one going again. They've got flashes on all of their carries. They are going to bait out the TP and maybe just give this one out. Yeah, they haven't got X-Matty around. They don't really want to fight without 5 people, and they were just waiting for the lilting lullaby just to come back up.
So that is a bit of a win for BTXL. Like, I feel like the way that K-Corp accelerate this game is through using that Rift Tower to crack those inners. Then they can start to move Seiken around the map, start to deny the vision in the jungle for BTXL. But actually getting that Rift Tower at least gets, well, almost some goal back in favor of BTXL. But denies that easy opportunity for K-Corp to shove in a wave and then group around the Herald. Now they'll have to do it the old-fashioned way, where you actually have Seiken playing one side, Adam in the other, and try and find an opportunity where you can crack open one of these turrets or cause a man advantage in a side lane, and BTXL can't respond.
For K-Corp as well, you're getting the items. They've got the Ranjuins now for, you know, Adam, who's doing fantastically up on that side lane. They've got themselves the 2 items for Xmatty. You know, he's going to be starting to ramp up very, very nicely. You know, the new Ezreal build, which you just kind of, you know, avoid a mythic until 3rd or 4th and just kind of keep going to what you kind of need. It just gives you a nice, pretty cheap power curve as well as to keep yourself relevant. And right now, K-Corp, they're the ones that are dictating the kind of, you know, pressure around this bot lane, the side lanes as well. They're just trying to see if they can catch anyone out, but it's not out of the realm of possibility for BTXL that they could be able to kind of come back from this. Like we mentioned, they have the scaling, they have a Jinx and a Victor. They just need to be smarter about these engages, smarter about which fights they decide to go for.
Yeah, and BTXL, again, have been one of the strongest team fighting teams that we have, but not solo.
Yeah, that one was just a really good opportunistic kill. And now you can see BTXL, they're going to try and get the one of their own. They will get Xmatty back, so it's carry for carry. Dominus was used. They did not use the Lilting Lullaby, and now's a little bit of a pinch. 4v4. Don't have the Dominus just yet, so Adam not as tanky, but they may have found out at Rome. They jump straight on top of him, and they're trying to get him out with the Lantern. Nice use of the Dark Passage, does keep him safe. And everyone does have to kind of back themselves away now from BTXL. Your carries and one of your tanks do not have the health bars to continue this.
Yeah, you can see that K-Corp are playing this map so smart though, right? We just said, hey, look, create these man advantages on a side lane, try and look for these picks. They already get one onto hat-tricks. Now, it is unfortunate that Xmatty gets caught, means that K-Corp can't really capitalize on that in the manner that they were hoping for. But you can still see the ideas starting to come forward for K-Corp, and they're already getting the vision in on this top side. And when you've got a minute and a half until this next dragon, they'll start to look towards that now. But you can see here, Advian, he's been on point with the hooks in this game. It's just that Xmatty goes that little bit too far forward. Mark Moon goes in with the Bearman and is able to pick off the Ezreal. No real escapes left in the tank apart from that flash, but he was a long way from home there.
Yeah, Xmatty's got to be a little bit more careful. You can't really be arcane shifting in aggressively unless you know that all forms of CC are down. And that does bite him a little bit in the butt as we kind of come up to the 24 minutes into this game. It is still a 5,000 gold lead, a little bit above it for the side of Carmine Corp as they now posture for this next dragon in 45 seconds. Let's have a look through down all the summoners. You will have flash for Adam, so pretty much everything available for the side of K-Corp. Our crew may be finding something from there, and pretty much everything available for BTXL. So this could be a full 5v5, and most importantly to notice, you have got Azania's finished up here for Xmatty, so Xmatty will be able to keep him safe even if they do get on top of him.
Seiken's on the top side though. They're looking to just trade this for the turret taking power that this Tristana offers. So there's tier 2 already gone. Seiken now will back out of this, and he's got away with it. He's managed to escape. You still got control over this dragon for K-Corp as well, and BTXL are being run around the map.
They're kind of been a bit run ragged, and this is kind of, you know, the kind of lack of vision, the lack of information that we talked about for the side of BTXL. And you can look at look at the wards here for the side of K-Corp. They've set themselves up. There's one pink ward which will be traded out very, very shortly, but there's just not enough vision here for the side of, you know, BTXL, whereas everything is pretty much set up perfectly for the side of K-Corp. They know exactly where everyone is. They knew that they weren't going for a quick take on that, and they get themselves the dragon. That's 2 Infernals now for this team. And now Rome might be caught out. He walked a bit too far forward. He flashes, but where are you going, son? Seiken's taking you to the Shadow Realm, and that could mean Baron.
And you knew they were there. You just heard the dragon roar. There's no need to be in that bottom side jungle. Take the long way around. Take the scenic route. Stay safe. But now BTXL, they're caught again.
Yeah, they're going to go straight into the top side. You can see Seiken was TPing in. They got the dominance, they got the knockup, they've got the damage. And that's going to be Targamas taking down Hatrix. See the Swirl Siege just keeping everyone away. Flash forward, trying to get himself Sleepy Time onto 2 members, but it is 2 of the most important members. Deadly does get himself out, though. And they end up kind of turning away. They're going to go towards this Baron. This is probably where you're looking at as the side of BTXL. You kind of need to look for a steal here. You need to come back into this game. You can't let this one go over to the side of K-Corp.
Jinx Rocket nearly up, still have that smite available, but Targamas playing keep away.
They're going for it. The smite is good for the side of K-Corp. You can see Targamas going down for the sins of his team. They will lose the Lilia as well. It's a trade for 2 for 1. It's now a 3v3. Teleport is available for Hatrix in a couple of seconds. You can see BTXL, they want something. Flash forward. Not going to land the hook. Is going to force a flash, though, from the side of Seiken. And the rest of K-Corp do get out with the Baron.
Yeah, 2 kills over in favor of the Baron, but you'd be pretty happy with that as K-Corp. I think that's the big way to try and close out this game right now, is just using this Baron with Adam playing down towards this bottom side of the map, the other 4 members of K-Corp just grouping mid and hard forcing this. Yes, you've got Deadly and Hatrix who have some wave clear to offer, but it's really not enough against this Baroned up team, and you can see it here. This is K-Corp going a little bit low. Syncroft already low from that initial engagement, and Targamas is just like, look, if I give my life here, we win this game. And he does. They end up getting the Baron, and it's a big win, but the chase down here with Deadly being able to finish off the kill and then getting excited to finish off more members, but overall, you're still K-Corp firmly in control of this game.
Very much so, but that ticking time bomb that is that Jinx Victor is kind of slowly getting there. They're about half an item each away from really kind of getting to their big points. You can see there Lord Dominic's just around the corner here for Deadly, and Hatrix moving himself up to his 3rd item as well. But how much do they lose here? They're 8,000 gold behind. And again, like you mentioned, this is kind of all K-Corp. It's kind of their game to lose right now as they just push in these towers. They've got so much tower taking ability and so much split push pressure when you've got the likes of, you know, the Tristana and the Renekton on your team.
And look, now you've got 2 minutes as well until this dragon, right? So you just keep up pressure alongside this Baron buff. You can fall back then as K-Corp towards dragon, or just get a reset off just before that happens. So you're in a really good spot to spend all that gold, get those further items completed, and just keep powering through the advantages that you have right now. As you say that though, Arome taking a good chunk of damage from Xmati here, who doesn't even have a mythic item yet, has opted in towards the Last Whisper instead of that Duskblade of Drathkar for the 3rd item, but he's hurting and hitting like a truck.
Yeah, and speaking of hitting like a truck, you can see there Marcoon taking an absolute beating there, no real follow-up there, and this is the kind of pressure that you like to see here from K-Corp, just splitting the map, spreading BTXL thin, because they know that they're strong when they're together, but when they're separated like this, it becomes very difficult for them to hold their line.
Yeah, and this is just, again, great map control from K-Corp. We talked about it from the very start, where having 2 pushing lanes in mid and top, they're able to bully through that top lane with Seiken moving up and reaping the benefits now of having this massively fed Tristana. They're able to take these turrets so effectively, they're able to move her around the map, having that teleport as well, and there's nothing that BTXL can do. Everywhere Tristana goes, there's either people dying or structures dying.
We got a bit of a moment, probably sort of 30 seconds, but for BTXL, you lose this,
God.
you go 0-2 in the group. Yeah, the gold is kind of insane. Thank you again, observers, for highlighting it. You can see there just 4,000 in the mid lane. You know, there's a little bit of a lead there for the Jinx, so silver linings and all that, but there's pretty much thousands or 2,000 gold, if not more, for every other lane available. And even in the support role, the Thresh versus the Alistar. The Alistar is a very rich cow, and it's a premium beef, if you will.
Of that gold lead. Like, that is insane.
Yeah.
50% of your team's gold lead right now is just nuts. But this is why we highlighted Seiken. This is what we said. Seiken has been so damn strong for this team. Playing with Syncroft, linking up well with him. We didn't see Targamas working as much towards the mid lane as we were expecting, but still, you can see the results. This is how K-Corp play, with Seiken being this man on a mission, roaming around the map and dictating the pace of the game.
Yeah, again, this is kind of why we highlighted him at the start of the day. This man in the mid lane has been, you know, the reason why K-Corp have been able to find those early advantages. And it's the exact same play 2 games in a row that we saw in the early game, as we might see Adam maybe step a little bit too far forward. They're going to commit the TP for this one as well. He flashes and stride breakers away. And should get knocked up here and bear slapped. He probably will fall down to this one, but what else can you gain here on the side of K-Corp? As I say that, he's actually getting himself out of it, and you've committed a hell of a lot of ultimates to try and make this play work. Oh no, it's a disaster. If they're able to get these health bars down, this could be perfect for K-Corp. It's a 4v5, and they're still coming out 100% on top. Look at the picture in picture. It's all on Hatrix. Hatrix has to be the man right now. It's a top and mid laner versus support and top. Can Hatrix stay alive? No, he cannot. And now you do not have the damage, but we do not care about this fight anymore, because right now, look at Ezreal. He's the man in the middle of the Nexus taking these turrets. Arome, though, doing his damnedest to take as many people to the death as he possibly can just before he follows himself. That was a native 4v5, and K-Corp still come out on top and still take the game.
Calling an ambulance, but not for me, as K-Corp are able to turn around that play in the top side beautifully in the 4 versus 5, and Xmati is just waiting on the base the whole time. That was so sick from K-Corp.
The fact that that entire play starts off with Adam being chased, and they're using everything. Ornhorn, the box, you know, like trying to get him with flashes, trying to keep him and lock him down to try and delay. You can see that was the call there, to try and delay, give them more time. And then everyone commits to it, and Xmati just goes, cheers, mate. You know, good to go, basically. I'm just going to end the game. And again, it shows just how damn good this team is. You know, K-Corp on fire, your entire team is terrified because they're just ripping through this team. BTXL never really got a look in.
Yeah, and I mean, look, there's the speed of light, which is, you know, about here, and then there's the speed at which Twitch chat is going to be spamming Adam in the chat, because I know the LFL fans absolutely love this guy. And look, this is why, right? They play so smartly around these side lanes. Adam is able to bait that entire play in. They react so well, leaving Xmati just knowing, hey, look, we can play through this, but it does reek of just desperation for BTXL. They put all their eggs into that basket to make the pick. They knew that they were bleeding out, but there was just nothing that they could do. And again, I can understand where BTXL were coming from, right? This is a team that likes these late game team fights. They like to try and put their foot down when it comes to these later objectives, but when you start to fight for objectives before your team has really come online, when you're able to allow Seiken to roam this early around the map, we're seeing very similar issues with what we saw in their game against Schalke Evolution, where this early game starts to snowball away from them. They're not able to keep up with map pressure. They're getting caught out. The picks are happening. And from there, their whole game plan is falling apart.
Yeah, well, we're going to break it down a little bit more once we come back from the break. We'll talk about how this game went in favor of K-Corp.
Nothing comes easy. I've learned that the hard way. I've had those bad days. Yeah, I've had those bad days. And they say, never gonna make it that far. You don't even know who you are. You'll never go all the way. Who do you think that you are? But I know
say, never gonna make it that far. You don't even know who you are. You'll never go all the way. Who do you think that you are? But I know, I'ma be that one in a million. I'll be that one in a million. Ain't gotta stop till I'm at the top. I'll be that one in a million. I'ma be that one. I'ma be that one in a million. I'll be that one. I'll be that one in a million. I'ma be that one. I'ma be that one in a million. I'll be that one. I'll be that one in a million. I'ma be that one in a million. I'll be that one in a million. Ain't gonna stop.
All or nothing.
Okay, Bill Fulcher, everybody, welcome back again to the Irish takeover of EU Masters in day 2. We are, of course, coming off of the back of K-Corp, kind of just smacking down BTXL, and BTXL really not able to get anything going for it. We wanted to talk, I know you wanted to talk a little bit more, but it's just the draft, you just didn't really work out for them, and K-Corp took advantage of every single small little mistake they made.
Yeah, I mean, look, you've got late game scaling across the board here coming through for BTXL, and it just meant that they were able to play so effectively through this top side of the map because you've got a winning mid, you've got a winning top, and already you could see Seiken and Syncroft linking up so well, punishing a Rome very similar to what happened yesterday. And from that point forward, Seiken was a monster. Seiken just took over this game on the Tristana. K-Corp played so well around the turret taking potential of this Tristana side lane. They played around that third dragon fight. That's just incredibly well here as well, which you're going to see in your screens. Like, this was impeccable from K-Corp. They just understood, hey, look, this is when we need to fight. This is how we snowball this game. And even though it wasn't playing through these early dragons like I kind of expected them to, or at least trying to use that objective to find fights, they were still able to find picks and find the fights that they needed to succeed in this game.
Yeah, and honestly, this is a pretty devastating start for the side of BTXL. We don't like to be too negative on certain teams, but like, you look at some of these names, Hatrix, Arome, Deadly, like these guys have been kind of around the top of the game for quite a while. These are people you expect to kind of come in and really kind of show off their mettle, but it just hasn't come together. But on the opposite side of that, like, I'm looking at Adam, I'm looking at Targamas, I'm looking at, as we've just mentioned, Seiken. These guys are really showing up this time round, and I can't stress how important this tournament, EU Masters as a whole, is for these players, because well run, this is how you prove to everyone in the LEC and beyond why you should be the next round of people to come up through the ranks.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, this was K-Corp just putting their foot down saying, look, we are the better team. We understand how to play this map better. We understand how to use our lane priority better. And when it came to rotations and being able to move through like zones of safety or creating zones of pressure that BTXL had to respond to, K-Corp did that better as well. So I was thoroughly impressed with the LFL team, as I was yesterday as well. And it really does feel like they're going to be the ones that are coming out in top spot in Group D. They just look so damn strong right now.
Yep, again, you're very, very happy if you're an LFL fan. You've come in with hype, and that hype has been rewarded with pretty decent results. So it's definitely a very good time to be an LFL fan right now. The memes are fantastic, and then probably people wondering, why aren't the NLC guys casting some of the NLC games? Guys, we're trying to help them out, like, you can't put them on this kind of a game. It would just destroy them, demoralize them. Yeah, we can't have that for the broadcast. It's just not on. That's why we came in. We're doing our bros in the NLC a favor to cover them and save them from the shame and the disappointment that they have relived year upon year. I'm obviously memeing. It's a tough time to be an NLC fan as they come in. But for an LFL fan, you're stonks right now. You're cashing in pretty hard.
Yeah, I think you definitely are. You're going to be super happy with the way that this has all gone. You're going to be happy with the way the team performing. I think as well, like the individual skill in these guys is really starting to shine through as well, right? I mean, when you look at Adam, he's going up against the Rome ex-LEC. He's having a perfectly fine time and is able to set up these plays coming through for his team. And obviously when you have Seiken, who isn't himself ex-LEC, used to play for Vitality. Targamas is there, used to play for Giants. Like, these guys are absolute beasts. Like, they know so well how to play the game. And I'm delighted to see that the LFL is living up to the hopes, because always coming into EU Masters, the LFL is touted as one of the best regions alongside that DOC region.
Yeah, well, speaking of the DOC region, they will be up next as they have got Schalke Evolution coming up against Real Betis, and we'll be back after a very short break. We're back. We got ourselves another game coming up. It is going to be Creme Real Betis coming up against Schalke 04 Evolution. Schalke looking to continue the DOC region's unbeaten run, and Real Betis looking to get their campaign started with a win. Coming into this one, obviously, you know, a good win for Schalke yesterday against BTXL, an unfortunate loss for Real Betis yesterday against K-Corp. And how these two teams play, I want to know what you're going to be expecting from them as we kind of, you know, wait to go into draft.
Yeah, well, I think the big thing for me is going to be looking towards Yop in the top lane for Schalke Nuclear Evolution. Like, in play-ins, this guy was an absolute monster. When we look towards him as well in the games yesterday, Obsessed playing a lot around Schalke 04 in that top lane as well. So I think that's where I'm going to see a lot of that pressure coming through for Schalke. Whereas when I look across at BTS, the way that they had the most advantages in their games back in the LVP was by unlocking Whiting from this bottom lane, looking for picks with Duque and LeBron in that mid lane, and I feel like that's the way that they can try and shut down Schalke here, is by targeting Nuclear Int and trying to make that mid lane a living hell for the Schalke mid laner.
Now, we did see BTS try to go for kind of a top carry yesterday with Rubio on the Urgot. Didn't quite work out exactly how they wanted it to, and we'll see if they're able to make any other moves today. Again, these are the kind of team that can just throw out something completely crazy into the jungles or maybe even to the support lane. They've got a lot of different things they can chuck onto here, so I'm curious to see how they'll do. And, you know, looking down the kind of thing, there should be a relative skill difference, if you will, against the Doc number 3.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I've been crazy impressed with Schalke so far. They've been really impressive across the board. Nuclear Int, despite being a rookie, has looked really, really strong in that mid lane. Yoppa, as we already highlighted, has been one of the standout top laners in Europe for a while. Like, this is really where I'm looking to see what BTS can bring against this region here. But already we're kind of seeing like a lot of respect being given to Real Betis, because you're looking at because you're looking already Hecarim and the Seraphim band away. I wasn't sure if we'd get the Kazakhs coming in. I know that LeBron loves his assassins, but they're just going to take the Udyr here. He's just so strong in this patch.
Yep, still an absolute monster on 11.7, so definitely something you want to start nab up, but that does obviously, of course, leave open the Orianna and the Rel, which can get nabbed up there by Schalke Evolution. And for the side of BTS, they are going to pick up the Victor, and we'll see what the last one is. They're always going to hover the Kazakhs. It's always something that they have in the back pocket. You've already locked in the Udyr. It doesn't work anymore. You can go back to the Kai'Sa. That's fine. We like the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I feel like you're going to go towards something like the Xayah here for Schalke 04. I think when you look towards the kind of the run-in jobs done with the stun kind of job coming through from Udyr, I think you would like to see something that can kind of self-heal and does really well against that Kai'Sa as well. But actually, they're going to go and prioritize the Skarner here. Wasn't really expecting it, but has come out as a reasonably strong pick in towards the Udyr, because obviously as the Udyr runs in, he leaves himself quite vulnerable and you can try and tear him back away. Also having a lot of pressure towards these short range carries like the Kai'Sas, so I like this coming through from Obsessed, but we'll have to see as Schalke start to come in here what they want to prioritize. Obviously, you're looking towards the supports with already the Rel locked in, they're getting rid of the Alistar, they're getting rid of the Thresh, which means chances are you're going towards something like the Rakan for Whiting in the bottom lane, but certainly Whiting's most favoured champion has been that Alistar, and it's not going to be coming through from here.
Yeah, could go with the Rakan, could go with the Gragas as well. Two things that have been used as a counter to Rel in that bot side, as we wait to see now that Darius being the band away here by the side of Real Betis. What do you want to go for now? You have to blind, you know, don't even think you have to blind anything. You've already blinded your mid laner, so you can just go ahead and take your AD carry here, and you should be fine to be able to kind of set yourself up for a winning top side.
Yeah, I really like the Xayah pick here. I think she does so well with the self-heal where he talked about. Follows up well as alongside the likes of the Rel engage, the Skarner engage. It's just a really nice combo that can set things up for them. And now, you do get that counter pick for Yoppa. We talked about Schalke 04 potentially playing around that top side a little bit more. I think they've had the most success in the German region when they're able to have Yoppa coming in and getting involved and doing a lot of work in those mid to late game skirmishes that Schalke really like.
See if they're able to get any. It's going to be that Rakan that you talked about, going to be locked in here for Whiten, and then they're going to lock in the Scion. So, Scion going to be locked in here. Not going to talk about it just yet, as we'll wait to see kind of how things go, but there is a potential, if anyone watched the LEC or LCS finals, that you can go for a little bit of cheese strat, so I'll be curious to see if BTS do lean towards that, but we won't talk about it until we see it actually come to fruition.
Yeah, that usually comes out with the Tristana, but unfortunately Tristana banned away, and you try to lean on the turret taking power of Tristana to lend it to that style, but unfortunately we'll just be the Kai'Sa here, so we will just probably get standard lanes here. Not really going to see too many craziness, but honestly I think that favours across the Schalke 04 here. You've got the Gnar into the Scion, great matchup coming through for Yoppa. Same when you look on this spot side, Kinetic and Tolerant should have a really strong time into this Kai'Sa and Rakan. So I think overall, you've got a lot of lanes that you can play around as Obsess and kind of pick and choose how you want to engage, because you can try and find some plays onto Rubio in the early stages if you want, or try and power through this bottom side of the map as well.
Well, comps locked and loaded, and we'll see how both teams want to kind of work this one through. But I feel like you've got so many dive buddies here for Schalke Evolution, like the Rel jumping in with the Gnar, and then you get the Magnet Storm on top of multiple people. Obsess gets the pick of the litter. It's like, I choose you, the carry, to be able to kill off and, you know, destroy this team fight. There's a lot of things that you have to be very, very careful of if you're on the side of Real Betis. But for Real Betis, if they can get those lanes going, if they can get that kind of an assassination going with the likes of, you know, the Kaiser onto the back line after everything's already been used, they have options and capabilities to be able to, you know, kind of take the game in their direction.
Honestly, I think you're kind of playing a little bit of a defensive style here for Real Betis, because when you look towards like the zone control that they can offer, like you've got the gravity field, you're going to have the likes of Rubio who can just stand that big beefy front line in the Scion. I wouldn't even be surprised to see Mini Duque go towards the Everfrost build here as well, and you just stop Obsess getting into these team fights, make it really difficult for Yoppa or Tolerant to follow up on whatever the primary engage tool will be depending on the fight. It's super easy to split up Schalke No Fear, so I honestly think that if BTS can weather the storm in this early game, Obsess just becomes a non-factor, and then you can actually look to win out these team fights.
Well, no early game shenanigans just yet. You can see every team just kind of walking themselves along the sides of the river, just making sure there is no real kind of, you know, cheese factor or anything like that. Like you said, it is more so seeing the Scion cheese with the Tristana, because you have got that extra little bit of turret taking and also very early level 1 damage. But sharing the gold here on top of the Spire, everybody gets 10. You get 30 gold in case you weren't aware of that one. But they're actually going to go for a little bit of an invade here, just to pop down some vision, and Rubio tried to maybe see if he can go for a sneaky kind of setup, but has to back himself out, get himself back into his lane, and, you know, set himself up for this this weak side he's going to have to play against Yoppa.
Yeah, and I'm actually kind of surprised to see Obsess pathing from the top side towards the bottom. I assumed he would start bot side, play towards Yoppa, be able to utilize the fact that you should have control for Yoppa in that top lane so we can help out towards Scuttle. But when I look towards this bottom side of the map, in theory, Namek should be able to get that initial push off in the bottom lane because he's Kaisa. And, oh, Tolerant.
Tolerant needs to be so careful. He's already been ignited, and that is first blood out of nowhere in this bot side. Well, Betis striking first.
That is not the start that you want to Schalke No Fear. Tolerant just going that little bit over aggressive, tries to make the engage on towards Namex and try and get control of that bottom side, but Whiting reads him beautifully, and this is why the Rakan oftentimes gets picked into this rel early. Prior to level 6, Rakan can do so much to counteract the engage from Tolerant, and they set up the kill there. Now, this only doubles down on the point that I was trying to make, is that BTS have the push. Oh no!
Oh, he flashes as well, and that's another duo kill in this bot side. Schalke No Fear Evolution just don't know what to do.
And this is so messy. Like, this is actually usually a matchup you can do relatively okay after the level 3 because Kinetic will have full access to his abilities, but this is Whiting playing so damn well off this play. Being able to pick off Kinetic, already got the kill onto Tolerant, and now Namex, he's got full control of bot side. He's looking beautiful. And remember what we talked about, right? We wanted to see Whiting getting out of this bottom lane and making plays. You just gave 2 kills across to this bottom lane. Now as Whiting, you can already see him move towards this mid lane. Work with LeBron. See if you can cause issues for Nuclear Int and for Obsessed in and around this mid lane.
Be a bit of a scuttle fight here. Is a level lead here for LeBron. Steals that little scuttle away and gets himself towards the top side to get a double scuttle. So you heard it here first. LeBron getting himself a nice start off into this jungle. But if we're talking about, you know, that bot lane definitely not going well for Schalke Evolution. But where they've generally seen themselves do well has been somewhere in that top lane from Yoppa. Yoppa has been a monster for them when it comes to, you know, just setting up advantages. And you can see here in the play-ins, 5.4 KDA had a plus 20 CSD advantage at 15 and 11 solo kills throughout the play-in stage. He is the man that this team really do need to step up if they want to try and make up for this bot lane hampering.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Yoppa's been an absolute monster for a while now as well. Like, I was super excited when he was coming in to see what he's going to be capable of. Like, he was supposed to start in the LEC with Vitality last year alongside Milica, but actually had a lot of visa issues, and due to COVID and all, just couldn't quite get it up and running. So we actually get to experience him for a little bit longer in EU Masters before we get to see him make that big leap. But certainly Yoppa is a beast. He's so good at punishing little mistakes that you'll make in waves. And when Rubio yesterday really struggled against K-Corp on this Urgot counter pick, it looks like already Yoppa's punishing once more in this top lane.
You can see there LeBron trying to just use his power on this Udyr pick, as we might have a bit of a move in this bot side. Still no flash here for Kinetic. They go in with the crash down. They're going to actually get the flash out of Namix, who has got exhausted as well. Still keeping an eye or a hand on his heel. And that's kind of what we expected to be able to see here from the Schalke Evolution bot lane. And you can see there, just even despite being a full pickaxe down, they have opportunities to be able to make it work for them.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit of a misstep there from Namix. There should never be a reason why they're not able to trade effectively against this comp. Like, White in can cancel at the engages, but they're going in once more.
Yeah, they're going to try and see if they can get anything there. Got to be a little bit careful, though. You can get jumped on. I suppose you're looking at White, and he has not got the mana to be able to kind of full combo someone and get himself out, but the Skarner is here, as is the Udyr. So Obsessed looking to try and sneak himself in, will actually run into LeBron and probably needs to get himself out, because in a 1v1 he doesn't really win this, but in a 3v3 he might, as they go and try and take this one down. Udyr is still very, very fast, gets himself out, nothing else untoward, but you can see they're trying to make this bot lane go back in the favor of Schalke Evolution. Obsessed is back again. He's obsessing over this bot side.
Yeah, and even Nuclear Int is there with the TP as well. He's held on to it, so they're trying to see if they can force the format.
Oh, the flash was good.
Obsessed.
Or, excuse me, not the flash, the grand entrance, and Obsessed almost goes down himself. So he just kind of loses out, and doubling down on trying to make this one work for his team hasn't really paid any dividends, and that just kind of opens up a lot of safety into this top side for Rubio. It opens up a lot of safety for Mini Duque as well, because he's able to push in this mid lane and get himself set up. It's a bit of a, you know, it's kind of one of those things we always talk about, you know, don't play towards a losing lane, because if it does go wrong, it goes really wrong. So you got to be a bit more careful with that. And I feel like right now, if I'm Obsessed, like, I'm looking towards mid or top. Like, you're looking towards, you know, maybe finding someone out in these solo lanes and getting your solo laners ahead.
I don't hate the play, just because Nuclear Int played his TP so much smarter than Mini Duque there. Mini Duque committed the TP back to mid before Nuclear Int did, despite Nuclear Int getting the recall first. So it meant that Nuclear Int just walked back to lane, didn't actually lose out on any CS, and was keeping his TP in case any of that play went astray in bot side. Now, Obsessed certainly overextended a bit, but I can see where Schalke and Fear were thinking. However, though, now we got to see what will happen, because obviously the play never went well bot side. You've still got Obsessed now, who's falling behind because of the clear speed from LeBron. And we already said, this Skarner's on a ticking clock. He will not have an big impact in these later game team fights when those QSSs start to come through, when the zone control from Real Betis comes online as well. So he has to make these plays work in the early stages, or they will just get outscaled.
A tiny bit of a lull. Don't worry, producer, I'm still here. Online, you gotta be a little careful with long breaks of silence. But a little bit of a lull, as we can see both bot lanes just trying to ramp up to that level 6, and you've got the quickness, you've got the Magnet Storm, of course you've got the Killer Instinct, and you can let the feathers fly for the Xayah. The Dragon has yet to be taken, the Repchild is available as well. You're actually getting a little bit of a good CS lead in this top side here for Yoppa, and that's, again, to be expected. It is a Snar into a Scion. Neblan is here. Namex trying to see if he can get something done here with Whiten, but nothing really going as such. And this is kind of a little bit of a delay here. Already 17 CS difference between LeBlanc and Obsess means that, you know, the more time he wastes trying to, you know, go for this dive, the less likely he is able to try and catch up and, you know, make an impact. But now the level 6s have been hit. You have got a Hex Flash. He's trying to go in onto Namex, but I don't think he can really catch anybody out here. Uses the Smite to maybe go for something, but Obsess, you need to let it go, brother.
to try to see if they can push in this wave, use Yoppa Nuclear in to potentially TP down, force the uneven fight, but turn this in towards a dragon. But unfortunately for them, BTS, they've been reading this so well. They're not giving that opportunity, and now it's BTS who are actually the ones that are keeping control of River and potentially moving towards Dragon. Now, they do need to be careful. There is the at least the advantage here for Schalke with the push that Yoppa has in the top side, but it looks like you're not going to get any sort of contest coming through from Schalke.
Yeah, you have that one ward on the backside. You know, again, as fantastically shown there by our observers, that you do not have the kind of information to be able to make an informed decision to go for that kind of a play, and that's going to be Dragon. And already you can see them pinging out. They know that the side of BTS are going to take this scuttle, maybe even look for a Rift Herald, depending on how the TPs or the backs come in. There's a lot here for LeBron to kind of go for if he so chooses. Needs to be a bit careful though, as his mid lane did just back away, and his top lane does not quite have priority just yet.
The biggest problem for BTS is that you can't leave Namex on his own on bot side because of plays like this.
Here we go. We're going to see the exhaust go down. The Chakra Repel as well. The TP coming in. Namex, though, taking a huge amount of hurt. We can see going in with the feathers. Flash forward here from Kinetic, and he does get himself a return kill. Finally picking that one up. But it did cost a TP there from Nuclear Int, and we'll see what they're able to make of this now. BTS trying to see if they can start up this Rift Herald. They have got a 3v2 situation if they want to go for it. There's Obsessed now using the Glacial Prison, trying to get in, trying to get the Stinger down. Not quite able to get him. We're going to see Yoppa just deleted out before he can go down into Mega Gnar. Now you can see this. Everyone's just trying to come back into this fight. You were a little bit delayed though from the side of Schalke. They do not have their bot lane here, but Namex isn't coming to this. This will be a 4v4 again. These are a lot of summoners down. There's a lot of ultimates down as well. I don't think you can go for this PTS.
No, I think you just let it reset. This is actually a bit of an issue here where because Namex had rotated down towards bot side, they don't have the people power to force this objective. And even when LeBron started that up, Rubio was in base. He didn't TP back in. Mini Duque was spending a lot of time in mid as well trying to clear waves. So it was just LeBron trying to solo out this Rift Herald. They don't have the damage to clear it. So now Schalke no fair get the Rift Herald. They got the play on bot side. And already Yoppa TP down bot side, so he got the wave that was being pushed in by Namex. So it's not like Schalke no fear even lose out that much.
It was Impale, not Glacial Prison, excuse me. So many ice-related or blue-related ability names that just stun a person. But now that Rift Herald is, as we said, going to go up towards that top side, you're going to get a lot of play money into this Kinetic ADC. He's going to be very happy with that. Even has a cold there, so his gold income is not going to be too bad as Yoppa jumps in, gets the stun and the knockback. The tower hasn't got any minions to hit, so Namex takes a good bit of punishment, and Yoppa able to just make everyone on the side of BTS think twice before they try and take this turret.
Especially with Tolerant coming down here as well. No, Yoppa, he should be fine to hold on to this turret. Nice play coming through, and this is kind of the heads up things that I love about Yoppa, where he's like, look, if I take this trade onto Namex, there is no way that they can set up a dive. There's no way they can answer for the turret we got on top side, and I get to take all this farm without anyone being able to touch me. So great play coming through from Yoppa to stop any sort of answer on the opposite side of the map from where Schalke could put the resources.
Yeah, we're at an even state of the game. A little bit of an advantage for BTS, but nothing to be writing home about. Still waiting for the first mythics to come in, and you can see the tax is being paid right now by LeBron and Miniduke. They have got
very
themselves
early. I was just gonna say
very, very early. Yeah, they have got themselves set and ready to go as they are looking to make sure that whoever they pick, it can't be either of these two.
But this is the thing, right? So I'm obsessed, right? Come into these team fights, we're in river, we're trying to see if we can get control over this dragon area. It's like, right, I want to run in here. Alright, well, I gotta get past the gravity field. I gotta get past the decimating smash. I gotta get past the charm with the quickness. And even then, if I do, I gotta hope I don't get someone with a QSS. It's not looking good, but topside isn't looking so good either, as Yoppa actually manages to just get out of there. But Obsess is very quickly running out of steam in this game, and although he's been able to get some stuff back for Schalke right now, his only plays that he can keep making are on this bottom side, which is why we're seeing Schalke commit here.
Yep, and there is no flash here for Namex as he gets himself attract, repelled, impaled all the way down, and that is a quick and easy kill. Does go over to Obsess for his first one of the game. and they're going to be able to take over this bot side. Plenty of camps here as well for them to be able to take if they so choose. LeBron, you cannot contest this as much as you would like to. Tolerant is there. It's a 4v2, guys. They are going to try and maybe make it a 4v3. So maybe they look to try and make this one work for them. They have a TP advantage from Rubio, and a little bit of respect there from Schalke Evolution, not going too far forward, making sure they're not screwing themselves after making a good play in bot side.
Yeah, it also gives Kinetic a little bit of alone time with the spot lane turret. Not quite able to get that one down, but with Dragon just spotting, Kinetic will shove in the spot lane. They'll move across to try and help at that Dragon. Although Whiting looking like he might want to make a play.
Oh, TP committed here into the bot side. Kinetic is going to maybe be the target, but he's already got himself out. So the Dragon is definitely the objective here for BTS. I think they're just trying to capitalize on the fact that you don't have the Impale right now on the side of Obsessed. So you only really have the Mega Gnar, and the Mega Gnar, he's up top side with no TP. So this is going to be a second Drake here for BTS. Yes, they commit a TP for it, but they're the ones who are able to keep the stack going, and they're the ones that are able to set them up for two more Drakes before that Soul.
Yeah, and this could just be topside turret now. It looks like actually with Rubio coming back, he's going to be fine. But, I mean, honestly, it's, yeah, second Dragon. It's not the biggest win in the world for BTS. And Yoppa being able to get a good bit of damage on that top tower means that now he's able to keep pressure up on this top side. It's a little bit weaker. It's creating these pressures on the map that Schalke No Fear can look to exploit. And when you look towards, you know, the next Dragon in 4.5 minutes, this side lane pressure that Yoppa can bring is going to be that little bit more powerful. So I don't really agree with committing the TP there. I honestly think you could have just given it up as BTS or not really looked to fight if you couldn't get into the right position.
Now he has a barrier on the Scion, so he's feeling better about himself and his survivability. As I'm thinking of survivability, you can see Obsess. Yeah, all the shields all the time. Obsessed was running like a madman as he loses half his health bar for no gain. As don't really get anything off of the bot lane either from BTS. And again, this is just kind of more pressure towards this bot side until a QSS is built onto this Kai'Sa. That is the go-to person here for Obsessed. Namex needs to get that item onto his person so that he just becomes harder and harder for the Skarner to have an impact.
The big thing, though, is obviously attacks is attacks, right? It takes money out of your back pocket. So right now you're pretty... Oh, hang on. Mini Duke? We'll be fine.
Yeah, Chaos Storm dropped down to clear the waves.
Yeah.
They'll be able to protect the turret at least.
Yeah, I was a bit worried there for Mini Duke, but he was able to hop away. But the thing is, you're not being able to match the mythic spikes, right, coming through from Schalke No Fear. It'd be a while before you're really able to... match the just pound for pound fights that are coming out as well. So right now for BTS you need to try and take it a little bit slower, which is why I was surprised to see them commit that teleport down towards the Dragon. So right now you've got the first round of mythics coming through, but you need to wait until you've got that second item coming through from Namex, the collector for himself. Mineduke trying to work up towards his own well, the Serap's Embrace is a little bit late right now, so maybe just going straight towards something like a Void Staff. But I honestly think you still have a lot of time that you need to try and gain here as BTS, and try and keep your vision control down so Schalke just can't play through Yoppa in this side lane and Obsess playing this little pick style that he's been going for right now.
Dagda, I just realized in my slight ignorance, if you will, we got Real Betis versus Schalke, and it's not in the Champions League. This is, you know, honestly exactly what I wanted to see. And it's fun to think of those little rivalries that shouldn't exist, but you know what? They still do. So you can tell that there's a little bit of extra kind of, you know, pressure when you add in those extra big names within the footballing world and the fans that kind of come over to maybe just check out what their teams are doing. And for either side, it is actually, I'm just looking at the gold there. It's creep about 2,000 gold lead just under it there for Schalke No Fear Evolution, and it, you know, they're kind of creeping forward bit by bit, and the extra, it actually kind of balloons itself a little bit more because you have to spend that 1,300 gold onto these QSSs every single time, so you don't really get a choice in terms of where that one goes. And with the Rift Herald popping down into that mid lane, that's going to open up more of this map here for the side of Schalke Evolution to pick those people off, to catch them on bad rotations, and BTS need to respect that.
Yeah, and you can kind of start to see the crux of it already, right? I mean, Schalke already moving into the jungle, they're stealing away camps, they're getting the vision. Now, 3 members of BTS are here to to defend this blue buff, it means that it will go towards Miniduke, but already their claws of Schalke 04 are starting to get in towards BTS, and BTS are kind of sitting here like, okay, well, we're still waiting for these items, we're still trying to get to a point where we're going to be really strong, but it's just not quite happening for them just yet.
Finally have the turbo chem tank here for LeBron, so he's finally got himself some extra. Another QSS has been finished up as well. That's White in with the third one, so we got 3 out of 5 done so far. Still waiting on Namex, who's kind of relying on his flash and his positioning to make sure that he does not get caught out by Obsess. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. It is a Cloud Rift, so not the most impactful when it comes to fighting prowess, but something that Namex and the rest of BTS will be looking to try and maybe contest. But Schalke, they've got good vision. You can see the line just kind of basically escorting them from the bot side all the way, you know, kind of into the enemy jungle there. Very nicely set up to make sure they have full information as to what's going on.
Yeah, and the second Namek shows up, Obsess is going to try and flash at him. That's why he's playing so aggressive here, trying to hide in the vision. And Namex has to play this fight so far back, because honestly, if Yoppa or even Tolerant get on top of him, he's pretty much done for.
Well, Dragon has been started, and BTS look like they want to try and fight it. Down to about half of its HP right now. I don't know if they're going to be able to get themselves a steal. They are just going to try and let it go down. It did go down pretty low to about 150, 200 HP. Before it was smited away, but no fight as of yet. It's a decimating smash, not going to find anybody who's trying to kick off that pink board, but Obsess might be in a little bit of trouble. They're able to chain CC him and eliminate him. He is deleted from the map, and now Namex, you can breathe a little more freely. You've got that big pressure now off the map.
Nice pick coming through from BTS. S just not angling correctly back in towards his team, gets caught out, and now, oh, hang on, LeBron.
He should be fine. There's no real follow-up here, and he's got the blast cone as well, so just gets himself a nice little cheeky Rift Scuttler and then gets himself out, and that means they're going to be able to take, yes, they lose the dragon, but now they're able to get pressure in this bot side, so another little bit of extra gold. But now Yoppa's in a little bit of trouble, gets caught out by the gravity field, and it's the same kind of CC combo. He jumps, he flashes, he should be able to keep himself alive and gets him out just a little bit, but that flash being down, that's a big engage tool you need for the Narn. That is not available for the next 4 minutes.
Yeah, things get a little bit messy in the Schalke 04 camp. Honestly, at this stage, you should be trying to make sure you're not getting picked up, you're not giving gold in towards BTS, because you're hitting a point where you are going to be super strong, right? As soon as you finish the seal item coming in for Kinetic, you've already got the Seraph's Embrace very close to finishing for Nuclear Int, and at that point, you become so crazy strong as these 2 item carries. But if you're being picked off, you're not really getting the opportunity to fight, you're opting in towards like burning flashes on key members like your Gnar, you're giving so much wiggle room towards BTS. And when we already talked about Real Betis trying to zone control, not having flashes on key members makes it very difficult to bypass gravity fields, to get past Rubio on the front line and get access to the juicy Miniduke and Namex on the back.
We got ourselves a little bit of moment, and I do think we can... Oh, actually, I might stop myself as everyone's kind of setting themselves up for a brush kill. They have got some information, but not perfect, and that's going to be White in setting a lot of different, you know, kind of signals to the rest of the team saying we should probably back away. But I just wanted to quickly kind of mention is that, you know, for Schalke 04 Evolution, like, people like Nuclear Int, people like Kinetic, people like Tolerant, they are looking for LEC. And honestly, when I'm looking at this team, you know, Nuclear Int is on my list of, you know, the potential next wave of EU mids. You know, Europe has been so famous throughout the world of just knowing us have some of the best EU, you know, or mid lane talent you can possibly get. As Obsess gets himself out, flashes. But yeah, as I said, in EU, we talk about mid lanes, not quite like junglers, but we talk about the talent that comes in. And for Nuclear Int, this is an opportunity for him to really show to the rest of the world why he should be part of that next generation.
Well, I mean, he's part of the next generation coming in to the Premier League, or sorry, the Prime League even in Germany, right? Because himself and Nuclear Int and Kinetic were trying to get themselves through their old team in towards the Prime League, into that Pro League over there, but unfortunately couldn't quite make it through the promotion tournament, so they kind of got stepped up, moved in towards Schalke 04, and now they're having these fantastic moments. And you can see that Nuclear Int although some of his laning phase isn't, he can find himself in a little bit of trouble. His understanding of the map is where he really shines, and being able to lean onto the side lanes, create pressure, and help his side lanes build priority, and especially for someone like Yoppa, who is 100% LEC ready, to have the pressure that Nuclear Int can aid to Yoppa in this top lane has netted themselves so much, and you can see it in this game as well. Yoppa, full control of this top side, was the first one to get his tower. He's now going to transition this to the bottom side of the map with his TP, causing a lot of ruckus on this bot end of the map for when this Baron is up for Schalke No Fear.
Well, Rubio finds himself into the mid lane as this dragon is spawning in 45 seconds, and that is going to be the next port of call. You could let this one go if you're on the side of BTS. It is only the second Drake for Schalke Evolution. But Real Betis, thank you, observers. You can see they just don't have the vision. It's all very defensive, setup. They just want to make sure they're not getting caught versus actually trying to find a catch.
I love the way Schalke No Fear are playing this though, right? They're moving in towards mid. They're making sure that whenever they face BTS, it's in big areas. They're not allowing these close quarter corridors of the jungle to play keep away with the likes of Gravity Field, with Rubio being able to stand bodyguard. Like, this is Schalke playing really smart around the win conditions of BTS.
Well, Dragon has just spawned, and BTS find themselves on the other side of the pit. And they now know it's going down. There is a little bit of a level lead here for LeBron, so he should have the smite fight. Should they go for the steal? They are able to get it, and now the fight can start happening. Rubio is going to start tanking up this front line as best he can, and they try and maybe get on top of some people. They get two-man knockup, but it's a little bit spread out. They're able to get onto this back line. You can see Tolerance, the first one to fall, followed by the support of BTS. It was a split fight. It was BTS, though, who find themselves a very poor backing Nuclear Int, and they find the Xayah as well. They're going to be able to clean up house on these kills. They can push mid, they can go for Baron. The world is their oyster as BTS explode onto the rift.
That was the fight. Despite the fact it was very split up, it was Mini, Duque, and Namex who were able to keep themselves safe. Side by side with LeBron playing keep away means that the carries from BTS can carry the fight. And now they don't get the dragon, but they do get this fight. You'll see it here. Rubio goes in aggressive, white in. I love the positioning. Moves up into this choke and essentially causes so much chaos for Nuclear and Kinetic. They're forced to back away. And when you get this great engage from Tolerant on towards Mini, Duque, and Namex in the bottom side of the map, there's no one to follow up. Thanks to the positioning of Whited. Really, really smart play in this team fight coming through from BTS.
And LeBron, no fear whatsoever, flashes immediately on top of Kinetic and just gets himself the kill. They get mid lane, they don't quite get themselves the Baron. They do get a little bit of standing gold, so they got themselves a little bit under 1,000 gold lead. Nothing to be kind of hugely writing home about, but now there are 4 QSSs built up onto people on Real Betis. They have got themselves so much security, and this Skarner pick is, yes, if you can find those picks, if you can find people without the the QSS, you can make stuff happen. But right now, you pick someone, they're going to instantly QSS it and get themselves out of it, and that's just kind of a lot of your utility burns. You need to try and find ways of getting someone to burn it before you pop down that Impale, and as I say that, he goes in, takes a huge chunk off of his own health bar, and the rest of the team has to follow up. They will take out Whited, but it's a trade of supports again. Now with the Gravity Field and the Chaos Storm, they're not quite able to get much more done. It is Schalke who come out with a 2-for-1.
Rubio wasn't there. It was a 4 versus 5 fight, and when you don't have this front line and you don't have these close quarter fights where you can control that space, it's a lot easier to get on towards the back line of BTS. And now Schalke with that play will turn towards this Baron.
This is very, very risky, though. Yes, you have a smite available to you, but there's so much just going to AoE into these small little pits, especially with someone like a Victor. Here we go, the Unstoppable 4 Onslaught going straight in on top of him. They have to back away from the Baron. He's kind of being a bit of a 5th man here for the side of BTS. And you can see those lasers just burning down those health bars. They just have to back away from it, and they don't gain anything off of the pick.
And again, you can see the power of front line, right? As soon as Rubio's there, you've got the poke that can come through from the Victor. But here, LeBron knows, look, LeBron is not in position to try and play forward here. Obsess spots that perfectly, and then he's able to go forward. The rest of Schalke following through insanely quickly, really aggressively, and it means that they're able to find it. They turn back towards Baron, but as soon as Rubio shows up, that's what makes the difference. As soon as that front line is in place and Mini Duque and Namix can play that slow front to back style, then Schalke really struggle.
This would be a huge win for Real Betis as well. It would put them 1-1 in the standings and set themselves up to maybe run the kind of second place, or even, you know, come back to Carmine Corp and maybe look for first as well. It would be a very big start for them. But the Baron has been started, Baron down, and already taken by the side of Schalke. They just had the vision, they knew they had the damage, and they knew they could get away with it.
Yeah, great call from Schalke to be able to pick that. And look, you don't even have a wave here as BTS to be like, okay, cool, well, we can just force mid. I mean, that wave is so far away, you get those quick resets. And Schalke's here to defend their base, so just really smart map play coming through from Schalke to sneak that one away.
And this is why Schalke, again, like, you know, the team and, you know, the DACH region in general is something that we always looked as having some of the best teams. This is the third seed from the DACH region going up against the second from the LVP. And, you know, that level of just kind of saying, right, our third seed could maybe even beat your second, it's kind of a really, really big deal, especially when you're looking towards the strength of each of all the regions. And I think, as you know, talking about the strength of regions, the kind of two top ones as of right now, you would say the Ultraliga and the LFL, but the DACH have always just been teetering around just below it. I'm going to stop myself right there as Obsess forced a flash away because he just went a bit too far forward and got himself caught.
Yeah, he was trying desperately to make something happen here before you can get, again, Mini Duque in line, before you can group as this 5-man death ball from BTS, but not quite able to do so now. They do move over towards this dragon. They will be able to collect that one for themselves and adding a third one to their place, but BTS, they can just run topside here. They've already got Mini Duque pressuring this. Rubio is backing, will be able to TP in onto this topside as well, so I think this might have been at worth actually for BTS if they can actually make something with this play topside, but it looks like they're more worried about Rubio needing to defend this bot lane and won't overcommit.
And the push and pull, as we can see both sides of the map trying to just get what they can. They will get top tier 2 in favor of BTS, but they will lose bot tier 2 in exchange and mid tier 2. So that bot side becomes a hell of a playground here for Schalke if they can find those little kind of catch-ups and catch-outs, excuse me. As I say that now, Joppa needs to back himself up. The rest of his team is walking away from the rest of this Baron power play. They have about a minute left in it, but they won't really gain anything else off of it, as the rest of Real Betis find themselves just kind of walking in. As I say that, Joppa might be in a little bit of trouble, forced to flash away. That is another flash that is down here for the side of Schalke Evolution. They are very lucky that they're not going to be fighting over objective for a while.
I love how Schalke and Nullfair are playing this though, right? Because we just said BTS 5 versus 5, they win. They just have a really strong team fight, whereas Schalke and Nullfair are going, right, if that's going to be the case, it's hit and run tactics. We're not going to be sticking around in a place long enough for BTS to try and catch up, and they're trying to play out the map state. We already highlighted before this how strong Joppa is in this side lane. He's been miles ahead of Rubio, and if Rubio ever goes down to that bot side, Joppa just ignores him, right? You don't really need to worry about the damage that this Sion can churn out right now, and he's free hitting onto these turrets. So now Joppa, with this pressure on bottom side, can try and make work on this bot lane inhibitor turret versus the rest of the squad as Nuclear and pushes in top. He can then move towards mid and have Obsess again play in the dark zones between lanes and try and make picks onto anyone who goes to support Rubio dealing with Joppa.
Well, speaking of picks, you can see there Schalke Evolution just putting themselves in the fog of war. Now they've been spotted, and now they'll have to back away, but getting some decent vision. And I'm actually just quickly looking at the scores. You can actually see how very similar they are between the junglers, the top laners, the supports, hell, even the AD carries. You know, just of how they've only set this one up, but there's the unstoppable onslaught just to kind of cut off the rest of Schalke Evolution. The push in the inside line is very much here for BTS. They may be able to get down a good amount of damage onto this turret, but they have to respect that Joppa's about to go mega. Rubio forced to flash away. He does not want to be caught by that. The Chaos Storm, the Magnet Storm, though, on top with the Gnar ultimate is just huge to try and take down Namix. He falls. Rubio is next. It's a double kill for Nuclear Int as the rest of Schalke find the triple kill here on top of BTS. They just found one moment, one misstep. They pull the trigger, they take the gun, and they take the fight.
That was so well done by Schalke No Fear. They chased down BTS, and BTS, to give them their due, were trying to hide in these close quarter jungle corridors, get down the gravity field, find that escape, but they committed that too far forward, and Yoppa on that flank with the massive Meganar.
And that's the kind of thing. Yes, you want to be in these tight corners for BTS. A lot of your damage is very well amplified when you're able to kind of put them under a straight line. But you've got the Magnet Storm, you've got the Gnar ultimate, you've got the Shockwave. If you get caught up in those, you can just see there, the combination is just insane.
Yeah, and it was absolutely nuts. You can see it here in this replay, right? So the gravity field gets committed at the front of the fight, which means that then you're trying to deal with Obsess, but the Shockwave there knocks everyone in. Great engage coming through from Tolerant, and then with Yoppa flying in over the top, they just don't have anyone to hold the gates. And when you get this combo off from Schalke No Fear, it is so potent, and we get to see it in action finally coming to fruition, where BTS aren't able to avoid it.
Nice quick triple kill there for Nuclear Int, and that should accelerate him very nicely to towards his full build. As we finally get back into the game. Thank you. I was a bit worried again when you're online and you're using online setup. Sometimes you're worrying it's your fault. As we go into C now with the Baron spawning in 2 seconds, Dragon in 20, but you're not interested in that if you're BTS right now. You want to try and get this Baron. There's the catch on the one person who does not have himself a QSS, and Rubio is the first to fall. You gotta pay the tax man, otherwise that's what the tax man's gonna do to you.
I honestly thought they'd be okay. I thought Rubio would survive for longer, but BTS not in a position to try and save Rubio, and while that damage sponge is sponging all the damage, there's nothing to actually deal any back. And now Schalke, they're on the Baron. BTS have been sent packing towards their base, and Schalke No Fear once again outmaneuvering BTS on the map.
I was gonna say, right now you can see BTS, they look like they just backed away, tried to go towards that dragon, but you can't. That Baron goes down so damn quickly, and now you've got Schalke Evolution with 3 Cloud Drakes in their back pocket. That's just gonna end up being so valuable for them when you're looking at the likes of the Shockwave, the Magnet Storm, things that can just set you up for these big team fights. They're gonna be up so much more often.
This is, although BTS could potentially still find a team fight that works for them, the way the Schalke No Fear are playing this is making it so difficult for BTS. Like, they are playing with the side lane strength, they're consistently shoving in waves, people from BTS have to deal with it, they're taking fights before BTS can really get set up as a 5-man unit. They're just playing a really strong pick style using this scanner. And although I thought at this stage the scanner would have fallen off, where BTS could have found opportunities to, you know, play in through tight jungle corridors, entrances to river, making sure that there's no real way for Schalke to get big flanks off, Schalke are still finding these opportunities to just bypass the front line of BTS and get the fight that they need.
Small update. Rubio has finished his QSS, so there are 5 QSSs. Everyone has paid their taxes now, but not before the taxman got a couple of fines out before they all ended up going Namex, and Rubio being the prime offenders for tax avoidance, as they finally get themselves now the Quicksilver Sashes. But you now have the Baron buff. You now have a 4,000 gold lead for Schalke Evolution. You now have fantastic scaling as well. Your Xayah very much online with these 4.5 items. It's going to be very difficult for you now from Real Betis to try and find out a fight here that's actually in your favor.
Especially as like Yoppa's just able to free hit on towards this mid-in hit with that tower gone. You've got the Baron pushing in. Like there's very little that you can really do. And if anyone actually steps up that far, Obsess is willing to just flash engage on them at any point in time. Now, yes, you've got the QSSs, so you still have to be respectful as Obsess, but it does make things a lot more difficult here for BTS.
Well, that inhibitor exposed in mid lane, and a couple of seconds left on this Baron buff. They should be able to crack open that line. That is the inhibitor down. So where do you go now if you're Schalke? Yoppa has gone into the Mega Gnar form, so they have got a bit of time here where they could look for an engage. But they will lose that one out very, very shortly. So think they'll just push in this mid lane, go for the quick resets, then get themselves back onto the map. 2 minutes 40 until the Cloud Soul spawns. It will be the last elemental Drake of this particular game. BTS, despite getting the first 3, have not really had a look in for the last one that would just give them that little bit of extra win condition, a little bit of extra movement speed when they go in with their ultimates. So not looking great, but what is looking great is Miniduke has got himself pretty much full build. He's not going to be selling his Quicksilver Sash. He's got himself everything, as has Namex. So you are at critical mass here for pretty much everyone on the carries of BTS.
I'm so sad for BTS though, because honestly this early game was going so well for them. Like if you cast your mind back, they got the double kill in bot lane. It really seemed like things were going their way, but unfortunately for them, they just weren't able to keep up with the map state that Schalke 04 were creating. Yappa getting a bunch of value on side lanes, and then when it got to team fights, they weren't setting up properly. And again, that tax avoidance that you talked about, not paying those early QSSs, but here's the fight.
Yeah, gonna see if they can go for something. Haven't committed any of the big ultimates. The Impale is down, but you can see it there just ticking so quickly. It'll be up in about 30 seconds. It's not even that much at all. Those Cloud Drakes putting in work to give you that ability haste on your ultimate ability. And now as Whiten, you're looking to try and make sure the rest of your team does not get caught. Still a minute 20 until that dragon spawns. 2 minutes. And actually, here we go. There's the fight straight away. And they find themselves the fight. Double kill here from Miniduke. Yes, you lose the Udyr, but you do not care, as the rest of Schalke has to walk away into the GA and tries to get himself out. But Kinetic will not survive. It's a 3-for-1 in favor of BTS. They can look for the end.
They can try and push in. They need a wave though, and it's a bit of a far trek away, so may not be able to end just yet. But that is the fight that BTS wanted. Flashing in, getting the plays, and having that front to back stall. Now Schalke need to be careful.
Schalke, you've got yourself 2 big boys. Yappa, you were the guy we highlighted at the start of the day. We say you're LEC caliber. Can you defend this? We got a couple more seconds, about 20 or so, until you've got Nuclear into the party again. Yappa will be hitting his Mega Nard. There's the Unstoppable Onslaught on top and middle of the towers. The Impale is there, though. It's on such a short cooldown as he gets a Mega Nard, and they're trying to just fight around this Chaos Storm. You can see these health bars are going down, but I think it might have just been enough here for the side of Schalke Evolution. They might have just been able to survive.
They may have just held on. You do not have a support though, as that Dragon Soul will spawn, so it looks like at least BTS will be able to nab this one on the way out. But for Schalke, you breathe a sigh of relief. You have one more opportunity to try and find the fight that you need. But great play from BTS, decisive play from BTS in that last engagement.
BTS can't really reset right now. We're going to go into a replay, but the Baron is up in 20 seconds. Let's just have a look at exactly what you said. Decisive call here from LeBron in with his tanky front line. They were just able to make everything work.
But again, look at the carries for BTS. They are untouched in this fight. Miniduke and Namex are just chasing folks down, and that's the power that comes through when they've got Rubio and this Udyr playing the front line and not allowing Schalke access to that back line.
They're going for the end. The TPs are coming in. You're going to have to use the TP from Yappa and from Nuclear in to try and stop this one out. So you've lost 2 damage dealers, and they will get the Baron. Good call here from Schalke 04 Evolution. And do you look for a little bit of a flank now? Do you look for a pincer? You know the rest of Schalke have to try and get away from this. LeBron has found himself a couple of stragglers. They jump straight in onto Kinetic, and he is dead. Namex picks himself up a kill. Yes, you get the Baron, Schalke, but what at what cost?
Yeah, and you've got minions in mid lane here for BTS as well. It's now 4 versus 5 without the AD carry. BTS, they may have done it. One fight into this next fight may be the end for Schalke.
There we go, the Unstoppable Onslaught. We can see there the flash from Tolerant gets himself a Magnet Storm, but he is deleted, sent home where he stands. BTS, they have the damage, they have the tanks, they have the front to back team fight. It's on Nuclear and Yappa to try and defend themselves, to try and keep them going, but Nuclear Inc is dead, as is Yappa. BTS get themselves the ace, and BTS find their first win in groups.
Creme Royale Oh, Beltis, that was so well done. It was grind after grind and a grueling game. But they do manage to come out on top. And after what had started as such a good beginning, I wanted them to do well. Getting that double kill in that bottom lane had spelled such good things for them. And to see just them getting picked apart little by little as Schalke played the map. But finally they're able to bring it back with those last few team fights.
Yeah, they really did set themselves up for success. And like you said, those last few picks, those last few team fights, they were quick, decisive. And we're going to down a little bit more after this quick break. We're going to go quickly to that, and then we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about how Real Betis were able to take that win.
Never thought I could love, I was down to the wire. You took me on by surprise, there was summer inside. Now I can think of a time that I wasn't sober. We're on a high life and the seasons don't mind. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter night. You always know where to go, where to spend our time together, don't mind. Wherever we are, we'll be fine. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter, December night, December night. You know what I like, do it once, do it twice. Heat up by the fire, December night, December night, December night, December night. I'm a throwback to summertime, drinking red cups and see the lights. And with a burning heat, we just fall asleep till the seasons change. You said I'll be your fire, I'll be your savior, I'll be your lighter, lighter, no, no. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter night. You always know where to go, where to spend our time together, don't mind. Wherever we are, we'll be fine. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter, December night, December night. You know what I like, do it once, do it twice. Heat up by the fire, December night, December night, December night, December night.
Four in the morning, checking your story, turning my eyes away.
Mina Falcha, Makarja, welcome back to EU Masters. We're going to talk about that last game that we just saw, and It was a grinder, it was a slower paced game, but it was Crème Real Betis who were able to come out with the win, and this is honestly such a great win for them coming into the kind of first round robin.
Yeah, and we talked about it, right? Fights rolling are going to look spectacular, and when you have Whiten playing out of his mind in the first 3 minutes of this game, getting that double kill set up on the bottom side of the map for Namex, it made things so much easier as this game started to go on for Real Betis, because it meant that when we got towards these fights, it had a little bit more wiggle room, a little bit more leeway, and Obsess wasn't able to get the ball rolling as heavily as he would have liked on this Skarner. And when we got towards these last few fights, it was very close. It was on the knife's edge, but at the very, very last minute, you could see Real Betis got the decisive team fights. They got the victories that they needed, and they turned the game back in their favor.
Yeah, and I'm glad that we're seeing this in the kind of highlight reel as well. Like, this game was super close. You had so many moments there where Schalke Evolution looked like they might be able to take it. It looked like, you know, Real Betis were maybe falling off a little bit, but small little mistakes that led to massive punishes. As you can see here, just good, clean, decisive team fighting. Pop down the Chaos Storm, pop down the Gravity Field, and you mentioned it in the chat, in the cast, that your carries on the side of Real Betis were just completely untouched, which just gave you so much more room to be able to set up all of these team fights and set yourself for success.
Yeah, and you can see the decisiveness there. Nuclear In takes one step too far forward, flash in on Udyr, you get Rubio coming in with the ultimate as well, and they just decimate that team fight, and it was so back and forth. You can see it there reflected on the goal graph. Big win and a big swing in gold for Schalke 04, but it was BTS who got it across the line.
BTS, this is, like we mentioned, a massive win for them, and honestly, if you're a BTXL fan, it's also a pretty big win for you, because yes, you went 0-2, but now the middle of the pack has kind of been blown wide open. You're now sitting with Schalke Evolution and of course Real Betis sitting both on 1-1, so you've got an opportunity there in Group D to maybe look to try and make a back-end run of this for a side of BTXL, but that means that your next game against Crème Real Betis is a must-win.
Yeah, and I mean, look, you'll be happy with BTXL because honestly, as you said, gives them a bit of a hope, but as Schalke 04, they would have loved to have been able to close that one out, but Spanish fans, of course, will be rejoicing that they can pick up one win and keep themselves just within touching distance of getting that second place.
Yeah, we can look at the schedule for today. Of course, we're going to have another Spanish flag flying as G2 Arctic take down a Go Rogue. That will be our last game of the day before we swap it over to Munchables and Ox, who will be bringing you the rest of the day's games. And we are going to start to see the first games of Group A as well, as Makers and Big is our final game of the day. I'm actually kind of hyped for that one, so plenty of European action to bring in here. And I gotta be honest, like, I'm so happy that that game came down to, you know, like you said, just like a small little mistake that was just heavily punished in favor of Real Betis, because it shows you the caliber of all these teams. It shows you how much this means to all these teams in terms of getting to the stage, is that you cannot make these mistakes, because if you do, you will just be hard punished for it.
Yeah, and that was the thing. Yeah, I mean, look, you're trying to make these early plays coming in as Obsessed, but because you've got flashes that are burnt in your bottom lane, because you've got a pickaxe already picked up on towards this Kaisa, Namex is free to kind of back away. He's keeping himself safe. It makes it so much more difficult for this Garner to have any sort of impact, and this is why these things are so important. And we highlighted coming into the day that if there was anyone that we wanted to see step up, it was Whiten making his way, we thought, to the mid lane, but he just said, nah, you know what, I'm going to take out a few steps here, I'm going to make these plays happen in the early stages, and the net big come in for BTS.
Yeah, and honestly, someone we didn't really highlight that much, but something I do want to talk about is LeBron. Like, LeBron going from random 5, you know, going from that team getting into the main group stages last year, going 0-6 in the main stage summer event, now coming in, has his first win in the main stage. It's got to feel really, really good. And this is a guy who went from like random 5, I believe he was an Intrepid Fox from the Greek League, like, and now finally finding a home here on, you know, Real Betis. He's a young jungler who's really starting to make waves throughout all these kind of, you know, maybe not the biggest ones. He's definitely not at the top of the list, but he's creeping up a little bit closer and closer every single year, and it's great to see him have some kind of success.
Yeah, I agree 100%, and especially off of these assassins that he kind of made his name for back in the Spanish league as well. Interesting to see how good he was on that Udyr, but I was really excited and delighted to see that we've got our performance coming in from the LVP, that Superliga performance.
Yeah, well, we're going to see how they do in their next game as the LVP third seed takes on the reigning EU Masters champions in our next game. But before that, we're going to send it to a quick break, so do not go anywhere.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, look me in the eye and tell me why this love ain't fair. All up in the tug of war, raging on inside. Do you even care if I care? And now I know how to let you go. If I had to choose, how could I refuse? I should take control every time you call. If I had to choose, I could only lose. 4 in the morning, checking your story, turning my eyes away. You still at a party, looking all naughty, got me up wide awake. 5 in the morning, you're drunk and you're calling, telling me you wanna stay. And I'm like, no, no, maybe yeah or no. No, no, maybe yeah or no. 4 in the morning, checking your story, turning my eyes away. You still at a party, looking all naughty, got me up wide awake. 5 in the morning, you're drunk and you're calling, telling me you wanna stay. And I'm like, no, no, maybe yeah or no. No, no, maybe yeah or no. I've been up and down, down and back again, trying to get you out my mind. I've been up and down, found myself again. I'm done with trying to make you mine. And now I know how to let you go. If I had to choose, how could I refuse? I should take control every time you call. If I had to choose, I could only lose. 4 in the morning, checking your story, turning my eyes away. You still at a party, looking all naughty, got me up wide awake. 5 in the morning, you're drunk and you're calling, telling me you wanna stay. And I'm like, no, no, maybe yeah or no. No, no, maybe yeah or no. 4 in the morning, checking your story, turning my eyes away. You still at a party, looking all naughty, got me up wide awake. 5 in the morning, you're drunk and you're calling, telling me you wanna stay. And I'm like, no, no, maybe yeah or no. No, no, maybe yeah or no. I did it. I did it. And I'm like, no, no, maybe yeah or no. No, no, maybe yeah or no. I did it. I did it. And I'm like, no, no, maybe yeah or no. No, no, maybe yeah or no.
Count that big bang.
We're back. We're going to be bringing you G2 Arctic versus a Go Rogue. And then, honestly, a Go Rogue reigning champions, the Ultra Liga just pumping out talent across the board. I believe we have the most representatives in the European Masters by Poland. So definitely a talent-making machine. But we got to just quickly talk about how a Go Rogue are suffering from success. 4 out of 5 of your winning team from 2020 EU Masters Summer end up getting picked up by LEC teams, and then you have to completely rebuild your roster. Of course, Woolite went off to miss his premiere in the LFL as well, but completely rebuild your roster. You go 12-2 in the regular split. You end up winning the playoffs as well. These guys just feel like they can't be stopped.
Yeah, I mean, when you got Shigenda, Chekolad, Zanzara all heading off into LEC teams, and even Trimby as well making it to the LEC finals, like, this was a powerhouse of a team. And then they scrapped the team and said, oh yeah, let's just reverse it. Let's just do it again. And they come back and get first in the Ultra League again. I know Ox and Bunch were kind of highlighting this yesterday, but it is a story to behold. And even now coming back with some well-known names like Crest in the mid lane, who was Sencooks back in the day, obviously having a lot of plays coming through in the LEC, EULCS, even making it to the world stage in 2016 as well. Like, there is so much talent that is coming from that Ultra Liga spot.
Yeah, and again, this is something, when we talk about kind of talented leagues, we talk about, the LFL, the DOC, the LVP Superliga, but Ultraliga has been slowly but surely just churning out talent after talent after talent, and finally got their maiden win, EU Masters in 2020 summer. So now, can they retain that title, bring that back to the Ultraliga? It's going to be the question as we jump into picks and bans. G2 Arctic getting rid of the Thresh, the Tam Kench, and the Oriana, so Tot, if you want to read it like that, and the Jinx and the Tristana band away here for a Go Rogue.
I'm interested to see how Go Rogue go for this draft, because I feel like Go Rogue are one of the best teams we have and playing around the early priority that comes from their lanes. Like, they're really good at getting these early invades off for Lurox, trying to play around early Scuttles, early Dragons, and this is where they start to get a lot of their advantages. And if they can snowball that into success, that's amazing, but they do tend to take a much slower pace in the mid game. So if I'm looking across at G2 Arctic, it's about trying to see if I can punish in this mid game and try and run away with the game in that respect. And already we can see going for this Kai'Sa that offers a hell of a lot of damage off of those 1 to 2 items. So we'll see if G2 Arctic now, with the heavy priority that's been put onto the bans towards AD carries, can run away with this Kai'Sa.
Yep, bans towards AD carries. Of course, those bans towards the support as well. So G2 Arctic prioritizing the Kai'Sa. You can see a Go Rogue in turn prioritizing their jungle and support. So they're able to kind of get that horsepower, combination going for them. But something that has slipped through the picks and bans is that Nocturne. And that's a nice little bit of global pressure that they might be able to use for G2 Arctic.
Yeah, a lot of flexibility in the draft as well. So when I look towards Oscurin in that top lane, he very much likes to play his carry picks. He likes to have something that can counter his opponent and try and win 1v1. Like, leave him on an island, he'll just beat them out. So I think this is a really interesting matchup against Simivac in that top lane, who is also someone who loves to play these carries. Like, the most banned against both these teams is the Camille. Like, both these guys love it in the top lane, and I'm curious to see now as this starts to go on if Simivac is hovering on that red side going for that late game counter pick, or if we're going to see him just go towards something like the Gnar. He kind of leaves that counter pick towards Crest in that mid lane instead, and maybe that's where Go Rogue want to put their eggs.
We'll see what they want to go for. Go Rogue do pick up the Zayas. It's going to be Zaya Rel versus the Kai'Sa Alistair, and the Nocturne is a bit of a flex, but you've pretty much got your solo lanes left for a Go Rogue to kind of go through. The Gangplank and the Galio, the two GGs knocked out here in the first round of bans, and the Twisted Fate as well. So you can see the general feel here from a Go Rogue. Get rid of the globals, get rid of things that can combo with this Nocturne and create unfair skirmish advantages.
And I love this because we were talking about this before the game. Frescowy for me is the big point of contention here for G2 Arctic. He's really good at understanding the map, where he needs to roam, and trying to play towards both of his side lanes. And by shutting down that map pressure, both with the Twisted Fate and the Galio, it makes it a little bit easier to control him in that mid lane, and it will give a nice 1v1 up against our 4 Crest in this mid lane as well. So I think this is where, at least for Rogue, I want to see them power through this mid lane, have Pirka roam up here, making sure that you're keeping Frescowy in check. Otherwise, he could pop off on something like an Akali.
Yeah, you go take the blind Syndra, still very powerful. Of course, we did see Verdant Barrier taking a couple of nerfs 2 or so patches ago, but the Akali, a lot of different changes came into her for 11.6, and definitely something that can just 100% delete anybody on your team if you let it run wild.
Yeah, it is something though that gives up priority in the mid lane, but can do relatively well into the matchup. She has that Shroud to make sure that she can stay safe from the potential burst from the Syndra, but it does give full control of that mid lane towards Go Rogue. And when we talked about, hey, this team is really, really good at using that early lane priority, especially through Crest in that mid lane, this speaks to the strengths of the Ultraliga team. So I'm excited to see what they can do. And now we're going to get to see that Wukong into the Gnar matchup. Now, I'm actually not the biggest fan of this matchup. I've seen it a couple times in the EU, especially in the regional leagues. You end up losing quite a bit. I've seen it not work out so hot. I'm a bigger fan of going towards something like a J scenario, but if Simivac can work as this kind of dive composition alongside the Hecarim, alongside the Rel, it can work wonders, but it can be very, very volatile matchup in that top lane.
Yeah, I think this is kind of going to be a battle of the top side, as you say. Vroskurin and Simivac is just who can get those advantages, who can make the first rotation, and who can get themselves to become more of a team fight, kind of, you know, oriented dive buddy, if you will, with the rest of their team. You know, I look at G2 Arctic, I see the Nocturne jumping in with the Alistair, jumping in with the Gnar. That's a lot, and then even the Akali as well, to an extent, to try and just find somebody to kill. But Ego Rogue kind of want to do the same. They've got the Wukong, the Hecarim, the Rel. They want to be able to jump on the backside as well and create havoc towards these back liners, and it's going to be a kind of a pull and a push, and it's going to be more, I feel like it's either going to be a pop-off moment for someone or maybe a slight mistake that's going to be the difference between these two teams.
Yeah, at least when I look towards the backline coming through from Ego Rogue, you've got the Xayah that can keep herself relatively safe. Same when you look over actually at the Kai'Sa here for Supa as well, has their own sort of self-heal as well with the Killer Instinct. So it really will come down to Crest trying to keep himself safe, because as Fresowski, I will butcher that name every time, I'm so sorry. For Scowie, it is going to be about try to play in towards those backline dives as well, using the Shroud to just be a nuisance for as long as possible. And if you manage to get going on this Akali, we have seen how terrifying of a pick this can be.
For Scary dropping the JDG, appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah, I've seen
probably not, almost certainly not for
they
us,
don't
but
know. Yeah, I know. I've seen a lot of they don't know. Chat, I don't know, but I don't think I want to know as well. So we're just going to move quickly on from that. I'm looking though where we're going to see Rogue start here, because it looks like at least Lurox having chasing Kodo out. We'll probably start on this top side, look to try and move down towards this bottom lane. And again, I'm curious to see how Crest plays this. Crest has been so good at like investing a whole bunch of mana and trading really effectively in these early stages to give a bunch of time and a bunch of space towards Lurox on these early clears. And I wouldn't be surprised, especially in this Akali Syndra matchup, to see Crest having a really big impact on these early scuttles and the way this early game is being crafted by Rogue.
I'm actually curious to see as well how a Go Rogue really do take on this kind of game, because yesterday they got the win against Supa, but they were slow to get going. It was a long kind of slugfest of them, kind of, you know, a little bit of luck, a little bit of RNG, and you know, kind of just generally being the kind of better players on the day. But there was a very real world where they could have lost that game. And you know, as the Ultra Liga #1, the reigning champions for EUM, that is not the start you would be expecting from them. And I'm curious to see if they're able to kind of, you know, if it's just a slow gear start and they start moving them up here. And this will be a little bit of a better tell to see how we should be expecting this team to progress throughout the tournament.
I think the big thing for me when I look towards Rogue is just how slow-paced their mid-game is. There's a lot of times where I feel like they could try and punish their opponents through their lane assignments and managing those wave states better on the side lane. And especially when it comes towards Simonvac, he can oftentimes get it caught out in the side lane, either overextending or holding on to a tower, not respecting a potential dive. So I think that's where a lot of the issues came from Rogue yesterday. We saw it in the Ultra League finals as well. So if G2 Arctic are able to punish that, I think they can do a lot. It is a case though of how well they'll be able to play through these side lanes, and if Askarnanen with this Gnar pick can bully Simonvac and actually lend itself towards playing out these side lanes where Rogue are weakest.
Very curious there. G2 Arctic setting their bot lane after getting the first push right up towards that mid lane to see if they could maybe find some kind of, you know, kind of advantage there for themselves, but not really finding any purchase and just get themselves out. They don't lose anything because of it, and you can see there that Crest is, of course, used to be known as Senkooks, and just kind of, you know, really doing well to push in this Akali. It is to be expected. Akali definitely more of a dueler than a farmer right now. Doesn't really have the same kind of, you know, energy clear, as you say, to get onto those waves as quick as possible, but should still be a major threat when we get to that level 6 and beyond kind of part with that perfect execution.
Yeah, her late game got a lot stronger after 11-6, and you'd be looking to try and abuse that, but certainly in the early stages, she just kind of takes the beating. She's like, cool, fleet footwork, I'm just going to try and clear these waves, farm it up to the later point, and then actually become a menace in these side lanes. And that's kind of the way G2 Arctic are looking to play right now, right? You've got Askarnanen on this Gnar, who can bully out Simonvac. You're going to have for Scowie, who's going to be able to have this big pressure in the side lane as well. And when you get to that stage, Kodo just sits between the two of you. He's like, cool, at any point in time, I can go left, I can go right. Rogue, what are you going to do to stop me? I'm a bloody Nocturne.
Yeah, he just goes forward. That's kind of his thing. It's kind of what he does very, very well as he gets hit with his paranoia. But we'll see if they're able to make it work. But Go Rogue are going to use these early lane advantages. You can see there with the Rel roaming in towards the mid lane, able to kind of create a priority, get in, try and get some deep vision. But now Lorax is towards this top side. Do they want to try and maybe go for something? Trying to bait in with the Wukong. Not quite level 6 though on either side. So still waiting for that big kind of, CC train to come in. And speaking of that, we are going to see him maybe force the flash away here. Not going to need to, as his hop is just enough. Lorax going to be able to push in that wave, and they'll be able to keep an advantage in this top side.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Oscarnanen when I've been watching the G2 Arctic games. He really does seem to understand the lane state and how to try and play out against his opponents. And when you're in a tournament that's as stacked as it is right now with top lane talent, you really need to keep your cool. And you can see there, not burning that flash, ready for everything that's being tossed at him. And when Oscarnanen kind of gets left on his lonesome in this top lane, if he's drawing pressure from Lurox, it gives the opportunity for Kodo to go for these invades. And this is something Kodo loves to do. He loves to get into the opponent's side of the jungle, loves to steal away camps, sometimes even to his detriment. So at least now, because you've seen Lurox on top lane, he's actually able to make these work.
Able to make them go for him. As we see double Dorans in this top side, but a side of boots for Oscarin, as he's just trying to keep himself and survive and make sure he doesn't get got dove anymore, as you do have a Sheen now for Simivac, so he's going to have a lot of that kind of burst potential. Dragon being started here by Lorax. They have got the pressure in the bot side, and this should be a pretty easy take. Still waiting on the level 6 to come out from Koldo, so he's not going to have the paranoia to go cross map, and that is going to be a first and easy objective here for Go Rogue.
I want to see what the answer is from Kodo, though. He's still only level 5, doesn't have access to level 6, but could try and steal away this top side camps and then look for the play, or Oscurin already setting up Simivac.
Oh, they're going to go in. You can see the Cyclone is going to be used. So it has the second activation on a flash forward. Oh, Oscurin is dead, and that was beautifully set up here by a Go Rogue's top laner. Nicely done there. Turns a 2v1 into a winning situation. Beautifully played.
The Sheen doing so much work, the ultimate from Wukong not being respected, and Oscarinanen goes down. What a magnificent play from Simivac. We're going to get a replay of this. So it looks like such a good start to begin with, right? You're taking incredibly low. You've got Koldo here, but look how much damage Oscarinanen takes from the tower. Look how much he's able to be set up again from that second activation of the ult. It is so well done by Rogue's top laner.
And again, game of inches. Koldo does not land the Dustbringer. He does not get an extra little bit of damage down, and that does mean that Simivac is able to keep himself alive. He's able to get himself underneath his tower again, and just a fantastic passage of play there from the Go Rogue topside. As we can see, Simivac is a little bit of trouble here. He doesn't have his decoy just yet. Nope, you can't get away with that one, my friend. There is a big word in that bush, and that is a after singing his praises, we caster curse him sadly, and he does go down in effectively a 1v2 of his own.
Yeah, and this is sometimes what just happens with Simivac, where he has these really good moments. He's a really strong carry, but sometimes brain AFK, and that's one of those moments where he just tries to stick around too long. He needed Lurox to stick there as well with them to shove in that lane, or to give it up. And because Lurox didn't stay with them to actually shove that in, it gives the opportunity for Oscarinanen to actually be able to pick up that kill. So 1 for 1 now in this top lane. You still got the CS advantage coming in for Oscarinanen, and suddenly the lane that looked like it might have been able to turn a little bit in favor of the Wukong is now still back in favor of this now.
Oh, Paranoia going to be used here. Going to have the Onslaught of Shadows to negate it, as the Rift Herald is now the next port of call. Perfect execution down on top of the Syndra, but that is not going to have any kind of effect. Now you're caught in no man's land, but a great flash there from the Akali does keep her safe. Gets herself out of dodge, but used a lot of cooldowns just to try and keep herself alive.
Yeah, a bit of a record scratch moment from Freskowski, where he's like, how did I get here? I don't really know, but he just manages to escape away from that. I mean, it ends up coming out clutch. You do manage to get away. At least you get the Onslaught of Shadows out from Lurox, but still no real pressure gained, or, well, really lost in that grand scheme of things. Caldo still going to be up here to be able to start up this Rift Herald off of the pressure that Askarnanen has on that top side, and Frescowi would be able to move in towards this mid lane once again and still be there to help out in case anything goes astray.
Yeah, I like that moment where he goes in and it's just like, it was at this moment Frescowi knew he messed up. So gets himself out. Wasn't the worst, obviously. It wasn't the worst situation to be ending up in. Gets himself out, just has to expend his flash, so will not have that for any potential skirmishes that he has. And this is where we start to see now where these teams want to try and focus down. You've got the Rift Herald here in the back pocket for G2 Arctic. Caldo will be looking to maybe get something off with the Paranoia. If he's able to get a kill, lead that into a turret take, that could just be an acceleration there for the side of G2 Arctic. But Agoro, they've got a lot of ways of dealing with this kind of, as you said, the dive front. You know, you got to deal with the Cyclone, you got to deal with the Rel. As I say that, Askarnanen going to get jumped on. He has jumped over the wall. There's going to be 3 people here. Straight away just gets himself the TP out, and that's it. That's all that's the route.
It's a lot that's committed to that top side though, right? The TP committed, you're giving a little bit of free time over towards Frescowi. Then he gets the move down towards this bottom side, but unfortunately, Ephius has not got the memo. He's actually backing away, so won't be able to follow up on the potential roam that Frescowi was going for. But honestly, with Rogue's bot lane backing off too, you're not going to get too much. Now, 40 seconds until this dragon. I still am not 100% certain if you can really go for this as G2 Arctic. You haven't got any items onto this Akali. Trying to dive onto the backline is going to be really tough. You don't have the TPs fully up and available for your top laners either right now. I think again, you just try and give this unless you can make some pick happen beforehand for G2 Arctic. And I think that's why we're seeing Ephius now moving up into this top side. They're going to see if they can make a play on towards Crest in the mid lane.
Yeah, I've got a flash here for the Rel, so the option to flash forward with the Magnet Storm and get the Attack Repel down as well is a very real threat here against G2 Arctic, and Agorog will be very aware of that. So you can see now with the dragon spawning, Agorog just pushed themselves and their vision into this top side of their bot side of the jungle, and they're probably, like you said, going to be able to take this one. You can see on the minimap Koldo up towards this top side with the Rift Herald. They're just going to give it up, get money and gold onto this Gnar, get power now versus power later as the dragons start to stack in favor of Agorog.
But this is the thing, right? You can see why I'm not the biggest fan of this Wukong Gnar matchup. Gnar is still able to abuse this matchup pretty effectively pre-level 6, and with the amount of gold that you're able to get as Gnar in this matchup, plus now you get that Rift Herald gold in there as well for that value, it's now Askarnanen running away with this matchup. And yes, Simonovac can bring a lot to these team fights, but if you end up playing through sidelines here as G2 Arctic, well, winning Gnar Wukong, winning Akali over the Syndra, you don't really have an opportunity to play this as well.
Again, something that we saw yesterday, the kind of slow kind of, ramp up here for a Go-Rogue, relying on just, kind of mechanics and getting themselves to a better spot, kind of saying, look, we're just outright better players is going to become harder and harder as they kind of, run through the quote-unquote difficulty meter, if you will. You start, oh, no one saw that Askarnanen, don't worry about it. But, you start to run through, you started off with Sup Up, yes, you took that win, now you're against a slightly harder team, in theory, in G2 Arctic, then you go up against Misfits Premier, like you're ramping up the difficulty meter a little bit and a little bit more. So for a Go-Rogue, they need to be able to show the world and show the rest of Europe at least that they can go toe-to-toe with everybody, and they still are, kind of considered favorites coming into this, tournament.
And it seems like the way that they want to do that in this game is by playing around these dragons, right? They still have a very clear win con here. Like, this is not all doom and gloom. You can go and play around this third dragon that's going to be up in 3.5 minutes time. Fight with Looker, fight with Crest, who's going to be in a reasonably strong spot. Simonovac would have completed his first mythic item as well. And at that point, you're in a really, really good spot. Like, the Divine Sunder for the Wukong, you're going to have potentially the Everfrost actually coming in here as well for Crest. I think you're fine. I think you can go for a lot. It's more so though if you can actually stop G2 Arctic from getting down these side turrets, stop them from taking over this game, and getting full tempo advantage over Rogue.
Again, we're going to see a lot of this ping-ponging back and forwards and throughout the waves as we actually see, Looker. Yeah, we're going to see the Rel come back, make sure that his Xayah gets himself out very, very safely. Divine Sunderer finished up, like you mentioned there, for Simonovac, so Again, looking to see what, G2 Arctic can make for themselves. They are going to maybe look for that fight in 2 minutes 45 seconds. And again, the ping pong is just going to be back and forward throughout the map. It's, it's still an advantage here in the top side there for G2 Arctic. They're going to have the longer lane in their favor. And that's going to have to be paid respect here from a Go Rogue. As we see now, a Go Rogue maybe looking for something onto this pick. And ooh, just a slight bit too late. Could have found a pick there on the Coldo.
Yeah, I'm realizing just as I was talking about Cress's items that because he's got the tier, he's probably not going for the Everfrost. I actually would have preferred the Everfrost build here. I think because you've got so much dive potential coming in from G2 Arctic, having that safety with the Everfrost to buy a bit of space for yourself is going to do really well. And even if you find yourself in a side lane scenario against Frascawi, it stops the opportunity of Akali going for this sort of dive potential, because you can lock her up underneath the tower and do a lot of harm to this Akali. So I think I would have preferred to see the Everfrost, but it does mean that Crest, when we get towards these later fights where Rogue are trying to play towards, the burst potential that can come out from the likes of the Luden's Tempest, which I imagine is the build he's actually going for here, will do a lot of work.
To wait and see. Everyone just kind of waiting, basically, kicking up waves, getting themselves their first items. You see the Luden's Tempest there, as you mentioned, being picked up here by Crest, not going towards that Everfrost, but instead going for the pure burst. You actually have the Gale Force now for Looker, so he's going pure, basically safety, able to keep himself alive as long as possible. He's even got the exhaust in the back pocket, so even if someone like Coldo gets on top of him, he should be able to keep himself alive with the million amount of escapes and combat summoners he has available to him. But on the other side, it's definitely not something you could be, kind of like taking for granted right now. You've got yourself the Steinberg. Oh, TP is going to be coming in. It's going to be a 4v4 right now. It might be a 5v4 in a very short future. The Onslaught Shadow comes down and lands onto 3 people. They get the knock-up, though, and the attack repel will be enough to take down Ephius. That's going to be the first kill of this fight. Second kill, Nocturne goes down. Third, this is all Rogue all the time. They lose 1, but they gain 3 just before Dragon spawns. There will still be time for people to reset and come back in, but they get themselves bot turret, or at least the lane in their favor in bot lane.
This is exactly what Rogue needed to do. He just said, hey, look, the worst thing that can happen for Rogue is if G2 Arctic get full tempo advantage and they're in control of the map. By going for this double TP play, they get the fight, which is where they're stronger, and they're able to stop these side lane turrets from going down, dissuading any of these advantages where you can create these long range, or these long lanes where G2 can play around. And it's just such a good start here from Simmonback. Flashes past the Alistair, who's trying to play bodyguard, into the Cyclone, and so much follow-up coming through so nicely. They're trying to dissuade the follow-up engage from Coldo there. Pops down the Paranoia, but it's too little too late. Everything has already been thrown in by Rogue. They know exactly where you are. They've already killed off multiple members, and it's a great fight for Rogue.
Great fight for them, but sadly, because it was a little bit too early, they do not gain themselves their third Drake, so it is going to be G2 Arctic picking up their first of the game. It is going to be a Cloud Rift. They might be able to get those ones stacking, and this is something where I'm kind of thinking, the Cloud Soul, or even, just kind of 2 or 3 Cloud stacks is going to be very, very helpful for G2 Arctic. They've got a lot of, ultimates they would love to have as quick as possible in all these different fights. As you can see there now, everyone is kind of congregating around this mid lane, trying to gain some kind of a semblance of pressure, as the next objective is probably going to be that Rift Herald.
Yeah, and you can see that that's why Oscarnanen is in this top side, right? If you're G2 Arctic, you're trying to play around your strong lane, well, that's got to be this Gnar. He's 2 kills, he's got 150 gold bounty, he's going to shove in this side lane, be able to back away over towards Coldo, and try to play this through the Gnar. When you get this Rift Herald, plonk it in mid, crack open that turret, and then you can shift Oscarnanen to the bot side, have him take that last remaining outer turret, and you can start to ramp up this game as G2 Arctic. But for Rogue, you can see they're trying to do the same, right? They're like, look, we're not going to be able to contest for this top lane. We're going to try and push these lanes out, give ourselves control of the map, and see if we can make these picks and fights happen in this mid and in the enemy jungle.
See what they want to do. Again, probably not going to see many fights unless it's a grounded objective. That's where your compositions do generally shine the most, especially if you're on a Go Rogue. But Rift Herald was taken. is going to be in favor of G2 Arctic. They back themselves away, and let's see what they're able to do with it. See if they take your stallion advice, if you will, for working towards that mid lane. Try and open up this map a little bit more and create more darkness. But on the other side of Go Rogue, they have ways of creating picks. They have ways of getting back, control of this tempo in this game. And the gold is only about 300 or 400 ahead in favor of G2 Arctic. It's definitely not an insurmountable lead, and you still have those 2 dragon stacks here for Go Rogue.
There's the bottom lane structure going down to Frescowy though, and I actually think you've missed your opportunity here as G2 Arctic to use this Herald mid. When Xayah showed top, I think that was the perfect time, but now Askarnan, he's in no man's land on this top side. He tried to move up to grab the wave, but you've got no support from G2 Arctic, so the wave is going down, the turret's going down, and, well, Rogue are going to be able to get this. Or are they actually? Looks like they're playing very cautious here. So
yeah,
this is actually what I was talking about with Rogue.
Globals, you have to be.
Well, this is what I was talking about with Rogue, right? Is that oftentimes they end up not really realizing how far forward they can go. Like Nocturne had just reset, he was in that bot side jungle. You could have just forced Lurex into that jungle, being able to have Oscar force back, and you could have got that top lane structure, but they play a very, very safe, very defensive mid game, and sometimes they just don't have the bloodlust or the firepower that they need to just get those objectives and force back their opponents.
As I said, playing maybe a little bit too respectfully to the Nocturne and Kai'Sa semi-globals, you could almost say. See a scatter of the week here onto the Alistair. Still not quite the tankiest boy when he doesn't have his ultimate off on him. So minute 30 now until this dragon spawns. That mid lane turret did eventually go down. Shelly got a nice headbutt onto that one there. So that's going to be all 3 outer turrets now taken down by G2 Arctic. They've opened up that map a little bit more. And where do they want to try and push this advantage? They've got TPs coming up here for the Akali and for the Nars. They should be able to kind of send them off into side lanes, get them to pick up all these waves, create that level of pressure that you talked about, and make sure that they're keeping a Go-Ro on their toes.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for them right now is trying to get the top lane shoved in. As you can see there, it offers the opportunity for Scowy to come across, and if you're burning TPs off of Rogue for this dragon, that makes it so much easier for you to control this side lane pressure. Askarnan pushing in the spot side as well, he's going to have full control there, and means that he's able to potentially look for these nice flank angles and work with Kodo to pressure the backline of Rogue as we move in towards this dragon. But you can see with the reset timers coming in from Rogue, they're probably not looking to fight this. They're more looking to get control of these side lanes as they realize, hey, look, if we actually let these waves get pushed in fully, G2 Arctic get control of our jungle, we're in a disastrous spot.
Yeah, we'll see what G2 Arctic are able to do. 16 seconds till this dragon spawns, and there's some good vision here for G2 Arctic. Just kind of nice deep vision set up around the entrances of this jungle. Should be a pretty easy take for them, and with Simivac just staying up on that top side. Yes, he has TP, but I don't really feel like it's going to be necessary for him to have to go for this dragon. So it's going to be answered here by the Akali, and then everyone's going to back themselves away. So 2 dragons apiece, but you've traded it for gold into the back pockets of a Go Rogue.
I'm curious to see now how Rogue try and play this, because I feel like you can shove in here Simonvac, maybe try and group towards mid again, try and make some sort of play happen, but with the bot lane not really in position, it becomes a little bit more difficult for them to group en masse in towards this mid lane. So at the moment, Rogue just going to start playing a little bit of ping pong as they try and wait for these next objectives to come up that force G2 Arctic again to try and fight them.
We're going to have a little bit of a lull. No one's really going to be finding themselves out, and I hope as a caster curse as we come into this, but for G2 Arctic,
that's why you try to caster curse them to fight.
Yeah,
give me action. This isn't the LPL anymore, Rashid. You can't have this.
But just kind of more down to the kind of like the nuances or the kind of the EU Masters as a whole. You look at the kind of history of the LVP, the Spanish teams as such, and they won it back in 2018 summer, and I think then they had the Vodafone Giants in 2019 summer finals. But since then, it's been kind of a bit of a dry moment for them, and they really do want to try and get back up to the higher echelons. As I say, say that, excuse me, they're all top of them on this mid lane turret. The TP is going to be cancelled. Flash forward though with the Wukong and the Onslaught of Shadows. This is the paranoia to try and dissuade people as a Go Rogue are not able to kill anyone off, but they will not lose anybody. They get the turret, they get themselves out, nobody dies, and they burn a hell of a lot of summoners off the Supa.
It was so close to working though. I really like the idea. We just kind of mentioned it, like try and unmask, go towards this mid lane. Now they're not quite able to get the pressure down to actually get a kill, but they do stop Frescowi from pushing in this top side. They get the tower in mid. They're battling back every step of the way and just not giving G2 Arctic the opportunity to get control of the map in the manner that they want. So now again, G2 Arctic, they tried to rinse and repeat what they did before. Get some deep vision in, trying to open up the opportunity for Oscarnanen to play through bot side, for Scout to play through that top one. But unfortunately for them, Rogue have been doing a great job of clearing out this vision every time they come off their own resets. And it means that Oscarnanen and Frescowi can't push up as aggressive as they'd like.
Quick look at the items as we run down. Coming up to 25 minutes into this game, you can see the Deadman played alongside the Stridebreaker here for the Gnar. You've of course got the Stridebreaker for the Nocturne, but two items here for the Akali. You've got the Riftmaker and the Zhonya, so a lot of survivability even if you do get caught. And both, on the other side as well, the Zhonya's as well for the Syndra. So for Crest, it's just, again, another situation where even if you do catch them out, you do have that survivability. But it's all about that burst damage, all about how you can find yourself into these fights. And with these, mid laners and AD carries getting up to those three items, getting up to the point of which they will just delete anybody on the map, you have to start respecting them and you have to start thinking about how you take these fights. And as I say that, Lurx goes in with the Onslaught of Shadows to start a fight of his own with the Attack Repel and the Magnet Storm to keep the Alistair in tow, but they've got them on the back line as well. Looker is actually the one who takes out the Alistair and he gets himself a shutdown onto the Gnar as well. It's 2 quick kills and Baron could be on the menu.
That's definitely Baron on the menu for Rogue. They smell blood in the water, get the pick, get the play, and now they can get this Baron 3 versus 5. There's not a hope as G2 Arctic can hold on to this. Maybe by some miracle, Kodo can look for a steal, but it ain't looking likely. Actually, looks like Rogue aren't going to commit to this.
Go for it.
I'm really surprised. I mean, you've got so much damage coming through from Looker right now. Same when you look at Simonvac. Lurox does a heap as well, and as we said, 3 versus 5. You could have gone for this.
Oh, speaking of could have gone for something, we are going to see them now committing up to this top side. It's going to be the Akali fighting off the start of the fight to get the fear down, the perfect execution, but Sivamac is still very, very tanky, and they have a lot of ways of keeping him alive. It's actually Koldo who goes down first, and Sivamac survives despite 2 assassins on his back. Shut down as well onto the Kai'Sa, flash by the Akali, and oh no, G2 Arctic, it's all gone wrong. They tried to make the pick, they tried to find an advantage, but it's a Go Rogue who punish hard and get themselves 3 quick kills, and now they're gonna look for the Baron.
But they could have just gone for the Baron originally. Now Lurox is kind of low now. Luckily Koldo obviously gone down, so they're not going to be able to go for that, but it still nets Rogue the kills. They will be able to turn towards the Baron, and at least in the end of things, this is where now G2 Arctic are going to struggle, because as you can see, the team fights are going for Rogue favored. And when you've got the Baron, you're not going to be able to play these side lanes as much as you want to as G2 Arctic. And now Rogue can look to find the pressure that they want on the map, start to push in onto these inner turrets, and make it really difficult for G2 Arctic to operate.
And they're trying to get themselves back onto the map, but it is going to be 3rd Dragon for G2 Arctic. That's going to be the 3rd Cloud Soul, so they will put themselves onto Cloud Soul Point. And that means they are 1 away from setting up that Elder Drake for it as well. As we said, it's not the most impactful dragon, but it is very, very nice, especially for someone like an Akali or even a Nocturne, to be able to have those ultimates up as often as possible. The extra ability haste is very, very nice to have, but with this Baron, what can you do now as a Go Rogue? You have 3 items on both your carries. You're getting yourself a 3rd item for the Wukong. You are in the driver's seat. I want to see them be definitive. I want to see them take the reins here and push themselves towards those inhibitors.
I will also say for G2 Arctic, the Soul is actually really impactful. Like, pretty much across the board. Maybe Oscarnan doesn't get as much out of it, but everyone else does a lot of work with the extra move speed that comes with that Soul. So, I definitely think it's a big one for G2 Arctic, but they may not get the chance. Like, turret's already going down for Rogue, who are starting to push on towards this base.
I've got a huge wave stacked up. Still have a can of minions. Actually going to be very difficult for the side of G2 Arctic to kill this one. You can see the only real long-range wave clear they have is that Dustbringer and the odd Void Seeker, so not really the ideal targets to be able, or the ideal abilities to be able to take this one down. And that's going to be the turret falling pretty damn easily. Yes, you've got the Meganar available to you, but very, very difficult to find anything going for you. You can see there that Alistair just trying to hover himself off to the side. Good scat of the week just off the Meganar from really going for any last-ditch effort. And that's going to be the top lane inhibitor broken open now in favor of a Go Rogue.
And you can see Calder had already given up, right? He moves mid, he just wants to push out that wave, stop anything else from going down, because Rogue, they've only got a minute left on this Baron, no real waves in order, but it's still cracking up in that top lane, makes it a lot easier in 3 minutes time when this dragon comes up, puts a real thorn in the side of G2 Arctic, because Rogue again just bullying through with this team fighting composition and making sure that they're able to abuse the short range of G2 Arctic, as you pointed out, Penguin, when it comes towards sieges.
You got a 5,000 gold lead, 5.5 or thereabouts for the side of a Go Rogue. And again, it's been slow, it's been tempered, it's been capitalization on escape. Thank you so much, observers. You can see where it's all kind of spread out. 2,000 gold advantage for this Xayah, a 2,000 gold advantage for this Syndra. And again, this is where you're kind of looking to go for it, but we're seeing an onslaught of shadows into that mid lane, and that's your tank gone. He's deleted. There's nothing you can do, and that was just a straight up 3v1.
That was an overextension from Oscarnan. Gets caught out, no right to be there. This is Rogue territory now. You don't belong here, G2 Arctic. This is the defending champions. How dare you stand for?
Here we go. They're going to try and make their last stand, though, as we can see them going with the Akali. They do drop the Paranoia as well, but he does not commit to the full fight now. You can see the Wukong jumping onto the backside, trying to get as much work done as he possibly can. It is going to be no one else falling, but except the mid lane turret and inhibitor is going to drop, and that is 2 waves of super minions in favor of a Go Rogue. Like you mentioned, the reigning champions, the Ultra Liga champions as well, coming in and finally looking strong in this game.
And it's this point in the game where Rogue are monsters. And I don't even mean this game specifically, I even mean back in the Ultra Liga. Once we kind of crest that 25-minute mark, when we get to that kind of later portion of the game, this is where they really come online. Their team fighting is absolutely spectacular. They understand how to use these more late game oriented compositions as well. When you look towards like the likes of the Xayah in this composition, like they are so good at playing around what their win condition is at this stage, and you're seeing it already. Like they instantly get Baron, they abuse the fact that they've got the range advantage, and now when we look towards this dragon in a minute's time, it feels like they're able to nab that one, no problems whatsoever, and just keep up this pressure against G2 Arctic.
And this is what I wanted to know. This is what I wanted to see from, a Go Rogue. Is that, was the first game just a little bit of, tournament jitters, get yourself back on the horse and ramp yourself up? From this particular one, yes. Is it a slow game? Absolutely. But it feels controlled. It feels tempered. And it feels like a Go Rogue are just punishing every small little mistake that G2 Arctic put forward.
Sup, Super? How you doing there, buddy? It doesn't look like it's going great for you as Crest manages to just put you in the dirt. And with that pick, that could be the end.
You've no wave clear. You've absolutely nothing. The Paranoia is going to be popped here. You've Meganar, but it's just about the time out. You can see him trying to use the movement speeds. They jump straight in on top of this, but he gets stunned up with the Attract Repel, and the feathers fly. The exhaust means that Kolda can do nothing. The Akali's stuck in her shroud, and with the Cyclone and the Onslaught of Shadows still available, they're able to get on top of absolutely everybody. They are going to find the kills. They are going to find the Nexus turrets. They will find the win, and a Go Rogue going 2-0 in their group.
I mean, look, the defense is trying to come through, but it's not going to be enough. They're padding the stats, they're padding the KDA as the Nexus does go down, and the defending champions 2-0 in their group.
And that's exactly what we wanted to see. This is the kind of thing that we talk about, and we, when we set expectations, we talk about tournament favorites, and it's very hard to get relative, kind of gauge of power because, Carmine Corp play in the LFL, a Go Rogue play in the Ultraliga. We don't really know how they're going to face against each other until they face against each other. But it feels like, someone like a Go Rogue is just pumping out this talent, pushing through, getting themselves into advantages, and really starting to now, still very early on, but ramping themselves up into this tournament. That game was controlled, it was tempered, it was clean.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when you get 4 members that move on to LEC and then you've got to reshape your entire roster, you still come out first in Ultraliga. It speaks volumes to the organization. It speaks volumes to the talent that is on this team. And honestly, it speaks volumes to how far we're expecting a Go Rogue to move on in this tournament.
Yeah, it honestly feels like that's kind of what we expected, and they are delivering in this game. It's unfortunate for G2 Arctic. They will fall. It means they go 0-2 in the group, but hey, they still got 4 games left. It's still another side of the double round robin, but we're going to send it to a quick break before we break any more of this game down. We're going to send it to that, and then when we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about a Go Rogue.
I was driving late to feel the current running from your lane. I got no brakes, so keep the voltage flowing in my veins, my veins. Ooh, and I'm falling through flickering lights. I'm falling through flickering lights, yeah. Good things always happen after. We hide in summer, come alive at night. We stole the colors down on Ocean Drive. If you want it, then we'll take it sweet louder, louder, see it louder. If you want it, then we'll take it and repeat it louder. 'Cause time's on our side. My heart's electric. I feel the magnets pulling me your way, your way. I need the static when we touch. The time goes slowly, slowly. Whoa, and I'm falling through flickering lights. I'm falling through flickering lights, yeah. Good things always happen after. We hide in summer, come alive at night. We stole the colors down on Ocean Drive. We hide in summer, come alive at night. We stole the colors down on Ocean Drive. If you want it, then we'll take it sweet louder, louder, see it louder. If you want it, then we'll take it and repeat it louder.
We're back. I'm Penguin. This is Dagda. The echoes of Medic saying all or nothing is in the background as we are coming to talk to you about the last game that we had just seen. Of course, it is a Go Rogue cementing themselves atop of their group with a 2-0 win now over G2 Arctic. It just felt good. It felt clean, it felt composed, and it just felt like a Go Rogue just, like we said, just ramping up to what we kind of expected them to be.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing for me is like the sign of a really strong team is kind of understanding, hey, look, this is where our win conditions are, yes, but also understanding where the opponent's win conditions are. And it felt like, at least in this game, Rogue had a really good understanding of, hey, on this play specifically, we need to stop G2 Arctic from being able to play around these side lanes and stopping them from getting vision control. And by taking these fights, Rogue were able to shut down the potential run that G2 Arctic had set up for themselves. They muscle control back of the tempo on the map and make it really hard for G2 Arctic to have any sort of control. And from that point forward, they were able to find the picks, they were able to find the team fights through both the individual performance and that team-wide performance as a whole.
Yeah, honestly, it just felt like you said, they knew where they needed to be, where they needed to go, and what they needed to do. And this is the last kind of base defense, the last the last ditch effort, if you will, from the side of G2 Arctic, as they just couldn't really deal with the amount of pressure that was coming in from all sides of on top of them. And I feel like this is a great moment as well for the side of a Go Rogue. Again, we saw them yesterday, a little shaky, a little bit of kind of questioning how strong relative powers they were going to be, especially for the Ultra Liga, and with Illuminar Gaming dropping as well. The Ultra Liga fans are going to be feeling pretty damn good right now, knowing that, okay, we're not out of this one just yet, boys, and we still have yet to see kicks. So they still have 3 seeds in the running, and they're going to be feeling pretty good when we go out towards the knockout stages if this trend continues.
Sorry, I mean, look, going 2-0 open a group is so good right now. It gives you a lot of confidence going, in EU Masters as this tournament continues forward. But I think certainly for Rogue, like, it felt like they had a lot of control over that game from start to finish. You can even see it in, again, those individuals in top lane with the turnaround plays coming through from Simonvac, being able to have these double TP plays. I really love watching those kind of things from Rogue, where they're being more proactive and taking control of this game and shutting down everything G2 Arctic can do.
Yeah, honestly, it felt like a Go Rogue were poised to kind of just go towards the top of the table. But speaking of the top of the table, we're going to see the second match coming up very, very shortly. It's going to be Misfits Premier going against the Sup as they try and just equal out a Go Rogue's record as such. And that's going to be all it is for myself and you. It's going to be a pleasure to cast with you. We're going to go, and when you come back, it's going to be Munchables and Aux who are going to be bringing you to the final half of the day. Still plenty of action, loads of EU Masters, and we'll see you guys on the flip side. Sláinte.
Now let me know. You act like your hands are tied, but you don't leave me satisfied. And I'm not gonna chase you anymore. Ooh, if your love ain't true, I'll find someone new. Yeah. Ooh, all we've been through, but I ain't your fool. Let me
don't. Just saying what we both know. Let's not lose control. Hold me, let me go. Could talk all night long about what went wrong, but don't hold me, let me go. Can't make this right, so don't tell me lies, and don't hold me when you go. So don't hold me when
And the Mad Lions are the masters of Europe. Coming through, Ventes making his way in. No way! The Nexus is exposed. Cardi goes in with the killer instinct. Cardi, you are the carry. You need to get all or nothing.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to EU Masters. My name is Munchballs, and once again, I'm joined by Orcs as we head into game number 4 of day number 2. We've had some bangers today, Orcs, but once again, we've had some disastrous results for the UK. It's not feeling good to be a UK caster today.
We're kind of used to it at this point, honestly. Expectations were mediocre, and the results were unfortunately a little bit lower. There's still hope, but for now, there's a lot of other regions we can look at and who could potentially adopt us as fans. I think the LFL currently seems to have half the world as fans right now, so maybe we could just slide in there.
Hey, look, X-Mat is looking real good right now. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, UK player won today. One of the two
Exactly.
at the event.
So, technically, it was a win. We take those. Let's take a look at what has been happening today and where we're at in the tournament as we kick off the second half of the day. That was your halftime. I hope you went and got a sandwich. I hope you went and got a cup of tea, because we've got plenty more action coming at you. And I hope you're ready for it, because we're going to be heading into Group A in a little bit. We're going to be topping off what's happening in Group B for the day as well. So each of the teams will have had 2 games by the end of today, Dan.
Yeah, so we're going to see a little bit more. I think we are starting to see in a lot of the groups, particularly Group B and Group D, kind of the hierarchy extend out, which, as we said before, unfortunately puts BTX on the bottom. But in Group B, you know, the scores don't tell the full story. I think that's a big thing to hit on. We've had lots of games throughout this tournament where it's been closer than you'd expect, and there was definitely a potential for an upset, and we continue to see that.
Yeah, well, and I am curious on how these groups are going to pan out, because, again, like, it's important to remember it's double round robin, right?
Yep.
So, yes, we've got some results in, and yes, some extreme conclusions will be being drawn across the world on who is the best team and who is the worst team, but there is time for redemption stories. The tournament is by no means over yet. We're only just heating up. But let's talk about the game that we're going into tonight here, as this one is going to be quite an important series, especially for the side of Misfits. But let's take a look at what actually happened with Misfits in their most recent series, because Dan, this was brutal, because they drafted a full late game composition pretty much with the Senna scaling up, but they finished the game in 22 minutes and 12 seconds. This was brutal.
Yeah, I mean, this was a game where G2 Arctic needed a lead, and they got stomped from minute 1. It just felt like complete domination. You can see 22 minutes on the clock. They were 13.6k gold ahead. That doesn't happen too often. It was just so one-sided, and I think a big factor here was the rotations from the team. This wasn't just individual outplays as much as they were there. We saw Misfits moving around the map so well. Certus in particular, in this game, had an 82.4% kill participation. Very little happened on the map without him showing up and making a contribution. And just the way they were playing as a team was honestly excellent. Really great to see.
Really beautiful play coming out from them across the course of yesterday. Their opponents coming in today as well, Sup actually had a really good series. Now, they didn't manage to win the game. I keep saying series. I'm from the LPL. We do best of 3 over there, okay? Just, you're going to have to deal with my wording a little bit on that one. But we saw Sup go up against Aggro Rogue, and it was damn close. For 35 minutes, Sup had the lead. And then in the last couple of fights, Aggro Rogue, a team we know for playing late game team fights, turns out won the late game team fights. And it was a little bit of a heartbreaker for the Balkans fans watching. And today, I feel like it's another game where the Balkans are going to be the underdogs. Sup definitely have their work cut out for them, but it's feeling like this isn't going to be another 0-6 EU Masters for them. This feels like a team that are bringing a lot more to the table this time around.
Yeah, I think there was definitely good play there. And the fact that, they were against the reigning champions in a Go Rogue and they managed to make it so competitive wasn't sort of our expectations coming in. And I think, Misfits Premier is another hard opponent, but they've shown that they can kind of rise to the challenge. And hopefully that's what we get to see. Specifically, I think it was 2 Hours and VZZ who really stepped up for this roster. VZZ on the Jinx was just absolutely monstrous. And if they can put them in a good position in this draft, maybe they have a potential to carry.
Yeah, that's one of the big things I was pointing out as well, was 2 Hours looked amazing in some of the team fights. VZZ on his Jinx as well had some really, really great highlight moments. So we'll be keeping our eyes on those players, but conversely, on the other side of the board, for Misfits, it felt like literally everyone had an amazing game yesterday. That wasn't one of those games where it's like, our composition spikes at this moment in the game, so we're going to play it slow, and then when we hit 2 items, we'll play. No. It was just win lane, win game, just dominate every single portion of the map and then just roll forward with it. So I feel like there wasn't a huge amount of analysis to take away from the Misfits game. It's much more like, okay, now we just got to be scared of what LFL's bringing in their second seed.
Yeah, I think I'm looking specifically at the mid lane. I think if you shut down the mid lane, you stop Certus from just taking over the map, that's where you maybe have a bit of a chance to breathe and get to those points late in the game where Sup Up started to find some momentum. But I think if you lose that mid lane matchup and he has priority, things are just going to fall apart. Sup Up already starting to target some of those mid lane picks with that Sylas.
Yeah, so we've got the Sylas band, we've got a Rel band, as well as the Thresh, so 2 support bands coming on through. And we're already starting to run out of bands, and there's a lot of junglers still available. Things like your Hecarim, your Udyr, your Lilia that have been really high priorities in this tournament, and also things like the Tristana. So it feels like Sup Up gonna have pick of the litter, really, when it comes to that first pick in this draft, which, often will help out on the blue side, but for the red side as well, if a lot of the power picks make it through the draft, you can quite often just get the double power pick in response.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with a lot of picks left open. It kind of can open up that vulnerability. And it's kind of up to Sup Up on this third ban. Is there anything you're massively concerned about passing over? They are going to take out the Hecarim. There's still going to be that Udyr open available. And the question is going to be, are you prioritizing that? Are you prioritizing the Tristana? I think potentially the Tristana could be a good pickup because we've seen 2 Hours and VZZ both be really strong. And we're talking about this mid priority being important. If you take that flex, you could be in a comfortable spot. And actually, it's Misfits Prime not wanting to deal with the Udyr themselves.
Yeah, so both Udyr and Hecarim, those 2 junglers we were talking about, taken off the board. Things like Lilia, though, still available.
Volibear as well.
High priority jungler. Yeah, the Volibear too. Also, all of those AD carriers like the Tristana that we talked about. But one thing we've not talked about, the Seraphine has slipped through the bans. We've seen it. Not every single team in the tournament is playing it, but some of them are. And when it looks good, it looks amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I think that champion is just incredibly broken. Super flexible, so you can put it where you want. Good at achieving priority as well, so it ticks a lot of boxes for Sup Up. And this is Premier. We saw them have a crushing early victory. I think into a Seraphine, you're kind of forced into that. Although, if you're taking a Jinx, it does give you a lot of team fighting potential later on.
Now, I want to point out as well that the Seraphine is a flex to an extent, because with this team specifically, SSU, both 2 Hours and Mercer have played the Seraphine this split. So this is very much a flexible pick that they can send to other lanes. The Jinx going to be locked in. Tahm Kench available with the Thresh band away. That's going to be the go-to pick. So Woolite and Jack Troll already set up for success. They played a scaling bot lane in their first game of EU Masters. It's another scaling bot lane. They didn't seem to wait for the scaling last time, so it might be an aggressive scaling bot lane again.
I think as well, potentially here, Sup Up, they could take Tristana, have a double flex. You could even put the Seraphine down in the support role, because realistically, Tahm Kench isn't a support who applies too much pressure to you. You could have a pretty free laning phase there, and they are just going to take the Tristana. This is actually working out pretty well for Sup Up, I'd say, so far.
Just throw in the Gragas now, and just for the triple flex, nobody knows where anything's going.
Even Sup Up wouldn't know.
Completely throw it up. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we'll see how they're going to round this one out. I'd love to see a jungler, though, honestly, with already a couple of jungle bans coming on in. It feels like that pool is going to start to get limited if we don't have some lock-ins.
Yeah, I think Volibear is definitely the go-to here. One of those big, strong junglers still left available and provides a bit of front line for the composition, especially if you are potentially putting a Seraphine in the support role. Having a tank jungler is quite important. And now Misfits Premier, I feel like you could take a mid laner here if you wanted to secure priority on one of those before you go into the second rotation. Certus was really solid in the Zoe. Potentially you could go for something like the Orianna if you want that extra peel and protection for Woolite, and they are just going to lock that one in.
Yeah, I think Orianna easily the most comfortable blind mid laner in the game right now. So they lock that in, and now going into the second phase, they can start to pinch the mid lane pool themselves, make sure that Certus has a good matchup. Although it could be the Seraphine still going to that mid lane for 2 hours. It could go down to Mercer, so we'll see what Misfits think about that one. It's going to be the Alistair ban. They think that's the Seraphine mid.
Or a Seraphine AD carry. It could go that direction as well. That's the thing that makes it tricky. You can't really definitely guarantee where either of those are going to go, so the bans can just kind of be thrown away, but at least you kind of pigeonhole. If you ban enough supports, then maybe you force them to put the Seraphine in the support role, or maybe you force different variations. But Sup, they can just start banning away junglers. We were talking about how Lilia, Volibear were those 2 left open. Volibear's been picked, Lilia's been banned. The pool is getting tighter now.
Yeah, now we start to move over to stuff like Nidalee, for example, and even maybe the Graves. These are both picks that we've seen come out from our man Zlatan across the course of this split, and he has good win rates on them, 80 and 75 respectively. So we'll see if Zlatan is going to go onto one of those more farm-heavy junglers, but I will say the meta is definitely shifted away from champs like Graves, and even Nidalee we only see sometimes if it's got a good laner to set it up as well. So perhaps you could go for like one of the more old school combos like the Nidalee alongside a Renekton in the top lane or something, but I don't, that's down to what Misfits want to go for.
Yeah, and I think it gets a little bit tricky at this point to try and ban away more junglers. You've hit that S tier, so they are just going to go for the gangplank at the top side, which I think is solid. It's a great blind pick. It's going to help to assist the bot lane, adds that global pressure, so good takeaway. In Misfits Premier, they're just going to take the Renekton, which, if you're watching earlier, we saw some really destructive gameplay from Adam on K-Corp. So they showed how much you can do with that champion in the mid game.
Yeah, Adam single-handedly annihilating NLC Dreams on that Renekton earlier. But with that Renekton, it does set up for something like the Nidalee, the Taliyah, these AP junglers to come on through for Zlatan as well. Over to the side of SSU now, as they have to round out this composition. And again, we're not entirely sure where any of these picks are going. I'm guessing it's Seraphine mid Tristana AD carry, and we'll likely see a support locked in here as the final pick.
Yeah, no, it makes complete sense. Into the Renekton, you just happen to take that one. It's an okay matchup for you. And now this is, yeah, again, this is the point where things start to get locked in to an extent. But even after everything's been taken, there's still potential for there to be flexes afterwards, because Tristana and Seraphine can just be interchangeable mid AD carry if they need them to be. And they are going to go for the Akali. So this does make me think it's going to be the Seraphine support, the Tristana AD carry, and then the Akali in the mid lane. So clearly, seeing the lane come out from Mrs. Premier, the Tom Kench, they aren't too concerned about having an enchanter support. They don't feel that threat that you'd sort of experience going up into things like the Thresh, like the Alistair. So a really strong scaling bot lane for Sup that will actually outscale Mrs. Premier. And as you were saying, Joe, they are locking in that Nidalee, so a really strong top side that Zlatan can look to play around.
I don't want to say anything that's not true, but I definitely called the Renekton Nidalee. That was an unbelievable 5-head plays coming out, and the play-by-play guys. He's meant to know this stuff, man.
Yeah, I called the Seraphine support.
I'm gonna take a job.
I called the Seraphine support, so you know it's too many big brains on this cast right now.
Yeah, they are big, but unfortunately they're also sometimes a little bit smooth. Let's talk about this Akali though, coming out from 2 hours, because I have to say, Akali is a champion that I'm always very excited to watch since the changes. Feels like she's really coming to her own once again. And against Orianna, it feels like one of those matches where if you can find the right opportunities, it can be very advantageous. But Orianna's one of the best champions at just holding people like Akali at arm's length.
Yeah, but the thing is that threat pressure kind of will maybe put Certus on the back foot, because playing into an Akali, playing into a Volibear, if you start trying to rotate over the side lane, as we saw from Misfits Premier's last game, you can be really, really vulnerable. You can't face check without vision, because if you walk into the jungle, there's an Akali there, very easy to find the 100 to 0. So it may do a decent job of sort of stopping that rotation pressure coming out from Certus. But the big thing for me when I look at Misfits Premier's composition is that top lane. That's why they're going to be playing around. If Zlatan can get a lead, they can expand that to the rest of the map and then get the ball rolling, because realistically, if they have a slow-paced game here, Seraphine just makes it so much more difficult as you get later and later into this one.
Yeah, the opposite side of that coin as well, though, is that we're talking about how obviously Nidalee Renekton, it's like peas in a pod, right? You want to play towards that Renekton if you play Nidalee. But on the other side of the table, you do have the scaling element of the Jinx for Woolite. Woolite is quite often the player that this team leans on in the later stages of the game to be the premier damage carry. And, you know, he's got a Jinx. This is the late game carry in the meta right now alongside Seraphine. So alongside Seraphine, alongside Senna. So it feels like Woolite is set up for success with that Tahm Kench, but also they can play that weak side. They could just clear waves all through the early game if they need to, if all of the action's going on the top side. The one thing I do want to add, though, is that we're going to see SSU, who played a pretty slow game in their first game for EU Masters, going up against Misfits here. And we already talked about how fast Misfits played. They've got a Renekton and an Italy. That's the kind of composition that snowballs real hard. I feel like SSU are going to have to really book up their ideas in the early game and make sure that they are being proactive and not just letting Misfits direct the flow of this game.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think you need to shut down those early attempts at top lane. What I expect from Misfits is you'll see Nidalee path towards top lane. You'll see when the wave bounces back, they'll use that wave to try and dive the Gnar. And if they pull it off, they can just really put the hurt down onto Clowny. I want Spooky to try and intercept this. If you can stop that from happening, if you can apply some pressure mid, they'll be in a more comfortable spot. And it's just basically a game of slowing down Misfits Premier and to make the game a lot easier. If they get another, 22-minute speed run, that's kind of the win con for the French team.
Yeah, Misfits would love to just completely speed run EU Masters. We'll see if they can keep the ball rolling after their 22 minutes and 12-second win in their first series of EU Masters against G2 Arctic. Now, coming into this one as well, we've got to remember, SSU coming from the Balkans. This is a region that last time around went 0-6, but SSU had a good first series. They showed up against Aggro Rogue. They were ahead for about 35 minutes of the game. It fell apart a little bit in the late game, but I think coming from an underdog region, the Balkans can hold their heads high here, and I'm hoping that SSU can show us a good performance, because when you look at this composition, like Gnar against Renekton, you can expect that to be a reasonably good laning phase for the Gnar. And against the Jinx Tahm Kench, you think Tristana and Seraphine will be able to have a bit of freedom in that lane. So I'm looking towards Spooky and what he does, where he goes on the map with this lane presence that he has.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I think when I'm looking at someone from Misfits Premier who can really be an issue at Thorn on the side, it's Slaton. And I'm like, Spooky, you need to answer this. So I'm going to be tracking what he's doing in the early game, seeing where he's applying that pressure. I think it's really going to set the stage for how this game pans out. And the thing is that if Misfits Premier do get that advantage and get that lead, it's not like they're going to significantly fall off later on. You got the Orianna, you got the Jinx. These carries will carry you through the later stages. They will run away with any momentum. So
yeah,
that's kind of what I'm looking towards.
I want to dig a little deeper there, Dan, because you said that Schlatan's the guy that we've got to keep our eyes on and that Spooky has to try and keep in check. If you're Spooky right now, what's the play? How do you keep Schlatan in check? How do you make that happen?
Personally, I would like to see him put a lot of attention towards topside, because I think that's the obvious place where you're going to see attention from Schlatan. Easy setup in the lane with the point and click stun. And essentially, if you can just assist Clowny here and stop him from getting dived, you should be in a comfortable spot. Nidalee needs to snowball to be really effective. And bot lane isn't under too much threat. Tahm Kench doesn't have a stun that he can easily set up. He has to obviously stack the passive. And mid lane, Akali is really tricky to pin down. So you kind of know where Schlatan's going to end up. It's just about being there at the right time. And you see Spooky pathing towards the bot side. I think after you've cleared your bot side jungle, you can try and get the scuttle, but then I want to see a reset, and I want to see you head top and cover Clowny if he needs it. Although it looks like Clowny should be okay. The wave's in a pretty decent spot for him right now. He should just be able to collect this, but it's when it bounces back, that's where it's problematic. And it is going to do that soon.
And importantly, Schlatan right now has full information of what's going on in this jungle, especially with Receiver moving down and dropping a ward. That's going to help in that regard. But he had a ward on Raptors as well, so Aggressivo actually moving to the bottom crab instead. Spooky's here as well. We've got a 3v3 on our hands. Woolite gets a bomb, but the exhaust is going to deny a lot of that engagement. Spooky flashes in onto Jack Troll, who actually jumps forward to gobble up the AD carry. Schlatan's here as well. It's an absolute mosh pit in the bottom lane. But Spooky's the target. A couple more autos. 2 kills for Misfits. Looking for more as the flash comes in, and the dive is there from Schlatan. Orcs, you said to watch him, and watch him we will.
And that is exactly what Misfits Premier need. Huge setup coming there, tons of kills onto Schlatan. It's exactly the early game you want, and it's disaster for Sup. They instigated that play, and you have to ask yourself, did they need to go for it? We talked about how they need to mitigate the plays of Misfits Premier, and they just handed a bunch of kills over on a plate. Schlatan, he's going to be able to get that bot scuttle. He's heading topside to contest that as well. Jack Troll's there, Aggressivo's there. It's going to be double scuttle.
The supports have moved over. This is going to be a big old skirmish. Renekton loves these kind of fights, though. Zlatan taking a lot of damage. He's gone too far in. Now he's getting chased out of the back of the fight. 2 hours flashing away. Spooky's low as well. And Misfits, I thought it had fallen apart, but they're the ones pushing forward. Another kill goes their way as they get the stuns down onto Clowny. He's desperate to get under the tower, but that ain't happening. Certus with a double. Zlatan wants a little bit more, but maybe it's gone too far with the TP coming on in. The shield is there from his teammate, but the root isn't actually going to connect.
Double?
No, Jack Troll gobbles him up. Zlatan gets away with it.
It's just getting away with murder in this situation. Mrs. Premier, we saw them make that great play on the bot side. They go to the top side, and it's an exact repeat. 2,000 gold lead at 5 minutes. This is looking on pace to maybe even beat their speed in their previous game.
Honestly, Dan, I'm an LPL caster. We've got 6 kills in the first 5 minutes. I'm in my element right here. I like watching Misfits because these guys want to fight, and that's what I want to watch. We're like taking a heavy trade here because he's got reinforcements. VZZ has stepped up too far forward, and Certus is here. Jack Draw chasing Mercer at the same time as VZZ jumps over Certus's head. The zap goes wide, but 1 or 2 more hits will do the trick. VZZ doing a good job of dodging, but it doesn't matter.
It's just, it feels like it's non-stop, constant pressure coming out, and Sup, they are really looking rough. It's been barely any time at all, and we said the composition needs time, it needs to get going, and it feels like they're already starting to struggle in this one. They're already falling their faces. Now, 3k gold lead. It's disaster.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I thought Aggressivo was going to E twice right at Clowny there and just go for the all-in. Doesn't opt to enact that play for now, and Clowny is having a bit of a tough time in the top lane. Now, Orcs, my understanding of this lane matchup is that Gnar wins it generally, but if the jungler comes, you can dive midi Gnar, right?
Yep.
Based on these CS numbers, that's not how this is going.
Yeah, so I think as well, one thing that can be said for the Renekton, if you're playing it well, you can get up in Gnar's face when he's in mini, and that is something that Aggressive has been doing, but also the roam from Clowny really didn't help with regards to this lane. A little bit of extra gold from Aggressivo on that assist, but the most part, it was just the fact he had to leave lane, he had to assist his team, and they ended up falling flat, and I think that's part of the reason why he's fallen behind in farm. Oh, the items look so rough. Yeah, I think the big thing for me is Zlatan having the Hextech Alternator and the Ionians already. Hextech Alternator is such a strong component item, just that extra burst damage, especially for Nidalee, and they're looking for more.
Another fight in this bottom side here as Spooky's getting chased out. The stun from Jack Troll is real nice, and it's yet another kill for Zlatan, who is just running away with this game. A double for the Nidalee. That'll be a guaranteed dragon, and I'll tell you what, Misfits are not messing around. The speed run is very real. That spear was way too close to comfort for VZZ.
You can't scale against Misfits Premier. I think this is a clear lesson as to that. They don't give you the opportunity. Spooky wants to make a play bot lane, but realistically, even if this goes amazing, right, your support is level 3, Mercer's super weak, you're not going to kill Walleye. He's got the protection for the Tom Kench, and Zlatan turns up once again and manages to just destroy everything. That spear connecting on the Mercer as well. It's once more, Sup are opting into these plays, opting into these fights, and Misfits Premier are like, sure, we'll fight more, we're winning every single one.
Just look at the scoreboard. 4,000 gold leads, which coincides very nicely with the 4 kills that Zlatan has got for himself this game. Certus now putting pressure on 2 hours underneath that mid lane tower because he knows that Spooky has no way to get in here. Spooky has no way to try and influence these lanes because he's so far behind individually at this point. If Zlatan shows up, you just know it goes in favor of Misfits. So right now, SSU already, it feels like, with their backs against the walls, which is unbelievable. We're 8 minutes in, Dan. This isn't meant to be this one-sided.
Yeah, I mean, I expected Misfits Premier to go in fast based on the comp, based on what they need to do against Sup, but I feel like Sup were kind of a little bit disrespectful to early ganks, and it's backfired so massively. And I think it's crazy how Sup made that game against a Go Rogue look so close, but this one already even looks so one-sided. And now Zlatan picking up the dragon already, and I feel scared for this bot lane right now, just because Zlatan's within proximity. If one of those spears connects, it's doing so much damage.
Yeah, every time he does his gromp, I'm like quaking on behalf of VZZ and Mercer here. But yeah, I think you bring up a good point when you mentioned the previous game, because I want to reset expectations here that SSU are coming in as an underdog from the Balkans, right? And in their game against Aggro Rogue, the expectation was that Aggro Rogue would be a heavy favorite, would run away with things, blah, blah, blah. We've heard it all before, right? That wasn't what actually happened. SSU surprised us, and suddenly I gained this faith in SSU that maybe this was going to be the team that upset the apple cart and changed expectations. Now we come into their second game against an LFL team, and suddenly it's like a question of, maybe LFL is on a different level to Ultra Liga right now, because it's feeling like across this EU Masters, LFL's looking real good.
True. I mean, it is transit properties, which is a little bit dangerous, but I will say that LFL, definitely K-Corp have looked monstrous, and so far Misfits Premier have as well. I definitely think they're looking like the strongest region right now. Granted, Sup Up, really, you know, the Balkans haven't always been that strong region, but we've seen big upset performances in the past. It was a long time ago, but ClickTech showed that the region can challenge, and that was a thought process coming in that we had that game yesterday, thinking that maybe this could be a sort of resurgence for the region. And there's still chances, there's still opportunities. Even in this game, they still have those scaling elements, but they need to be on full damage control now. Any more advantages that Misfits get are just going to make it more and more difficult. Herald, you can't contest. Dragons, you can't really contest. It's just clear waves and play safe.
Oh, Shockwave in the mid lane. Jack Troll just wanders on in 2 hours. Has the flash available, but just perfect execution to get away. The rocket just sails by like something out of a cartoon. But 2 hours does get away with his life. Importantly, though, that's a huge amount of space bought in that mid lane to mean that this Herald is uncontestable now. And continuously, we're seeing Aggressivo as well building that lead in the top side of the map. We talked about it before, but now 20 CS advantage, the same CS advantage in the jungle. Obviously, we've got the 2 kills in the mid lane. Feels like there is just nothing to be done to stop Misfits running away with this one. And importantly as well, with that Herald, you can just turbocharge one of those lanes. Whichever one they fancy, whichever one they want to get ahead, just slam a bunch of gold there.
Thing is, there's already been damage done to each tower. 3 plates left bot, 4 mid, 4 top. So it's not even like you have to do too much work beyond the Herald. And I mean, something I'm scared of is Schlatter now has a completed Night Harvester already. If one of those spears hits, you're just going down, and you have to be so scared. And right now, Aggressivo, there's 5 members mid.
5 players are here. 2 hours. It feels like he's had 2 hours worth of ganks going towards him in the last couple of minutes. He's just having to play defensive permanently, and Spooky on this Follow Bear just can't do anything to get involved in the place. Mercer barely dodging a spear. And you know, we always talk about Rift Herald, and usually it'll go to the AD carry, or you'll use it to dive top lane, right? But if you have the opportunity to just slam it mid and take the mid tier 1, that's the most valuable tower in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, I think it shows how far ahead Misfits Premier are, because typically you see teams sometimes just throw Herald mid. They're like, we'll take 2 plates on the second Herald, we'll take the tower. To rotate all 5 members there and just take the tower this early in the game, it's a great play for Misfits Premier. And it's what we saw a lot from them, where they're really strong on these rotations, bringing allies in so they can have an advantage. And they're doing it again in this game. And it feels like everywhere on the map, they just have a numbers advantage. They have people moving around. And now that we have that tower down, it frees Certus up to move. And it makes those the towers left sort of isolated in the top and bot lane a little bit more vulnerable.
DZZ looking for an all-in here, but it's not an all-in that he's winning. He's under the tower and has to just jump away for safety. Jack Troll pushing Woolite out as well, but guess who's here? It's Schlatan, and he's got some javelins to throw. A zap comes in as well. Mercer's in trouble. Spooky arriving, though. Maybe can at least protect his bot laners' lives. Whether or not they can protect this tower, though, is a whole different conversation. Schlatan moving forwards again, just chucking javelins. This tower will fall.
Yeah, I mean, just the pressure from the Nidalee, you know you can't really defend here, especially with the Tom Kench, who's so good at diving and can reset the aggro. They give up the tower, and Misfits Premier getting further and further ahead. All 10 plates from the mid and bot lane. 4 left on the top side. And I feel like they could probably just move up towards there and start applying pressure. They may be a little bit too late to get all 15 plates, but either way, they are in a really strong position.
I'm not going to lie to you, Orcs. This just feels like Misfits is smurfing in this game right here.
Because in EU Masters.
It's not just the the micro plays, right? It's not just the mechanics that we're seeing in the fights. Obviously, Misfits are all playing very well individually. The thing I'm most impressed by is the way that they're controlling the map. The macro plays that we're seeing, the way that they're grouping up to drop the Herald mid, the way that then Zlatan comes and just puts pressure on the bot lane without actually starting the fight. Like, this is relatively high-level macro play that a lot of teams in EU Masters are just not ready for.
Yeah, I completely agree. I feel like they've had the best map movements of any team we've seen so far in EU Masters. It feels like just the way they stack up advantages in their favor by having more members consistently on the map. It's really great to see. I think clearly the coordination between the team is what's excellent here. And the fact that they have such skilled individuals as well, it just makes things so hard for any team facing into them. Now, Spooky is looking for something.
He's looking for an all-in here. The
great
encore
flash.
goes wide. Oh, no, Spooky. Oh, he bungles it, tries to get it all over. That was the opportunity to punish Zlatan, right? That was the moment to get the shutdown and get control of the game. It all goes a little bit pear-shaped, and now Agresivo just goes in and almost all-ins VZZ. He's able to clear most of the way, but the flash forward, Spooky trying to get the kill here, trying to find the punish they were looking for. Zlatan is behind the play, the spear damage onto Mercer. Root does go through, Exhaust is there as well, but Zlatan, he's still got a tower there. He can just keep this going all day long. Agresivo is looking for the way back into the fight. Certus has arrived as well. Spooky, first one to drop. Root across the team from Mercer. Another spear doing damage, but there's one for VZZ. In the meantime, look at Woolite on the left of your screen right here. He's pushing towards a tier 2. Agresivo needs to try and clear the way, but the tower will fall. He's stayed too long and will be punished. He was trying to buy time for Woolite.
I do like to see, though, that Sup are answering. They're starting to get some kills. It was a bit messy, but they take Zlatan down and get that shutdown. They get Agresivo as well. They manage to get that bot lane tower, and yes, it does mean they lose a lot on the top side, and Woolite is getting farmed. But I feel like if you sat back, this game was over anyway. Sup needed to try and make something happen to get back in the game.
Oh, no. Chastrol's looking to 1v1 the enemy top laner. That's not how Tom Kench support is meant to work, Orgs.
I mean, if he can make it happen, he can make it happen. Oh my, if he'd stolen that, I would have been so tilted, but doesn't manage to get it. And this is a situation where when you're a team who's behind and you go for those proactive plays, one of the issues is you haven't done any groundwork. You haven't been any flashes, so Agresivo able to extend this for a really long time and nearly just going to get exploded there for Mercer, but the exhaust into the E lands the Root. Really nice defensive play. And again, this starts to look messy, but for once, Sup are the team who bring more members in here. They have 5, Mistress Premier only with 3, and that bomb connect from the end critically helps them out. And I have to say, Mistress Premier, there's no reason for Agresivo to step up here. You're winning on the top side. You could have just backed off. He could have lived. It could have only been Zlatan who went down. And I feel like Mistress Premier may be getting a little bit overconfident in this one. We saw them always stacking their advantages in the G2 Arctic game. Here it feels like they're kind of just like, yeah, we're going to win this.
I wonder why. I wonder why they're feeling so confident, Dan.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, it's so hard for them so far in EU Masters. Well, let's take a look at Herald here. It's back onto the map. Jack Troll's here trying to get vision control, and SSU, well aware of the situation. They have grouped up. You've got a Kraken Slayer there for VZZ, 2 hours with a Night Harvester as well. So it does feel like we're getting to a point where SSU have a few items to work with. And let's remember as well, this is a Seraphine composition. So if you do get a nice encore across the team, you can very much win a team fight just off of that alone and off of the sort of wombo combo aspects that you can bring. However, it doesn't look like that's an option that they're going to try and opt in for. It doesn't look like they actually want to try and force the issue and are willing to concede some of these objectives in the name of just getting a bit more farm.
Which I think is the right call. I mean, yes, they've started to pick up those mythics, but you look on the other side, Woolite already got 2 items. Zlatan already got 2 items with Azonyas as well. It's still going to be a tricky situation. They are looking for a 4-man play bot, but I think Mistress Premier are looking to respond to this one.
Agresivo has died here before. He knows this territory, but just dips on out of there. Doesn't even have to flash. I mean, he didn't have flash anyway, but he's just quite happily able to get out of that one. Made it look easy.
Zlatan is potentially looking to find a spear here to respond, but I think Sup should just be able to back away from this one. No real engaged threat from Mistress Premier.
we got a Canyon fan on the Rift right here. Zlatan playing the Nidalee, throwing up the damn one flare as well. Remember, he does have that Herald, so with a potential inside track here, you could slam that Herald towards the mid lane tier 2. There are a couple of pings going there, but I don't know if there's really enough time to actually make it over. In the meantime, 2 hours trying to make some map plays, right? Good response here from SSU to find some pressure somewhere on the map.
Yeah, I think cross map's what you need to do right now. Just still 5,000 gold lead, still at such a huge disadvantage. It does mean, however, you're sacrificing that dragon on the bot side of the map, and this is now the third for Mistress Premier, and we saw how much damage those spears were doing. This could be an infernal soul in the next 5 minutes. You add that to that Nidalee, it's going to be like a nuclear bomb.
Yeah, this is not getting any easier for SSU. I think that's fair to say. And I want to bring something up with you, Dan.
Yep.
Well, we've got a minute here before the next objectives come up. We're looking at Misfits Premier, a team that is playing in France, right? They're the second seed from the LFL. But there's an important fact I want to bring up. And that's that 4 of these players are Polish. We've got a bunch of Ultraliga teams here as well. Feels like there's a lot of Polish players. In fact, I saw a tweet from EU Masters saying that over a quarter of the players in EU Masters in the group stage here are from Poland. And I have to wonder, at what point do we stop calling it Poland, start calling it Proland? Because it feels like that's where all the pros are coming from. And look at this pro play coming out here from Misfits. Another great Herald. This time it's going to charge into the inhib. This will be a mid-inhib taken 20 minutes into the game. They are 2 minutes away from their current record here at EU Masters with a 22-minute and 12-second win. Don't think they're going to try and force the speed run here today, though, as they perhaps rotate up towards the Baron pit.
Yeah, a bit more respectful after that earlier play. They are going to try and steal away this blue buff. And you see how Sup are consistently just grouped up as much as possible because they need to be. If any of them are quite isolated, Misfits can easily translate this into a Baron, but Slatin could be in trouble.
Schlatan's been caught out here. Will be able to jump away. Shockwave. Going to be Zonya's away from here. 2 hours, though. Should be able to finish that one. In fact, Spooky gets the kill. Not going to be a moment where they go for the Baron, though. What do you reckon, Dan? Was that a moment to just try and rush the Baron and try and make the miracle play happen? Because I feel like that's the kind of swing you needed.
I think it's extremely risky, but I do respect it.
That's the LPL Baron right there.
Jungler down, go for it. You got a Seraphine to keep you healed up. Oh, teleport coming in though. Looks like Mr. Premier want to respond.
Here's why you don't go for the Baron, right? Misfits showing us why that was definitely not a possibility as the TPs come on in the Abyssal Voyage from Jack Troll and Woolite. And now they regain control of this area. Schlatan just respawned back on the map now, so Misfits very much in control once more. And it's important to remember that with the Soriana, with the Renekton, Misfits can even pressure the side lanes while all of this goes on if they want to. They can always send a Agressivo bot because he's got TP.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've shown that their use of these globals is really effective. They can send them down, they can TP in, but for now, they're actually just going to start it up. It's very obvious for Sup that this is going on. They have the Skull Crab, as you can see. But resets just came in. They may not even get here in time to contest this one.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where it's like, yes, you do know Baron's going on. Come and fight us for it. Bring it on. What are you going to do about it? Misfits happily just walk up, take the Baron. No worries whatsoever.
Saw a great window. The resets had come in from Sup. They knew they wouldn't be able to get back there in time. There's no way Sup probably couldn't fight them anyway, but especially couldn't fight them with a numbers disadvantage. So they take the Baron and they should just allow them to start knocking on the base off Sup. Already one inhibitor down the mid lane.
2 hours and Schlatten both like sidestepping with each other. It's like, you gonna throw the spear? I'm ready. I'm ready. If you throw the spear, I'm ready. Misfits now push in. They've got the Baron. They've already got the mid inhib, remember. So Supers will slowly but surely start to pressure while SSU are protecting this tower. The flash underneath for 2 hours here. Agressivo gets back out with his life. Spooky into the play. Encore across the team, but the shockwave to answer here as BZZ is exhausted. One more rocket to do the trick. It's a zap instead. It's a good ult from Clowny here, and it answers with 1 kill. Is it going to be enough, though? 2 hours now on the back of the fight. He didn't go down the first time. Now he's onto Agressivo. This is the moment for SSU. Can they turn the fight around? Woolite gets gobbled up by Jack Troll, pushed out to safety. Slowed, though. Can they finish the kills? Woolite goes down. 2 hours still alive, and Jack Troll the only one remaining.
What a close fight, though. Sup finding the window is actually an overstep from Mistress Premier. A beautiful TP flank from Clowny, and the lockdown comes in from the Gnar. They wipe the Baron buff off the side of Mistress Premier and take a pretty good fight. You can see here, Agressivo wants to go aggressive, but 2 hours with a beautiful Shroud. If he hadn't done that, probably would have just died straight up. And then he resets for the TP. The ult comes down, and it's a great gobble from Jack Troll to keep Woolite safe, but this flank from Clowny flashes in. Double stun here. They manage to take out Surdas extremely quickly, and then it's all on Woolite, and you can see the goal is to take him out here as he starts pumping out damage. Spooky manages to lock him up. He survives so long with Jack Troll once again, but eventually gets caught out in the end with this beautiful play for Mercer just finishing off. It was so down to the wire, but Sup Up showing why we had them hyped up, why we thought maybe there's a chance of an upset, because we said their comp is scaling, it's starting to get later in the game, and they're starting to put up a fight.
And it's important to remember that the average game time for Sup Up was like 33 minutes, I think, off the top of my head, which is quite a long average game time. Misfits are generally a much faster team than what we expect from Sup Up. So the longer this goes on, the more into the comfort zone of Sup Up we will arrive. But I don't know if this will keep going on, because this would be the Infernal Soul for Misfits. If they get this smite, that might be the final nail in the coffin. They are playing a lot more cautiously than they have been, though. Clowny in Mega Gnar. Misfits just have to play it safe for now. Wait for the Mega Gnar to be gone. They can threaten this one, but Spooky's been pretty on point with his smites across the course of this game. He's been keeping his blue buffs and whatnot. Aggressivo just runs straight at Spooky, forces him away. It's too beautiful from Misfits. And now Aggressivo wants a little bit more as well. On to Spooky he goes, but we'll back away. The Buster Shot hits him, and it means the Misfits have to disengage.
Oh, they're still chasing though. There's another blast cone. Should be able to get out here.
Jack Troll doesn't know the word disengage.
He's just going in, but Infernal Soul for Misfits Premier, you've already got a 5k gold disadvantage. This does make things worse, but I think Sup Up made the right call. They didn't have the Mega Gnar, a couple of low health bars, so they weren't able to heal up in time with the Seraphine. They said, cool, we're going to live to fight another day. I think as well, with Misfits Premier being on the red side, the better chance to have a favorable fight is when they're in the Baron pit, when they're sort of trapped in there. If they want to leave, they have to sort of walk past these walls where the Mega Gnar can be really effective. And a big factor as well, with it being the Infernal Soul map, Sup Up have an easier time moving through the jungle to approach a Baron. You have the terrain that's been removed. It's a lot easier to navigate as a result. So I think it's the right decision. I think if Sup Up are going to come back in this game, you want to wait till Misfits Premier make a fumble at Baron.
Well, that'll be the potential window, but Baron up in 2 minutes. The concern I've got, Dan, is, yeah, maybe there's an option that a fumble could happen at Baron, right? But with the Infernal Soul, I feel like Misfits never have to risk that, right? They're pretty good right now. You've got Woolite with 3 full items. You've almost got 3 items on Zlatan, the jungler. Junglers don't usually keep up with the AD carries when it comes to items, but he's doing such an insane job this game that he's able to keep that gap low. And it feels like they're in a position where Misfits can kind of ignore the neutral objectives a little bit and just put pressure on themselves and just literally flex the fact that they are 6,500 gold up.
Thing is, what starts to become a little bit tricky is the scaling aspect of Sup Up. You can sort of try and slow things down and just use that gold advantage, but if you make another mistake, you could end up giving over this Baron that's in a minute. If you start fumbling things, you start letting the game go later, that's where Sup Up's composition really could become problematic. So they are going to try and get this tower down on the bot side. I don't think they'll go further. I expect to see them reset off the back of this and then look to get control around that Baron. They'll keep the gold lead healthy, but they need to make sure they're secure in this Baron. And ideally, you want to keep Sup Up away. What you want is you want really strong vision control in the area, and there's such a long distance that Sup Up has to push through to phase check before they get to the Baron. Every bush they walk into, they could walk into a Nidalee Spear. And it's still doing so much damage. It can still force Spooky to back away. He's not tanky enough to soak them. So I want to see really deep vision for Misfits Premier with a setup for this. Don't give them any opportunity for a steal.
Yeah, that'll be the challenge here for Misfits. And one thing we've said about Misfits across the course of this game and the previous game as well is that the macro gameplay has been good. It's been one of the most impressive parts about what Misfits are bringing to the table here. So you'd expect that coming towards this Baron, they should be able to control the area well, should be able to zone Spooky away well. And when you look at the Infernal Soul fight, right? That was exactly what they did. Just all in onto Spooky, make sure that he has to ult away from the dragon and you can guarantee the smite.
Absolutely, force him away and then problems start to arise. And I think the big thing as well is Mega Gnar. Mega Gnar can be such an impact in these fights. And without it, it's not just the fact that you lose that huge ultimate, but you lose an extra body. Spooky isn't that tanky. We've seen that time and time again. He's the one who's forced to face check, and he's getting chunked out. So if you do manage to chunk him out, force him away, the smite is no longer an option, and there isn't really that 50-50 steal opportunity. The vision control is there. It's not super deep, but it's very much enough. You can see that...
There's nothing.
Oh yeah, there's nothing for the side of Sup Up. They're just going to take this one.
Yeah, it's just complete darkness from this side of Sup Up. Thank you, observers, for toggling the vision there and showing that literally that entire half of the map is just in darkness aside from the lane. And, I mean, you're absolutely right. If they could just keep Spooky away, there's no contest on the smite. But even better than that, if you just keep the entire enemy team away, there's no contest of anything.
Yeah, just a free Baron. You've got the Infernal Soul, you've got the Baron. You could start putting pressure on this tower. And again, any Nilly Spear connects. That means someone likely to have to go back to Fountain. Well, has the range to shred this tower. It's already gone. They're not even good, but double TP coming in from Sup-Up. They want the flank.
Final moment here for SSU as they go in. Mercer looking for the encore across the teams. Only going to hit one, though, as Clowny gets onto the backline. Certus goes down. Woolite chased over the wall by 2 hours. That was beautiful. Now into the fray once more. It's 3v3 right now. VZZ and 2 hours have to carry the fight. Schlatan goes in. VZZ hammering away. 2 hours picks up the kill. Aggressivo now exhausted. Jack Troll low on HP as 2 hours has the Zonyas to work with. VZZ blowing up the croc here as he's desperate to get a win.
Huge team fight win there for Sup-Up. They managed to find it again. The flank comes in and Clowny once more delivers. Him and 2 hours on point with these flanks, shutting down both of the carries of their side. But Misfits Premier, they come in with this long flank, and Spooky, he buys a ton of time. He sees them trying to disengage, and he stops it from happening by forcing himself in. Sacrifices himself so the team collapses, and that gives space for Clowny. Slams Certus against the wall, but 2 hours. This flash ult just destroys Woolite instantly. And the follow-up fight, Misfits Premier try and do what they can, but Schlatan, no mana. Both of those major carries down. He just ends up getting caught out. VZZ in 2 hours on fire here with Mirza for the backup. And as much as they managed to get 2 members out, after we get out of this replay, Elder Dragon is about to be up. Sup-Up are back on the map and should be able to contest this one. This could be the way they get back in the game. If they win this, if they get the Dragon, this could be their way to outscale Mrs. Premier.
This is the moment. Clowny getting a little bit dangerous there. Maybe hopped a little too far. Elder going to be started by Misfits, the Bulgarian carry duo. VZZ in 2 hours. They're the guys to keep your eyes on here. Half health on the Elder already as Woolite starting this one off. Clowny is pretty low. He's getting close to Meganot. That would be the opportunity as Spooky jumps over the wall, but they can just pause the Drake and go on Spooky instead. They're going full Ghostbusters here. Spooky has to just leg it from that one.
Meganot nearly ready, though. Clowny could look for a window here.
This could be the opportunity. Clowny, there's no vision right there. There's control ward to keep him invisible. He's looking for the full flank. He's going the whole way around the pit. Mercer low on HP. They're just going to try and burn the Dragon down. Clowny's off on the backside. It's not quite Meganard just yet. Actually has a stopwatch. Here we go with the spy fight. It's Spooky to get it. This is the moment for SSU. This is the moment to turn it all on its head.
There's an ace they can end here. The death time is so long. This second seed of the LFL is going to fall. Sup-Up was so far behind, and they've done it.
And you know, after that immaculate early game from Misfits, we were saying they were smurfing on EU Masters, but SSU say no. They put their foot down in this game. They win late game team fight after late game team fight. They take the Elder Dragon and they push towards the Nexus.
What an achievement. This team, Sup-Up, went 0-6 in the last EU Masters, and now they've taken down one of the front runners. We thought they were speedrunning the tournament. Misfits Premier just speedran that in the wrong direction. Sup-Up getting the win.
Unbelievable performance here from Sup-Up, and a huge moment for them and for their region. Coming in off of, like we said, last time around, 0-6 for EBL. This time around, now taking a game that was, as far as I was concerned, when that Infernal Soul was finished off, I considered this a done game. I thought it was already over. Misfits looked like they were going to clean house. Not a chance. Sup-Up take them down 3 team fights in a row.
After 6 minutes, when there was like a 4K goal lead, I was like, okay, chill it out. This game's probably going to be open and done. But I mean, it's not even just the fact, it wasn't like a raw outscale. It wasn't just, okay, our comp is better later, let's sit back. The flank execution was beautiful. Clowny finding those great Gnarls, and honestly, 2 hours on the Akali, making the champion look broken. You had a Tom Kench to protect your carries, and it just wasn't enough. He just finding these beautiful backline access moments. It was honestly a pleasure to see, and I think you might look at this and say, okay, Misfits Premier made mistakes. Every team makes mistakes. This was Sup-Up stepping up and playing far beyond what we've seen from them before. Really great play.
Yeah, beautiful stuff coming out from Sup Up and Misfits as well now. They're going to be gutted with that loss. That's a rough one to take for the LFL. We'll see how they're going to do later on into the tournament. We're going to jump into a break for a moment here. And we'll see how Kick are going to do from the Ultra Liga. Lots of Polish players stepping up today. We'll see how they do right after the break.
I can't help myself, and I really want to show you that I want to get to know you. Believe what I told you, and I can't help myself when I look into your eyes. I see you don't want to fight. There's no need to stop trying, because I'll never give up on you, even if that's what you want me to do. Give me a chance, cause I know I can prove, baby, the last thing I want is to lose you. Chance for love, and I know I need every single moment with you, cause I finally found the one that makes me feel at home. And so I'll never give up on you, even if that's what you want me to do. Give me a chance, cause I know I can prove, baby, the last thing I want is to lose you. And I can feel the pain inside of us. Sorry that I had to leave you waiting. You deserve more than I ever gave you. You can fall into my arms. Yeah, I promise I can change for your love. Oh, baby, I don't mind, cause your love's so hard to find.
Welcome back, everybody, to EU Masters as well. Have we just had a game? If you just missed that, you have missed one of the best games we've had in EU Masters so far. I'm Much Balls, I'm joined by Orcs. And we've got a lot to unpack here, Orcs, because Misfits, after an amazing early game when it came to that late game team fighting, SSU just had their number time and time again.
I mean, yeah, we're going to see these replays, and after you watch these first few clips, you're going to think this game... I mean, I thought this game was unlosable for Misfits Premier, but they proved me wrong. And it was just disastrous. We saw Slatin get so far ahead in this lead. This pick he is so good at. Just really solid execution, and that should have been enough I expected that to be enough, but it was these late game fights where Sup Up started to answer back. Beautiful coordination with the CC, and the critical thing was these flanks. The Joe of Pawnee coming in with 2 hours as well. I expected Woolite and Certus to be able to be safe in these ones, but they were just consistently challenged, consistently jumped on. The Akali doing absolute wonders here to shut them down.
Yeah, and it's the shuriken flip here that lands onto Woolite to follow him and be able to finish the kill. And then this was the moment, right? The snipe comes in from Spooky, able to get the smite down and take the Elder Dragon. That was the moment. Zlatan had a great early game, as well. But that smite was what he needed to get.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You cannot say that throughout this entire early game that Zlatan wasn't the better jungler, but when it came down that clutch moment at the end, Spooky came through, got the smite, they get the team fight win. I mean, look at the gold graph. They didn't even get back to positive before the end of the game. The peak difference was 9.3k. And if you look at the 30-minute mark, that was when they won that team fight to end the game. So even when they won that team fight, they were still like 7,000 gold behind, and they managed to close it out. You even look at the damage done, and it's just still far ahead. Like, look how much Woolite was able to put out, but it just didn't matter. The team fight execution was there. They waited, they found the scaling opportunities, they had some good cross-map plays, they punished Misfits Premier as well. I think that's a big thing, is this wasn't just a sit back and scale from Sup Up. They found their windows, the flanks came in, and they actively punished the over-aggression from Misfits Premier. It was just great to see.
Yeah, really. And even in the early game, actually, SSU were trying to be proactive, and often that ended up biting them. Like a few of those early game plays, it was actually Zlatan counter-ganking as opposed to setting the plays up himself. And it felt like perhaps they were being a little too proactive and forcing situations that they couldn't actually win. But then in the later stages of the game, that proactivity kept on coming up. We, as you rightly said, saw the TP flanks. And I think a very important thing to point out is that they were quite happy to forego a lot of these objectives. And this is something we talked about when we saw them go up against Aggo Rogue, that both of the teams were teams that in the later stages of the game, really big on the objectives, but earlier on were very happy to just forego things like the dragons. And even here, we saw them foregoing barons and just acknowledging the fact that they were far enough behind. They couldn't fight for the baron. They had to wait for the right moment. And it's great to see that kind of intelligent play here at EU Masters.
Yeah, they gave up Infernal Soul as well. They actively didn't choose to fight it because they couldn't find a window in. And it's so difficult when you see a team that's ahead. You see a team with the caliber of Misfits Premier from the LFL, which is such a stacked region, and you're just sitting back and like, okay, give them Infernal Soul. That never feels good, but it just shows so much patience coming out from Sup Up to make those decisions and pick their opportunities. Because it's not like they just threw 100 darts at the dartboard and one of them managed to hit the bullseye. They waited until they knew they had the ideal moment and managed to clutch it out. What a game, honestly. Yeah.
Really, really, really impressed by SSU. I do want to look at the other side of this conversation as well, though, Dan. And I don't want to be that guy and point fingers, but Misfits were the favourite coming in here. Misfits were the team that just absolutely smurfed on G2 Arctic yesterday. This was the team that at 20 minutes into the game, we weren't sure if they were going to try and push an end just to beat their record from yesterday. So that's the expectation coming from an LFL second seed. But the late game team fighting, perhaps the late game decision making, not quite where it needs to be from this squad.
Yeah, I think there was some over-aggression, particularly. We saw that even earlier in the game. We saw Zlatan getting punished in situations. There was moments where Misfits Premier, yes, they have a lead. Yes, they want the game finished fast, but they have to play respectfully. And I think the thing we saw against G2 Arctic was anytime G2 Arctic tried to counteract them, there was more members from Misfits Premier. They managed to rotate, they managed to bring more. That wasn't really happening. It felt like Misfits Premier were like, it's fine, we're strong, we'll outplay them with the numbers disadvantage. And the level of players right now in EU Masters, you can't disrespect like that. You can't just expect to outplay with a numbers disadvantage. You need to stack the deck in your favor. They didn't, and then when it came to those team fights, again, the opportunities that arose for Sup Up were coming from things like having deep wards behind a TP2. If you move slowly, if you sweep the areas, you remove those wards, those plays never even happen.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about being able to control the area that you're playing in. And unfortunately, didn't work out for Misfits. And as you just saw on your screen, the next game that we're going to be going into is going to be Group A. We finally get to see the final group in action. Our next 2 games, in fact, are going to be the 4 Group A teams, and we finally get to see if they're going to live up to expectations. An overarching theme of EU Masters so far has been expectations versus reality, and we're going to see how that's going to go as we move into our last group. I feel like we're getting a good landscape of what the other 3 groups are like, but we're going to jump into a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to see what Group A looks like. Welcome back, everybody. Come on in, get yourself settled down, get your cup of tea, and get ready for Group A. It's finally here. It's finally time to go into our last quarter of our teams and see what's cracking. And Dan, for our first game, it's an exciting one because we're going to have AFE up against Kick here. We've got our Cypriot team, or our Greek team, sorry, stepping up onto the stage, and I'm excited to see what they can do for themselves. But let's first off look at Group A as a whole and see what the bigger picture looks like. And Dan, I'm going to kick it over to you here. When we look at this team, who are the favorites?
I think coming out of Group A in a whole, I think Big are leading as the favorites. I think Kick are for a lot of people the close second. And MKs are pretty much a dark horse. I feel like a lot of people have big expectations. A lot of EU Masters experienced players on that roster, and it's quite easy to look at North Assist Famagusta and think they're probably going to come out bottom of the group. But a lot of people said that about the Greek teams last EU Masters. They really came in with a a lot of strength and has some solid upsets. And realistically, I think there's some solid play coming out from this team. A lot of spice as well, which obviously is something we always love to see.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how Group A is going to go. I feel like there's a couple of sleeper teams in here, as you say, Makers and Anorthosis. Could be teams that we're going to have to be keeping our eyes on. And then you've got a couple of teams that are coming in as somewhat favorites. Obviously, Kick from Ultraliga and then Big coming over from Germany as well. So, with all of that said, let's jump into our first game and talk about a very special player that's going to be coming onto the stage there. That sounded very patronizing. I didn't mean it to be patronizing. But very importantly, we got Dominant who's going to play today. For anyone that doesn't know, Dominant's got a bit of an interesting pick that he likes to bring out of the jungle. This is a Garen jungle player. He's played it 8 times this split. Won 6 of those games as well with a 4 KDA. I'm really excited, Dan. I don't get to cast Garen jungle very often.
I don't think anyone really gets to
see
cast Garen jungle.
Well, the Greek casters do.
Well, yeah, true. They get that privilege. But I think the thing is sometimes we see these sort of weird pocket picks and you might see them once or twice. This is 8 times. And this wasn't like, if you see a weird champion in the last game of the split where maybe it doesn't count for standings, whatever. But this was 8 times over the split. One of his most played junglers, and was doing well on it as well. 75% win rate. It was clearly working. So it's a bit of a curveball that maybe we could see come out here. But I think the big thing for me is Dominant as a player was the later addition to this roster. They were changing their jungle around, trying to see what would work. And this wasn't a team who were consistently dominant in the Greek scene. It wasn't actually expected that they would come out as the first seed, but they found things click together with Dominant, and he's the big instigator for the team, and that's how they got here. That's how it worked for them.
Yeah, we'll see if...
I am so disappointed. How could you do this?
Kick. Come on. We didn't know it did. We said it all up.
Awful.
I'm heartbroken, honestly. Kick, shame on you. Shame on you, Pookie style. Now, obviously, joking, this is competition. Let's be realistic here. Garen and Jinx being banned away. Tristana and Zoe the answers. A lot of the power picks in the current meta are very much making it through this draft so far, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, right now, they are targeting Matislaw in the mid lane with that Zoe. Polish Zoe honestly is a thing. There's a lot of Polish mid laners who are really accomplished on this champion. Tristana as well, something that can find that priority. You can see that flex. And we do see Senna and Seraphine, so a lot of focus towards the bot lane as well in this ban phase. That leaves big junglers open. Hecarim, yeah, easy pickup for Kick if they want to here.
Yeah, Hecarim, honestly, the best blind
with Garen
pick.
off the table, then...
Oh, yeah, exactly. Hey, they both spin around with a big weapon, so, it all makes sense to me. Yeah, that's going to be Brutus grabbing that one for himself. Now over to the other side, Tristana banned away, but things like the Kai'Sa available, very, very high priority AD carry there. And it feels like with Tristana and Senna gone, Kai'Sa's kind of going to have free reign.
Do you see the Orianna coming in very early? Typically we see mid laners as like that 3rd pick on the red side. You can ban away things that have issues, but very quick pickup coming out here from Anorthosis, and wanted to lock in a solid pick for Jojo here, something that can contest priority and scale up well. I would expect maybe you want to take an AD carry at this point just to try and have the priority on that. You're not pressured to take a jungler here, but if you don't want to reveal something, you could. But actually, going for the support, Thresh still open, something we didn't really touch on, and offers an element of safety, especially against the Hecarim.
Interesting to see the Thresh there with Jinx ban though, and Senna ban. It does make me think maybe we could see something like an Aphelios coming on through. That would be very interesting. Something exciting to see. Locky has played it 4 times this split. Definitely within the wheelhouse for our Greek team here. The Kai'Sa we talked about before though will be locked in. Has the dive buddy of that Hecarim. And the Kai'Sa Nautilus, very, very strong combo. We were talking off broadcast about Thresh and Nautilus, how lots of different players have different opinions on which of the supports wins this matchup. It's very much a skill matchup down in the bottom lane.
Yeah, a ton of players see Nautilus as like a counter to Thresh, like a hard counter. Like they pick Thresh, you pick Naut. And there's other players who don't see it that way at all, especially with just the raw power of Thresh at the moment, whereas Naut is a bit lower priority. But this is still very strong bot lane between these two. But I'm going to hold that thought. Great dive from Kick. We've just seen a Fiora locked in on this 3rd pick for Wooloo, and he's going to be able to ban away any champions he finds particularly difficult. The Nar's going straight out the window. So you already have this strong split push win condition potentially for the side of Anorthosis.
Kick know exactly what's going on though. We mentioned the Aphelios before.
Yeah.
That's taken off of the board. None of that coming on through. So now you're in the position with this Thresh where you'd love to protect a hyperscaling AD carry, but we're running out of those. Something like the Xayah maybe could be an option as well. Definitely a good late game AD carry that works with the Thresh as well. But more top lane bans could come on through here. In fact, it's a Twist of Fate removed from Matistel.
Yeah, you don't want that messing with your Fiora. You don't want any sort of lane assistance. I do think the Xayah is actually a really good ban here, because especially if you have a Fiora who wants to play in the side lane, having a Xayah and a Thresh as a duo in the bot lane means that you have so much safety. It's very hard for Kick to force fights against that bot lane. So I think for me, it's a standard that I'd probably want to take off the cards.
Oh, it's going to be Varus as well. I always forget about Varus. I feel like he's one of these sleeper picks.
He's made a resurgence. I was saying he has made a bit of a resurgence, but he's quite recent.
Exactly, yeah. He's like been sneaking through, and the Xayah we talked about will finally be locked in. So over to Kick then, as they have to lock in both of their solo lanes here. What are you expecting, Dan?
So I think you definitely want something that can apply pressure in the mid lane, something that can find priority. As to specifically, I mean, yeah, Victor works. You have that strong mage. In the top lane, it's kind of tricky. It depends really what Kaskos has to answer the Fiora. You obviously don't want to pick a tank in this situation. If you want to target it, you could take something like the Renekton, but again, you risk sort of falling flat in your face and becoming very quickly obsolete.
We'll see. The Jace is something that he has played one time this split. There's a few carries you can go up against the Fiora. The Kennen is going to be an interesting one. This is not something that Kaskos has played across the course of this split, but I'm excited to witness it. I'm never going to be not excited for a Kennen stepping onto the game.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of tools to go in with. There's a lot of dive pressure. If you're trying to force a fight when the Fiora split pushing, you have a composition to do so. So really for Northesis, this could be spicy. So there's Xin Zhao. I mean, if you want to have a strong early game, this champion is pretty solid in the early levels. Does fall off a bit, but remember, this is the change in Zhao. You have a much higher engage range now if you land your W first before Ian in. So if Dominant wants to play around the top lane, they really can. If they want to get the ball rolling, they have a safe mid laner, they have a very safe bot lane. This Kennen pick works because it has the range advantage over Fiora, and it scales well in the team fights. You can obviously join them and assist. But if you have a Xin Zhao just coming to your lane and bashing your head in, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, full power Demacia going on here for a Greek squad. Dominant, apparently, you take his Garrett off the table just because they're a different Demacian jungler. And obviously, Xin Zhao recently changed, a little bit stronger now, a little bit longer range now as well, importantly. So a few spicy picks here. The Fiora, this Xin Zhao, we've got a Kennen on the other side from Kick. This feels like it's going to be a banger of a game, but I do just want to take a second here and just reiterate expectations, right? On one side of the board, we've got Kick. This is a team that you should have high expectations for. This is a team number 2 from Ultraliga, a region that, generally speaking, has been fairly slow gameplay across the course of EU Masters so far from what we've seen this time, but still reigning champion region. You expect them to come in strong. On the other side, we've got a Greek team stepping in here. Last time around their region, didn't quite make it out of groups, but had a good performance, and we're hoping to see a good performance here from them today.
And I think as well for Kick, we have their region as the reigning champions, but it was specifically a Go Rogue. And I feel like these two teams have been butting heads constantly. It's been a fight to see who can get further, who can do better. I feel like it's Kick's turn to step up and sort of challenge the fact that Go Rogues are the ones with an Ultraliga title. They want to have a good EU Masters. They want to be able to match that. We do see a different bait coming in.
Look,
I love cheese. I love cheese, honestly.
What's your favorite type of cheese then?
Like a good bit of Gouda. Wensleydale is solid.
I'm actually allergic to cheese, mate.
Really?
I can't have cow's cheese. I have goat's cheese.
Goat's cheese is good.
And the weird vegan cheeses, which I will say are way better than they used to be. Give vegan cheese another chance, guys.
I actually have had some vegan cheese recently, and it's different, but different doesn't necessarily mean bad.
That's true. That's very progressive.
Which is another way when I think about this is different doesn't necessarily mean bad, but this is very different from what we've seen in the rest of the tournament for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, look at this draft, right? We've got Xin Zhao coming in, we've got a Fiora coming in, we've got the Kennen, and even the Thresh. We usually see that alongside something like the Aphelios or the Jinx. We're seeing that with the Xayah, which was something that had quite a bit of prevalence earlier on this year in the meta, felt like Xayah sort of fell out of favor. But with a lot of AD carry bans so far in this tournament, it feels like things like Xayah are going to have a much higher preference.
Sure, especially when it is a composition like this from Kick, a composition that has so many dive tools and is able to get up in your face. It kind of stands out as a sort of perfect pick for this scenario, as you know, you have the Hecarim flying in, you have the Nautilus Assault, you have the Kennen, you can just go up in the air, and hopefully by the time you land, things are looking a little bit better.
Yeah, so we talked a little bit about the expectations of these two teams in terms of the actual rosters themselves. Let's talk expectations in terms of the champions that we're bringing to the table. Because as we said, it's a spicy draft, but I'm not entirely sure how these teams are going to operate. Because when I look at Kick, it seems a little obvious to me, at least, where we've got a Hecarim there, we've got a Kai'Sa there, we've got a Kennen. If my understanding is correct, these guys want to go in.
Yep, they want to go in, they want to go hard, they want to make fights happen, dive the backline and just annihilate them. For an Orthosis, you have a solid backline who can sort of peel back and play defensive. But when I look at the likes of a Xin Zhao and a Fiora, these are two champions that can be really powerful or really useless, and it completely is dictated by how the early and mid game goes. Wooloo wants to be able to have a strong early game. He wants to scale up, get some items behind him so he can start to do a lot of damage, be a threat in the side lane. And if he is forced to join team fights, which isn't always ideal, he wants to be able to hold his own. And the Xin Zhao is a lot more snowbally than some of the junglers. Ooh.
Look at this early pressure from Cupid here, moving forward against his Polish comrades here, but Matislaw trying to dodge the hook, but he's actually just walked into the play instead. Oh, Cupid, that was beautiful. The prediction on the death sentence.
The patience is the big thing. He waited so long to play, and you see Matislaw was trying to sort of wait out the skill shots, trying to buy time, and in the end, he was forced to flash in that final situation. Little bit of a straight line, gets caught out, and just a great opportunity found by Cupid. You can see Matislaw back and forth, gets flayed. Hook comes in, not far enough, and it still ends up connecting, and the team's there to follow up. Really solid play, and I love to see this from teams with the support's moving, and he's still going.
Hang on, Hooks. Yeah, we're still going on this one. Dominant in the middle of this scrap against Brunus here. It's one more auto in either direction. Dominant just about edges that fight out. Importantly, Wooloo did TP down there, which is not great for him because it was a little after the play had finished, and it means that now Katzkos is going to have a bit of free time.
Yeah, pretty big investment there from to TP down. That wasn't massively needed. It did dissuade the fight, but they potentially could have got away with just Jojo TPing in. And you keep Fioras, but ultimately Matislaw and Katzkos both TP to lane, so it's not like either team has a massive advantage in that front. There's a tiny window where Kick will have their TPs sooner, and if you look at the wave here, it's pushing towards Wooloo anyway, so it's not really going to hit him too much.
Yeah, certainly not. And I think with the Fiora as well, you're going to, based on what we've seen of this lane so far, it feels like Wooloo's having a pretty good time in that matchup. It feels like he knows exactly how to play this one. And across the course of the split, we've seen Wooloo actually play this Fiora 4 times over in his own region. Has a 75% win rate. So you expect him to be pretty proficient. If you're playing it multiple times within your own region at a professional level, you'd anticipate that this is something he's got plenty of games on. So
yeah, it's a bit of a signature pick for him, and the current meta isn't super favored towards Fiora. We don't see it that much, but that's the thing. It's a pick he's very comfortable on and that he's willing to bring out when he can. And the situation so far, it's going okay. You're gonna have a bit of a CS advantage after this wave finishes off, and again, this pick scales excellently.
Yeah, it certainly does. And you know, 1-3-1, not a style that we see very often right now in League of Legends, but the split push definitely can work in the right scenario, especially if you're in control of the game. If you fall behind, split push could often be very difficult to pull off, but feels like ANO so far 1,500 gold up right now on their opponents. And Kick have actually been the ones trying to initiate some of these plays, but they've gone a little bit pear-shaped, and it feels like Dominant, especially on a pick like Xin Zhao, the snowball so hard, is really set up for success as we begin our 5th game of the day. It's feeling real good for our Greek team.
Absolutely, and I think that's the big litmus test is what they can do with these Xin Zhao. If you can keep finding momentum, picking up early Drakes, picking up early ganks, it's going to feel like a better pick. It's not as good as a lot of the junglers we typically see in the meta at farming, so if it does start to fall behind, that's when it's going to become irrelevant. But so far, looking fine. They're getting that dragon picked up. They're going for the reset. They can move towards top side to get control if they want and potentially set up that herald. Maybe a little bit early, so potentially could just go down towards bot for now. That does leave Wooloo potentially a bit exposed. The wave not in a great position here. He's just going to back away.
Brunner's not going to go for this one. Wooloo is level 6. And, you know, Cannon, obviously, with the Slicing Maelstrom, you can do a lot. But Wooloo can kind of flip that stun on its head and throw it at Kaskos instead. So it's a little bit dangerous to try and all-in onto that Fiora. I mean, she's called the Duelist for a reason, right? Very, very strong in the 1v1, especially if Brunner decides not to go for the play. Obviously, first strike of the game was picked up by Anno. Next one going to be up in 5 minutes or so. But the Herald will be coming up shortly. And I got to ask you, Orcs, who are you favoring for that one? Because right now, I'm definitely leaning the way of Dominant.
Yeah, I think so too. I think they're in a good position to potentially contest that one. There is some concern that the cannon is really powerful in those skirmishes. So I think it's a matter of not just getting there first and finding a favorable scenario, potentially a pick, which Xin Zhao is pretty effective at. Again, you see the W connect. He has such a long dash range if he wants to take it and follow up.
Yeah, not opting for that one just yet. Allows the ward to go down. I wasn't sure if he was going to commit just for the sake of a control ward. I think he realized that's not worth it, especially when Herald's about to spawn. Because as a jungler, if Herald's about to come up, don't get picked off. Don't overcommit to a fight on the other side of the map because you're going to guarantee the enemy team gets that Herald.
I do see pings coming out, and the bot lane is now swapping over towards the top side of the map to try and get control of it. Fiora's just going to go back bot, should be able to pick up this wave, so Anorthus should be able to set up pretty early on this one. There is still that Scuttle shrine showing vision. Actually, it has just timed out now, so Cupboard's just going to be able to move through and get some vision up.
So as we look at these teams and we see, as you rightly say, the supports moving, the AD carries, Loki specifically, moving up towards that top side. Now Pookie starting to respond there as he's just going beyond the chickens. See, Kick actually the ones to try and start this one off. Wooloo has no teleport and he's on the wrong side of the map.
Yes, this was a nice decision. They opt not to swap Kaskos over, and that means he's here and he's available to assist. So it's going to be a 5v4 if Anorthus take this.
Yeah, and they don't seem to mind. They go for the fight anyway. This is a 3v4 right now with Kaskos coming in, but Dominant gets the first kill of the fray here. Brunner's trying to follow Pookie style over the wall. Dominant goes back in onto Brunner's and somehow turns it into a double kill in a 3 versus 4 right there, or 4 versus 5. Kaskos now goes too far. Jojo trying to finish the kill, flashes on over towards Loki as well. How are they winning this one? Anno turning this one around. Loki now alone though. Pookie style should finish this one off. Matislaw gets the kill. K1 just about get away with it, but look what Wooloo's been doing this entire time.
Yeah, he's hammering away the tower bot lane. 4 plates taken already. This Fiora is getting mega fed, and critically, despite Kick winning out on the back end of that fight, they don't get Herald off it. They're now resetting, they're trying to get back on the map, but they weren't able to pick it up. And Dominant on the Xin Zhao, I feel like Kick weren't ready for the pressure it could apply at this early stage. Just ends up doing so much damage, and the critical thing is his ult allows him to survive for such a long time. Mana Storm Pookie style just outside the range to deal damage, so they're hammering away. The Chaos Storm doing nothing. He flashes out, and then when he gets followed, he instantly dives in and gets that double kill. The fight gets a bit messy here because it's 3v2, but Kaskos ends up using the Slicing Maelstrom really weak. Flashes in a Jojo. And then we have this situation where I feel like Loki had the ultimate, maybe could have done a bit more, but doesn't end up using it, saves it for later, goes down, but in the end, Herald wasn't picked up by Kick. And again, this Fiora is starting to get a massive lead.
I'm not gonna lie, I like that Loki didn't go for the ulti there, because we know that we're about to go straight into another Herald fight. Xayah ult early game is a really, really long cooldown, so just saying, look, I'm not gonna get another kill here, I want this available, because we're gonna fight again in a second. Jojo getting pushed out here. Nice little lantern onto Dominant. It's gonna be Kick starting this Herald off, but Kaskos in trouble for himself. Jojo moving in. Shockwave available here, but it's not even needed as Kaskos is removed from the fray. Herald will go down here in favor of Bruness. There's the Featherstone we talked about. Not the most optimal use, but it's good enough to finish a kill here onto Bruness. Yes, he got the Herald, but he answers with his life. And once again, look at what Wooloo is up to on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, he should just be taking this tower. First tower for him. Again, they're winning without even having 5 members there. They don't need it. And you were talking about the Desire ult. Obviously, they didn't really need that there, but a big thing was because Kaskos used his Slicing Maelstrom before he died last time, he didn't have it there. Potentially could have had a turnaround ult in that situation. Instead, it gets taken out. Brunas follows, and they do have the Herald to use, but with first tower already taken, it's not like you're going to be able to pick up as much gold as you would have otherwise.
And I feel like this is a really good moment to talk about when you're coming into the groups for EU Masters, especially like the Greek team here, North is stepping in. The previous Greek team managed to, you know, do decently in groups, but didn't make it out to the playoff stage. And in EU Masters, especially for some of these smaller regions, it's all about setting your own expectations. It's not just the expectations that we have for the teams or that the viewers have for the teams. It's what the expectations should be and setting that right on your first day. And Northeast coming in here are blowing Kick away to start us off. They're almost 4,000 gold up. They're moving towards their second Drake here that Lockie's quite happy to just solo out, apparently. His dominant moves on over, and this feels like Kick, quite honestly, weren't ready for what was coming for them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they were prepped for the Jin's out to come out, because honestly, I haven't seen too much of it in pro play at all since it got changed. Obviously, this is a bit of a fresh patch with the changes coming in, but Dominant showing that he has these sort of weird and wacky picks that can do really well, and now they are going to throw it on the Herald top, but with Cupid to defend, I think they should just be able to clear this out and keep the tower alive.
Yeah, you'd expect so. This will be 3 plates going down, at very least in favor of Kick, but remember that Herald was traded for the bot lane tower. So 3 plates, you know, it's great. It's a bit of gold, but it doesn't answer what a Northeast already got for themselves on the other side of the map. Fantastic map play coming out from Northeast so far. And Jojo as well has been really exceptional in his mid lane. You can see 1-1 and 6. The scoreline not like the most impressive because it's been assists, but he has consistently been in the right place. I loved his flash earlier on as Kaskos got out of position in that first Herald fight. Jojo was able to punish him and get over towards Lockie. Feels like he, especially on this Orianna pick, that you can be that more supportive style. He is there to set Dominant up for success.
And I think that's a big thing, and honestly, one of the biggest things, not just in this specific meta, but in League of Legends in general, that's really emerged, is the power of having good jungle support mid synergy. You see them consistently grouping up here, and so they have this 3-man unit that's moving about, so Kick just can't contest them, because it's 3 members against 1 or 2, and it makes it so powerful. Dominant has that long engage range, they have the Thresh, you can obviously engage or disengage with his tools, and it has given them massive advantages in the mid lane. And now the Xin Zhao 3-1 and 3 is going for a tankier build here, so it's not like you can easily just blow him up, and he's still going to be outputting decent damage against these squishier members.
Yeah, this feeling real good for Anno, and I love that they're playing it slow as well, right? There's no objective on the map right now. There's nothing to brute force for. It's not like they don't have scaling. When we look at the composition, you already talked about Fiora, going to be great in the late game. But things like the Orianna, you draft Orianna to play scaling. You draft that for a slower pace of the game. Same for the Xayah. So it feels like they are in no rush. They've been very lucky to get these early fights. They've been in the right place at the right time and been able to punish Kick. But I think that's the key thing, is that Kick has mostly been starting these plays off, and it's just an Northeast punishing Kick for overextending.
But they are taking those windows. It's good to do so. And I do want to see a bit of pace, because as much as the scaling is solid... Oh, Dominant in trouble.
Oh, knocked away by the blast gun as well, so he can't get to the Lantern. Kaskos here to punish as well. And Dominant pushes too far just in the name of a grub. Hey, he did get the grub, so, you know, silver linings there, but not ideal.
Yeah, a bit of disrespect maybe, overstepping a bit too far, and Raxo critically hitting the blast cone to knock him away from the Lantern. I think that's the thing, you have a Thresh with you, you feel very safe, but if Dominant had just made the decision to flash out sooner, probably would have gotten away with his life, and it was a shutdown going over to the Heck Room there, who definitely needed that gold right now.
Yeah, that is a nice shutdown to be grabbing for the side of Kick, and importantly, just kind of slowing the pace, right? When the jungler dies especially, often it can just completely halt tempo for a game. So Pookie now managed to get some time onto this top lane tower. That'll be the second tower of the game taken down for Kick. Or in fact, no, the first tower of the game taken from Kick there.
Yep.
And in the meantime, I know, you know, they get a little bit of damage on the bottom tier too. Importantly, they do have teleport advantage now. Kaskos did TP over towards that play, so perhaps there's a window for an Northeast to be able to punish Kick if they overextend in some regard.
And we've seen that they will just let the Fiora stay in the side lane, apply that pressure. That tower's already looking a little bit weaker in the boss side. it's a composition with multiple threats. They have the strong unit that are moving together, but they also have that top laner who can apply pressure in the side lane. There is windows for kick though. The big thing is that dive threat. Their team fighting is really solid. And if they get a good Kennen ultimate, if they get the Hecarim, the Kai'Sa flying in, even with the defensive tools from Northsis, it can still be tricky. So it's a 2k gold lead, sorry, 3k gold lead right now. They're still in control, but they can't disrespect their opponents here. This is still the second seed from the Ultra Liga. And remember, they lost the finals against a Go Rogue 3-2. It was so close to them being the first seed in this situation.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we all know the AD carry on this team. If you think back to the last EU Masters, Twitter just exploded for Pookie Style specifically. Display pictures across the board. It was him and Yellow Star were kind of the two big stars stepping up to the stage. And, you know, Pookie Style having a great game for himself here. 2-0 and 3 is on this Kai'Sa that he's very comfortable on. And it does feel like this composition specifically, as we mentioned before, is designed for Pookie Style to really pop off in these fights. Kai'Sa often the one that has to step up in these dive style compositions. But we could have a fight on our hands here, Dan, because this is the third Drake of the game. Brunner's here already. Jojo stood on a control ward, waiting for the opportunity to move in for a good shockwave. Dominant is here as well. Let's see what can kick off here. Dominant goes in, looking for the smite fight. It's a 50-50 here, and it is Brunner's to win it out. In the meantime, Cupboard goes down, and Brunner's gets over the wall to safety. Matislaw, low on HP. Wooloo going to be stunned up. Will be able to survive for now, though. The healing coming on through somehow survives it, and it's Catskos to go down instead. Pookie Style can't quite finish skills. Dominant can, though. Under the tower he goes. The Crescent Strike to finish them all off. Dashes under, and Dominant
Shield?
just about gets away with it. Somehow, a North Assist win everything.
Jin Zhao looks broken right now. Dominant is an absolute beast on this champion. And the thing is, you actually saw from the movements there from Catskos, he thought that a North Assist weren't going to fight. He was actually walking towards top lane to answer the split push. They made the decision, let's start the dragon. They don't want to fight. They have a Fiora. And North said, yeah, we're still going to fight you. We're going to bring the Fiora in and then crush you in that team fight. We get the replay here, so this is the moment where they start to commit. They do obviously lose the smite, but we can see on the top side, they kill the Thresh, but they throw a lot onto him. And it ultimately becomes all about what Dominic can do here. Matislaw exposed, gets instantly shut down. And watch his execution in the follow-up. This is flawless play, honestly, from Dominant. Dives in here, throws the W to finish off Ruiners, has just enough damage to do it, and then he manages to turn onto Raxo and just survives thanks to shield. Really flawless play to get both targets in that situation. And, you know, things are slowing down a little bit. They are speeding right back up. This is a 6,500 gold lead right now.
Yeah, and now we go back to the point that you mentioned before where, yes, there are scaling elements on this side of an North Assist, but with this kind of gold lead, you want to be accelerating. So now we have to look to what is the next thing on the chopping block. We've got this Fiora for Wooloo. He's got a Gordrinker and a Ravenous Hydra. He is not going to die easily. I counted him out in that last fight. I pretty much called that he was already dead, but I was far from the truth. Because with that Ravenous Hydra and now Gordrinker as well, he's going to have so much sustain. Is it going to be enough in a 1v3 though? It's about time we find out. Is Catskos going to jump in to try and get the stun? He's 1 HP though, flashes over the wall to safety. There's going to be a parry riposte here, and the healing isn't quite enough. Will be traded for a Herald on the top side, but still goes down.
Wait, not just a Herald, they're going for Baron. It spawned.
Oh wait, Catskos has gone down as well. Jojo answers in the bottom side. It's 1-for-1 top for top here. Now Jojo's in trouble, but as you say, they're doing Baron this entire time. And Jojo's like, yeah, sure, you can kill me. I'm happy to trade my life for the big purple worm. Does a bunch of damage on the way out, but it is going to be more than enough with Loki here.
Yeah, I mean, I think the situation there was Kick were like, okay, we'll trade Herald for the Fiora. That's a fine decision, but I don't know if they didn't have the eyes on the time or they just thought we have to do something here. We have to kill the Fiora. They do get the Orianna as well, but yeah, they lose Baron off that. No contest coming in. They do manage to get critically. They waited long enough. Wooloo did get that Baron buff as well. So 4 Baron buffs off the back of that. And we see in this play, look at this damage from Wooloo initially. Turns it round and Catskos and nearly just one-hits him. Before she doesn't get the ult off, it's a nice flash to disrupt. And they do manage to kill out the Fiora. And in this play, You know, was this necessary? Probably not. Coming out from JoJo. I think you
Probably not. Definitely not. That's a valuable flash being used.
You gotta send a message.
Yeah, this is about confident play here. We said this is about setting expectations right for a North Assist. That's one way to set expectations right there. JoJo just wanted a bit of action. Look, he had 10 assists. It was time he finally got a couple of kills for himself.
Yeah, and now he can type with an alt chat, so
exactly.
Take the win on that one. Baron now in the hands of a North Assist, and the big thing here is having this Fiora. We saw how nearly just exploded Kapka's instantly there, and with that Baron buff, it's really difficult to push away these waves. You can see that for a moment, Kick started to move towards the bot side, so Wooloo did respect it, but now they have to deal with the other threats. They have Baron buffs on the rest of the team, apart from JoJo critically, and they're using that to push these side waves in.
I like JoJo. You see that? He just like blast codes over, immediate shield and speed up on Dominant. He's like, dive him. Like JoJo wants to fight all the time.
Oh,
we got another 1v3 here for Wooloo. Let's see if he's got it this time. Gets hooked on in. Does have the riposte still available here. Does dodge one of the stuns, but Kaskos will survive. The slicing Maelstrom to finish the kill off. Wooloo goes down. What happens on the rest of the map is the question though. Anno moving in the mid lane. You can see JoJo pushing in the top side as well, but he doesn't have the Baron buff, so importantly, no towers will go down.
Yeah, so actually a good defense from Kick. They get rid of the Fiora threat, and they also slow down this pressure. There's only a minute left on the Baron, but since they're going to be taking this Dragon in this situation, since they're going to be waiting for Fiora, I don't think we'll see anything else come from this Baron. It's still a substantial gold lead. We're now one Dragon away from an Infernal Soul, but this Baron could have been way more for this side. That being said, they are looking to find a window, potentially pushing here. I think this is something that maybe an Officers were missing out on that they need to do. They need vision control on the bot side jungle if Fiora is going to push, because the way Kick were able to flank around there and basically come from behind, you can't split push if they're able to do that. You need some element of defensive vision control to set you up. Yeah. Although actually saying that, they're sending Fiora to the top side, but they do have some vision there already.
Yeah, I mean, you say that as well. The key thing for me is not even just that that's obviously how the vision game works and what you got to do for the split push, but to die to the same three-man gang twice in a row, that's you know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
It's just limit testing.
Maybe needed to see that happen.
It's gonna eventually get to the point where Wooloo can 1v3, and he's just gonna keep trying until finally, and then that'll be the highlight play that makes your career. So
yeah, that's true. Maybe just he's just looking to get the montage clips going. Dominant on the scuttler here. Sprunus moves around, but he's not going to be able to contest that one. Zinzao, real good in the 1v1, although there's a lot of players here from Kick. I don't think it would have been a 1v1.
I think the thing with Dominant is he's so tanky from his items, but also the ultimate means, you know, the biggest threats to him in terms of damage are always going to be Pookie Style and Manaslow. And if they can't damage you...
well, we're about to find out how tanky he really is, aren't we, Dan? The answer is...
Very
real tanky.
Yeah. Especially that ult. Does be an ult and flash though, and they are looking for Wooloo again here.
All right, Wooloo 1v3 number 3. It's not gonna happen. The lantern comes out from cupboard and he gets on.
What a cop out.
Yeah, I know. Where was the limit testing? I want to see test his limits.
You know, if you don't go for those fights, then we have to assume that the previous fights were mistakes. You have to prove to us that you're limit testing, and then it's justified.
Yeah, you just got to in even harder in the name of just saying the rest was on purpose. I'm with you. That is an EUS mentality if I've ever heard one, Mr. Orc.
That's the ones I get in my solo queue games.
That's the ones you are in your solo queue games, I'm pretty sure. But, well, like, let's revisit what we started off talking about here. We talked about Kick coming from the Ultra League, seed number 2, really close final against Ago Rogue. We're saying, you know, this is a team coming from the championship region. We should be seeing them as big favorites. We should be seeing them as the team that's just rolling over. Well, that's not what we're seeing here today, Dan, because the gold lead is still 7 or almost 8,000 in favor of a North Assist here. The Greek team stepping onto the stage and showing up. And look at the gold difference in a couple of these roles specifically. Top lane, almost 3,000. In the jungle, there's a 2,000 gap as well. These individuals on the top side of the map are massively ahead in favor of Anno.
Absolutely, and as you said, this is so far away from my expectations from this game. I thought there'd be some spiciness from an North Assist, and I really love to see this in Zao, but this level of play, they're just so much further ahead than Kick right now. And we had that game previously where Misfits Premier started off really strong. They made some mistakes. We had some really solid plays coming out to try and find the advantage for Sup Up. But even then, like, you saw a lot of the strengths of Misfits Premier, why they're such a respected team. Kick here just kind of looked like they've floundered mostly. They've had a couple of fights where they had some headway, but the whole game has been in control of the Greek side. The entire game has been, and they don't seem to be letting slip. That gold lead just completely ballooned, and it's maintained at that. They haven't really given many windows for Kick to come back into this one.
And the nice thing as well for Anorthosis is they can chill for the next minute, right? Infernal Soul going to be up in 70 seconds time, but Baron has just spawned, and I guess the idea is not to chill, because Jojo get a TP on over just to grab a blue buff here. They can threaten Baron at any moment. There is a ward in the back of the pit from the side of Kick here, but when mid-prior is grabbed, remember, Wooloo's on the bottom side of the map. He has TP. If Kick go and try and deal with Wooloo, Baron can be taken.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, if Anorthosis get this one, Dragon comes up in 45 seconds. This would be soul for them. You can't let them get both these neutrals or the game will feel pretty much done. Kick are trying to push up mid and rotate over. It's going down pretty fast.
Yeah, 5,000. Anno can just back away from this one, because remember, Wooloo's still on the bottom side. All you need to do is force resources out from Kick. Ward in the pit here. Wooloo continues the split push. And remember, Katskos has needed 2 people to back him up every single time. This is not a 1v1 that Katskos can really go for. Baron just gets started up once again, and Kick have to come answer. But look at what's happening on the map. Wooloo just moves towards the Infernal Drake himself. He can solo this one out.
Yeah, if he can just take the Dragon here, I know, just keep them interested around the Baron. You take this one for free. Infernal Soul in the pocket means you feel way more confident to fight. Although, pings are actually coming out. It looks like they want to contest this one. This could actually be a mistake here from Anno if he gets caught out here.
Wooloo in the 1v2 for the 19th time this game. Goes for the grand challenge. Can he proc it for the healing? 2 more hits. An auto and a Q would do it, but he has to dash away instead into the brush, trying to turn it around with the Godric. And finally goes down to Pookie style. Now a fight in the Baron pit. Dominant there to try and get the smite down. Just got to burn the Baron here, but Katskos is in. Slicing Maelstrom for 1. It's a 1-for-1 so far, though. Is Raxo trying to get away? Dominant can't quite close the gap on this one. Katskos now gets the stun. The turnaround here, because Matislaw is around as well. The hook on in, pulling the Zins out into the action. Locke trying to dish out the damage onto Matislaw. Dominant is damn tanky. He's practically invincible. Finally is taken down, but he bought a lot of space.
Yeah, 3-for-0. You get the Dragon, you deny Soul. Yes, you lose the Baron, but all things considered, that went as well as you could expect for Kick. They handled that really well with the decision making. They managed to answer on both sides of the map. And critically, you know, that Baron is only on 2 members. It's not on the Fiora as well. So get the replay in this situation. And again, this is where Kick's composition flourishes. They're trapped in the Baron pit for the side of a no. They have tools like the Kennen. They have the Victor, who when he throws down this Chaos Storm is doing so much damage in this situation. And then the Kennen ult means Lockie's struggling to move out. And at this point, Jojo has to back away. He's too low. Lockie isn't able to find headway in this fight, and yes, Dominant's tanky, but with enough time, they can eventually cut through him.
Yeah, they finally be able to get him in, and Lockie just has to back away, right? Because you could see the Hecarim moving over, the Kaiser moving over as well. So that was the moment where it's like, okay, let's cut our losses here and just get on out. So 2 Drakes now in favor of Kick, which is important because these are Infernal Drakes as well. Even if you don't get the Soul, those Infernal Drakes stack very nicely. And look at the items that we're starting to see coming through for Kick. With 3 items on a Kaiser, 3 items on a Victor as well. Matislaw has a death cap there. He is going to start shredding people. So we are getting to the point now where this sailing ain't as smooth as it once was for Anorthosis. And Dan, for the 2nd game in a row, I feel like we're seeing one of these games where there was a huge lead early on, and as we get to the mid-game decision-making, things start to fall a little bit shy. Wooloo just 1 shot in towers to the top side, by the way. Pookie style comes in to finish the kill. Does manage to get the tier 2 beforehand, though.
Yeah, so sacrifice himself for the tower. Probably not the best play in that situation, but, you know, you'll take that trade right now. It does mean the rest of the team has to back off, and it's another scenario where you have this Baron buff. You don't actually get that much with it. This is another time where it's been shut down by Kick. Their defensive play pretty solid, and the fact they have this Kaiser who can respond in the side lanes is really working. I think one thing to be said for Anorthosis is they need a bit of work on how they crash the waves, because if you have waves crashing at the same time, you can apply a bit more pressure. You force them to respond to those mid waves, those bot waves. But when the wave for Wooloo crashes too early, they can easily just rotate over and answer him.
And I have to say, for Wooloo, like, I've been very excited to see some Fiora play on my screen today, but we're not seeing him really be able to get his grand challenges off during these fights. And obviously, he's not been in fair fights, right? Like, it's not reasonable to expect him to pull off the crazy outplays, but it does feel like in this split push position, if you're not able to make something miraculous happen, it can start to fall apart real quick. And when we're looking at the items especially, we're seeing Katsukos start to close the gap a little bit between the top laners. I have to ask you, Dan, does this 1v1 get any better for Katsukos anytime soon?
No, it just gets better and better for the Fiora. There can eventually come a point, like he's going for a Spirit Visage now, there can come a point where you can just heal through all the damage from the cannon, and you can just solo him under a tower. Things like the ult and the stopwatch do make it a bit trickier because you have a lot of time bored, but Fiora just kind of scales endlessly in this situation. Okay. So it's not exactly ever going to get to be great.
I was trying to set up a storyline for Kick here. I was like talking about redemption, like maybe this matchup gets better. No. This is only getting better for Wooloo. But
that's the 1v1.
There's a Horsey involved. Wooloo gonna have to dip up towards the top side here. And Pookie Style can just jump in. This is the dive buddies that we were talking about before. Wooloo will get feared. The Sterix buys him a little bit of time, though. There is a lot of healing coming from each and every one of these autos. And Wooloo, he's just as quick as the Horsey.
They finally hit the limit. They've been tested, and he can survive against 2 of them. 3 still seems like a little bit too much there. You can see the game plan there from the side of Kick, though. They get the CC down. Pookie Style can ult in. But this Fiora is not just the fact he does a ton of damage and has a ton of healing, but just the raw tankiness with these items. The Sterix, Spirit Visage coming in soon, which is also going to increase that shielding. It's a hard target to crack. And I think a big thing as well is with this build, obviously you're not the best champion in team fights. Kennen is going to outvalue you, but you're not like the squishy Fiora with like a Triforce Ravenous Hider who's going to get exploded. You are bulky enough to withstand a bit of damage when it comes down to these scenarios. So if you are forced to join a fight, have that window, and you may well be here because Dragon up in 20, this would be sold for a North Assist, and you can see Kick 1 to contest this one.
But look at the control that a North Assist have, and look where Wooloo is. No split push shenanigans this time from the top laner of a North Assist. He wants to be in the fight. We talked about the teamfight Fiora. It's a rare breed, the teamfight Fiora, but when you do see it come out of its hole, can be a bit of a terror. Bin knows all about that one in World Finals. But the Dragon, just going to get burnt down. That's Infernal Soul, and surely a fight as well. The Chaos Storm doing a lot, but Wooloo's in the backline, 2v1ing. He's finally getting a bit of revenge for what's been happening to him all through the game. Matislaw falls as well, and Pookie is all out of style on this one. Finds 1 kill for himself. I was wrong. He's got all the style in the world as he's turning this one around on his head.
Not enough.
Wooloo finally shuts him down for the triple.
Huge plays coming out from a North Assist. We see Wooloo find his way into the team fight and manages to make some headway. The Dragon secured before the fight even started. Raxo dead basically before the fight even started. And with the Infernal Soul and that massive goal lead, more than enough to claim the victory over Kick in that fight. They won't be able to end on this one. The spawn timers are coming in, but I see a Baron on the top side of the map spawning up. And I think on respawn, North Assist could just head straight over and get control.
And one of the nice things about running this Fiora is you don't even need teammates to take these towers.
Raxo's like, nah.
Yeah, Raxo's having none of it. Like, let's be honest. He's just limit tested against your jungle and your AD carry. I don't think as a support you want to 1v1 that.
Yeah, so I mean, it's just a slow approach, but Raxo, he's basically dead off the bat. And we've seen this chaotic fight. It's a really strong Kennen ult, but the ult at the end is enough just to take him out, turn it around, and Wooloo did so much damage on the backline. Pookie Style left untouched. It does go for the hero play. Respect to him for trying to make it work, but unfortunately, you can't dodge that Fiora Q from this range, and it's a triple kill for Wooloo. That Fiora, a lot of limit testing, a lot of deaths, a lot of 1v3s, finally has hit that point of scaling where she can even join the team fight and make things happen.
Yeah, feels real good for Wooloo. A bit of redemption there with the Spirit Visage in his back pocket as well. That, in fact, a Warden's Mail on top of everything else. Wooloo is feeling real big. And it's kind of a tanky Fiora build as well. So in these skirmishes where you see Pookie Style ulting up to try and get the assassination onto him, it's not as simple as that. It's going to be able to survive a damn long time. And now, like, of all of the situations to be put in for Kick, the bot in here being down as Baron spawns, it's just a nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, someone eventually has to answer this. You can see Katsukos is sitting on the base, actually. He's waiting for a TP flank. the thing you have to be careful about, if you commit to the Baron, there's a TP on Wooloo, there's a TP on Jojo. They can go for a backdoor and they will shred towers. So right now they wait, they see Catco's answering the minions, and that is their sign that they want to start it up. Blue Trinket does come down. They're happy to wait for this one. Watch Wooloo though, he's actually on the flank here, ready to take a fight.
Here we go, Baron just getting burnt. The TP comes on through. This will be a 5v5. Wooloo on the backside, jumping onto the back of the fight, but actually Wooloo went a little bit too deep. Kanskos can't quite finish anyone off with the ulti of his own. Locky gets the kill. Double fear coming out from the Hecarim. Shockwave onto one, and down the health bars go. Look at them just burn up into the blender. The TPs are through, and a North Assist make the upset happen. We said they needed to set expectations for themselves, and they very much have. Are they playing the meta picks? Absolutely not. Do I care about that? Absolutely not. A North Assist step on in and show that they're here to play.
Back-to-back upsets coming out for us. It's been great. It's been great to see, and that was honestly some stellar play coming out from North Assist. There wasn't a moment in that game where it didn't feel like they were in control, and the thing is, Kick tried to answer them. There was that solid play around the Baron and the Dragon Soul where they had a good read on where to be, but it wasn't enough. The scaling came in with that Fiora, and what I love to see was them bringing in their own picks. Dominant, we talked about, we said this was a highlight player for the roster. He's a Garen jungle player. They banned the Garen. He has more pocket picks up his sleeve, and it worked so well. This felt like they started off really strong with the snowball, and even though there were some moments where, you know, it bounced back a little, that gold lead held strong for such a long time, and in the end they managed to bring the Fiora into the team fights, and they just absolutely crush it. And bear in mind, second seed from the Ultra Liga going down here, who was so close to being first seed for the Ultra Liga, the reigning region, who are champions of EU Masters, and they end up losing out in their first game.
Yeah, phenomenal performance coming out from Anno here. And you know, I know a lot of Polish fans watching today are going to be a little disappointed that Kick weren't able to get the win for themselves, but hey, Kobe's a Polish player, so that, you know, with still 6 winning. Players that are Polish in the game,
when
at
you
least
have
you
so
still
many
get
Polish
one
players,
like,
that you're bound to have success.
Exactly. As UK fans, we know all about just latching on to the one UK player that's succeeding right now. We're going to jump into a quick break, and then we'll break this one down a little bit more. Welcome back, you beautiful little so-and-sos. My name is Munchables. I'm joined by Orcs. And well, Orcs, we've got an upset on our hands, haven't we? Because we just saw Kit get taken down here by a North assist. What a performance coming out from the Greek squad. Turning things on their heads, and as we said in the game, setting their own expectation for what should be happening in EU Masters.
Yeah, I mean, first game of Group A to come in with an upset like this, and again, against such a stacked lineup, an Orc who are super storied within the region, it's just absolutely massive. And I think it was just great to see them sort of playing their own style, some signature picks coming out, some things we haven't really seen for the teams in EU Masters, and some great plays. I think the big thing for me was this pairing, this grouping. You see on your screen, Dominant, Cupid, and Jojo. Again, here, moving together as a three-man unit gives them the advantage in those fights off the bat.
Yeah, it felt so good. And Jojo especially, I think, actually had a really good game for himself for quite a few moments. I thought in the fights he was not necessarily playing super aggressively a lot of the time, not necessarily the highlight player, but was constantly where he needed to be, doing the things that his team needed of him. And get chased out in this one. Ultimately, again, this is one of those plays where Kit technically won the fight, but it was at the cost of a bot lane tower, right? And then when it came to these dragon fights, this is where it started to really kick off for Anna.
Yeah, and the Jin Zhao in these fights was absolutely massive. I mean, going the tanky build that has been seen a little bit in the LPL, he's just able to withstand so much and continue to chase down the engage range. And this is just beautiful. Dashes in, gets one ult from Brunas to get him low enough so that the W just finishes off, and he's able to chase down Raxo there, landing everything personally. I am so hyped about Dominant, honestly.
Yeah, Dominant had an amazing performance, even just stepping back so he could get in range of the shield. And I have to say, Katsukos did have a couple of good ults on the Kennen in this game, but unfortunately, like, if you're playing Kennen, I feel like that's minimum standard, right? Yeah. That is requirement if you're going to go for that pick, and it wasn't quite enough in the fights. Wooloo was just having a whale of a time on the Fiora, and when you're getting teamfight Fioras, they're getting multiple kills. That's when you know the game is going to get dicey, and look at the damage Wooloo had by the end of this one. It was a 12.2 thousand gold lead at the end of the day, and a phenomenal statement here from Anno.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at that gold graph. That just seems to me like the perfect curve of the game. There's a couple of dips in return, but for the most part, they started strong, they continued that momentum, and they looked really good. Their decision-making was solid. Yes, there was some oversteps, some limit testing, we'll say, coming out from Wooloo. For the most part, they had a game plan and they stuck to it. This team legitimately looked good. This didn't look like a fluke win against Kick, and I think they've, as you said, they've set some expectations. They need some respect on their name.
And, you know, I want to take a second to just talk about Dominant here, because obviously in this game, he's had a great game, right? He's had a lot of fun. He's playing this in Zhao, just running around the map, doing whatever he wants, right? That's great and everything. But I want to talk about the influence that he had on this draft as well. First off, being able to bring out wacky picks like the Xin Zhao, that it's kind of a fringe pick, right? We've seen it a tiny bit in competitive, but it's not exactly a priority pick in the jungle. But when everyone has to respect all of the priority jungle bans, plus some mid lane bans, plus some AD carry bans, and then you're also making them ban things like the Garen, in a meta like this, where there are such standout power picks available, it feels like that influence that you can have over the draft, it's just OP.
It kind of makes me wonder as well, what would we have got if the Garen had been left open? If this is like, okay, yeah, Garen's gone, I guess I'll play Xin Zhao. I was like, imagine if the Garen was open, it could have been all sorts of wacky and crazy. But I agree. I think it has an influence. And some, you know, we look at the other side and we think, you know, the Thresh was left open. and they were able to snap that one up. And it had a big influence. We saw some really solid play coming off from Cupboard. And again, when he's grouping up, the Lantern is such a clutch tool to keep yourself safe. You have the engage potential, you have the disengage. And I think it really allowed, the Jin Zhao to go more aggressive because you had that backup and you had that ability to get out of sticky situations.
Yeah, exactly. You got the extra tools at your disposal. So really, really great stuff to see. And I've got to say, suddenly Group A, not as predictable as maybe we had once thought. We looked at the group earlier on today and we were saying, I don't know what's necessarily going to happen. I don't know exactly how this one's going to pan out. Now, even more so, because we said Makers, we said North Assist. These are teams that want to set their own expectations. They're the underdogs coming in, but could upset things. And North Assist absolutely have done that. Now 1-0, and you can see there are only 2 teams left on that table that have yet to go for a game, Big and Makers, and that'll be our next match then.
Yeah, and honestly, I came into this, and of the 3 matches of the day, the one that I felt like was going to have the most chance of an upset was that game 3. The fact we've had upset in our first game, game 4 of the day, we have an upset in game 5, and then this game 6, it looks stacked to potentially have one. Things are really going wild, and I think often, we've had so many times we couldn't come into EU Masters with had these expectations, like these are the strong regions, these are the weaker regions. I feel like when there's such a clash of styles, it's always a bit hard to predict, but it's so great to see.
I love it. It's like we're a big blender and we've got all different fruits coming in. We're going to end up with a delicious smoothie by the end of EU Masters. Let's see how game number 6 is going to go. Dan's predicting an upset. We'll see if that'll happen after the break. Hello, everybody, you beautiful people, you. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Orcs once again as we head into our last game of the day. And you know what? It's been straight up bangers today. We've had upsets galore. And I'm hoping that we finish on a big bang as well. Orcs, how are you holding up, mate? It's been 2 days back to back. I know you're excited to get back on the cast. I've been excited to be casting with you again. It feels like it's been
good.
a while since this UK reunion has
It's been ages. I mean, it's been like a year and a half, and it has been too long. And honestly, today, like yesterday was great, but today the games have just been amazing throughout. And I really feel like this was the one I was hyped to. It's kind of like the dessert at the end of the day that would get to enjoy. I have got huge expectations for this one because I think Big are by all means coming in as favorites. They are definitely a stacked roster. Number one in the Prime League is not something you could ignore. But I look at them because they have solid players on their team. They have 4 out of 5 players have experience at E-Masters main event, not just in the play-ins, at the main event. And they have some big names on the likes of Doxy in the top lane, Tax in the jungle, Gooby and Click in the bot lane. I don't think you can just put these guys down as, like a minor region team. And the PG Nationals have shown that they can play upset.
Yeah, exactly. And, Makers it's an organization that's been here before, right? It's an organization that we're hoping to see pop off. But I want to focus on that top lane because for anyone that's missed us before the break, this is Makers coming up against Big here for our final game of the day. And I was talking to you off stage. I was talking to you behind the scenes here. Off stage, behind the scenes, we're not in a place. We're at the opposite sides of the same country here. We talked over Discord, let's be real here. But we talked about the top lane matchup, Doxy versus SLT, because both of these guys love to step up on the carries and love to have individual performances coming onto the ring.
Yeah, I mean, Doxy in play-ins was one of the players. One of the top laners with the highest damage share of his team because he isn't a tank player. He just isn't picking them up. He is playing the more carry role, things like the Jace, things like the Gnar. I think SLT also has the champion as wheelhouse and will pick the Jace. So a lot of the games, we have a battle around mid, they lean towards bot lane, and that's where the focus. But we may see something a bit different from this game.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Twist of Fate, the first ban, is going to be answered with Seraphine, and then Varus as the second ban here. This is an interesting ban list priority coming out from Makers. Definitely a different read on the meta to some of the other teams we've seen.
Well, he's targeting very specific picks, so maybe they have a plan, and these are things that they're potentially concerned about. Chef obviously can influence the side lanes quite effectively. Varus pretty solid if you want to find engage, so maybe they're looking towards a potential 1-3-1 on the back of this. Could see, but Gnar going to get banned away. Very rare that we see Gnar banned in the first rotations. We haven't really seen that too much in E-Masters, so clearly targeting a pick that honestly, Doxy was playing this before it was strong. Like in the recent times, obviously it's been a lot more prevalent, but he was playing it when, bit of a hipster, playing it when it was a lot worse.
Cool.
Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah, so Doxy definitely no stranger to the Gnar pick. He played it 10 times across the course of this split with an 80% win rate. Not too shabby. But tied on that is 10 games on the Gangplank. So that's the pick that I'm really hoping for coming out from Doxy. It's one of the ones that he's definitely happy to go for. But things like the Jace, things like the Aurelia up there, Aatrox, Renekton, all of these top laners that can very much have a big influence on the game. Those are the kind of picks that Doxy likes to go for.
And we've seen here Orianna being banned again, something we don't often see too much banned in the first rotation. There is a ton of power picks open. There's a Hecarim, so we get first picked away. There's a Thresh. There's the likes of the Tristana. There's so many picks and options here. Big have a really good solid choice to take in the second rotation, and Tristana seems like a pretty obvious one. And the only question is really, are they just going to take the Thresh here as well?
I thought I was locked in for a split second there, and I was very taken aback. It's going to be Lee Sin being hovered. I don't anticipate that Karim's going to lock that one in. I'll talk about something else for a minute, because Lilia obviously got banned away, but things like the Olaf are available. Udyr are going to be locked in instead. It's just going to be the speed demons in the jungle, disappointingly, here for our two teams.
Yeah, and I think in this situation, Makers could... Again, it depends what they want to go for. If they want to follow up the dive, there's things like the Kai'Sa open and available. You go for an aggressive support in this situation. Rel's an option, Alice is an option. Click has a pretty diverse pool when it comes to that. Or could even see the Senna, and this is something that they will actually play with Sion in the bot lane. Pretty big fans on it. And what's interesting compared to other teams is it's actually Click who plays the Senna and it's Gooby who plays the Sion. They actually flip it in that regard. Not sure if they're going to necessarily pick up the Sion right here and now, exploring their options in this situation.
That'd be the question, because obviously they could always flip it around as well and bring out something like the Tom Kench if they wanted to. But now, going to lock in this first rotation. The Silas being hovered right now. You'd expect it to be the Sport, and it is going to be that Scion. So, Gooby with the Scion. It'll be the Senna going over towards Click, as you say. And already we're getting some spicy drafts. We had a Zinzao and stuff in the last game. Now we're getting the Senna Scion combo. Dan, I feel like we've been blessed today with these drafts.
We really have. We've had some great games, great drafts, a lot of fun. And I'm just curious how big an answer is capable. They're actually going for this Silas themselves. Pretty good choice in terms of ultimates. You've got the Hecker ult, really solid one. The Siren ult, decent for that extra CC when you get up close. It does mean, I mean, we could potentially see it flex on the top lane for the most part. I expect this to be Silas mid and Tristana going bot lane. And they're going to go in with the Rise ban.
So Rise being taken off of the board. Bit of an interesting ban here. It's not something Sfero's played across the course of this split. He's played it one time, but perhaps something that they just don't want to deal with if Rika's taking the Silas towards the mid lane. Maybe just a pick that doesn't want to answer. And with Twisted Fate being taken off the board, Rise being taken off the board, a lot of these global mid laners just being completely denied.
Still a Galio, though, as an option, but not sure if they'll necessarily want to take that one. It would allow a lot of dive potential if they needed. Tom Kench going to come out as a ban, and that seems like they haven't really done their research, I'm going to be honest. That's a Scion going bot lane 100%. Doxy isn't playing tanks recently, and that's the combo they always use when they have Senna, so kind of a throwaway ban in that situation. It does set them up for maybe a Thresh pick, so maybe they were concerned about a flex, but I don't think it's super likely. I think Makers just ban the Thresh in this situation, and they should be happy. They actually go for the Alistar, so Big, you can just take the Thresh here. I think they'll be pretty comfortable with that one, and then you can leave last pick for SLT in the top lane. We said this top lane matchup could be spicy, and I think counter pick for him would be really valuable.
So let's see what Big are going to opt into with their support pick. Also, things like the Leona as well, which we've not seen masses of across the course of the split. Even things like the Gragas as well. They seem to have fallen out of favor, but can offer a lot in trying to force these all-ins. Nautilus also an option here, but Rakan as well. Another pick that has been on kind of the edge of the meta, right? When a lot of these things like the Rel and the Alistar are banned away, Rakan can tick a lot of the same boxes.
Yeah, I think maybe as well they're looking for a bit of an engage potential. Udyr doesn't offer too much of it, and the thing is, I feel like SLT is probably going to play something for himself, for his lane, not necessarily forming with the team. And the fact you have this Rakan means you have a lot of maneuverability dodging away from the Scion pressure. See, Makers potentially hovering with the Cassiopeia, and I like this pick in this situation. A lot of value from the Miasma, and it makes your front to back so good with this team in the late game. The scaling, insane already for this composition.
And this is something Sfero's played a single game of across the course of this split. So definitely we're seeing Makers coming in from an interesting angle here, where you've got obviously the Senna and the Scion we've seen from them across the split. Cassiopeia less so. The Rise that got banned away from them. I don't know if that's maybe information that they've gleaned from scrims or something, but now we talked about Doxy loves to play these carries up in the top side, and Renekton will be the choice.
We have to see. You know, you've been given this counter pick as SLT. You like to play carries in the top lane. I think this is an opportunity where you look for it. Could
Jace
take something. Open. Yeah, Jace is an option. Potentially could go in a different direction. That would be definitely be spicy if they're looking that one.
That would be a direction. I'm hyped to see it. It's something that's typically that great unless you're against the tanks. Quinn comes in, though. This is the counter pick. Now, this is not something SLT is known for playing, but is very, very good in this Renekton matchup.
Yeah, and it gives you a win con, because realistically, I'm just going to say it, you don't win team fights in the late game. I don't see a way you find headway against this bulky front line and this insane heavy scaling back line. I think you need an alternative win condition. You have a good 1-3-1. Silas is solid in the side lane, and if this Quinn gets rolling, this is a good matchup for you. As long as you don't get caught out by Taxa, SLT should be able to run away with this matchup and get control, and you can apply pressure in the side lane.
We'll have to see, but on the other side for Makers here, kind of the opposite story, right? Where in a team fight, you're feeling fantastic. You've got a Senna that you can just keep these team fights going forever. You build up the range over time. You've also got a Cassiopeia that's just going to burn through any semblance of a tank. So that feels like a good win condition. But what we've seen across the course of the day, Dan, is that a lot of these teams are winning by spreading the other team across the map, right? Trying to pressure in multiple zones. That feels like where SLT and the squad are going to have a much bigger advantage. And perhaps that's the style of winning that is been more preferable in EU Masters today.
Well, I think something you said in the last game was how when you're ahead and you're able to do that, feels great. You can spread out the map, you can get control, the enemy team has to respond. But when you're behind, it's very difficult because the pace is going to be set by the other team. So I think it's definitely an option. We saw it work in the last game, but we need Big to come out strong. There's been scenarios where Udi has been able to find 3-level leads over Hecarim if you can get the ball rolling in the jungle matchup. I want something like that from this game. I want to see Karim finding momentum and to use that to snowball his team. And something I will say about Taxa is he's effective at playing for his lanes, but he's not always the most effective at playing for himself. Sometimes a bit gank heavy. And if you catch him out on those, if he falls behind, Big could quickly take control of this game.
And let's reset what the stakes are here, what the expectations are here for our two teams. You mentioned him Big, very much in a position where if they can snowball, they can take the game, and you anticipate that that should be the way that this goes. This is the first seed from Prime League, right? Prime League definitely a league that commands a lot of respect. And maybe finds an early pick here. Gooby face checks into the jungle. Rika is moving over as well. Could go for the E. In fact, Knockup forces the flash. And Gooby with no flash available. That's going to be a rough start to the laning phase for him.
Yeah, a little bit late lane. Just have TP, so if he is concerned about that, can just get straight back in. But flash down means you could be a vulnerable target. They are going to go for the TP, and critically, you see Taxa starting on the top side. Makes sense because Renekton's not going to do much against the Quinn anyway. But fortunately, if Makers can get control of the lane, they shouldn't be too worried about a level 2 coming out from Big's bot lane, because this is a bot lane who typically do like to challenge in those all-ins. They will look for those fights, and seeing it already being in the flash, they will abuse that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge opportunity for C's to try and find a way in, try and find the all-in. With that Tristana, you're very good at just shoving the lane as well if you want to just try and pressure on the early Drakes, because let's remember, this is an Udyr in the jungle. Whenever there's an Udyr in the jungle, stacking Drakes is always going to be an option for that team, especially if you've got priority in your mid and bot lane. So feels like Big have got a pretty clear win condition in the early game, but they also have priority on the top side. It feels like across the lanes, they're looking real good for just a win lane, win game kind of strategy.
Yep, famous words coming out from Gullborg. Win lane, win game. Definitely think we could see that one here. And it needs to be, because we've hammered on it so much. Scaling is just obscene from Makers in this situation. I want to be watching what Karim's doing in this jungle, where he looks to influence more. He is pathing towards the top side, and he can easily take Skull on that side of the map. The only concern is that lack of priority mid, but realistically, the Cassiopeia doesn't really have the mana pool at this point of the game to skirmish. Like, burning through a full pool of mana is probably enough to kill one person, if that. And obviously with the sustain coming in from both Rika and Karim, it's just not a fight you're willing to take. So it does have that control, but probably isn't going to be able to do too much with it.
Yeah, so we'll have to see if they're going to be able to get the ball rolling in this early game. It's going to be a quiet start as our two junglers finish their first full clears here, and they're going to be on opposite sides of the map, so you'd anticipate even trades on the Scuttle Crabs. Nice presence of mind here from Taxa. We'll be able to clear the ward away. Doesn't go towards the Scuttle Crab though. Just going to recall on this one. Karim looking towards a dive here onto Doxy. SLT wanting to get himself a bit of gold. The flash comes out from Doxy though. He cleared the wave. He got out with his life.
Yeah, good decision, good presence of mind. Doesn't even allow them to try the dive there by taking out those last couple of minions. Yes, the flash goes down, but reset was actually coming in from Taxa. He did actually cancel it to clear the Scuttle. He can now pattern towards the top side to pick up his Gromp, so there will be some coverage in this situation. But how's that?
Sphera's in trouble right here. Rika goes in to start the all-in, but man, that W is real good at stopping ganks, right? The slow, the grounding, there's nothing that Karim can do to close the gap.
Yeah, I mean, Sphero, really strong pick here with the Cassiopeia, and I feel like it's kind of underrated in the current meta. The problem with it is you're not as good at contesting priority, and that's super important. But there are situations like this where you're not too concerned about the threat from the Silas, and the Cassiopeia just fits so well in this composition. There's so much mobility on the side of Big. It's only Karim who doesn't have a dash, and so you just get so much value. And again, the ability to shred will be big. They are
Flicks
the 2v2
trouble
here.
All in onto the center. The double flash to dodge the knockup. That was beautiful from Big. Final auto. It doesn't quite do it. Click's still surviving. And now they have to try and run. Saz gets knocked up. Zvero arrives. And it's an easy first blood. What a turnaround from the Makers.
They committed both flashes. They were going all in on that play. And we said they looked to challenge at the 2v2. They nearly found it. It just wasn't quite enough. Click using the lack of vision in the brush to find a bit of distance, using the piercing light to heal himself as well. Really solid defensive play. And then we see Zvero able to TP in and pick up a kill for himself in the Cassiopeia, which again, you're perfectly happy with that one.
Yeah, definitely going to be happy to pick up the first blood. Let's take another look, because that looked like a guaranteed kill. It felt like they got this one in the bag.
Yeah, so all the burst comes in here, but Click able to just buy so much time. Doesn't actually, there's a ward in that brush, but the root comes in, flashes from the rocket jump damage. The last auto is enough. The health potion ticking saves him from the quill, and then you know, flash is already down. All your mobility is down for Sears here. The miasma just essentially secures that completely, and then they're also able to get the dragon off the back of it.
That sucks for Big now. That really sucks, because you've got this winning bot lane duo that we talked about. They had the advantage because Gooby had to flash at level 1, so there was an opportunity to punish. You had pushing lanes across the board to work with. We talked about stacking dragons. We talked about how all of these early game advantages could compound. Not anymore. Not with that fight going the way that it went. Now with a Drake going over to Makers as well. That early win condition feels much harder to execute for Big.
Yeah, absolutely. Tax has been having a great game as well. He's ahead of Farm actually on the Udyr. So we're talking about potentially you can run away with this matchup for the Udyr. It's not really happening. Doxy is down in farm, but that is expected. You're comfortable in this scenario. You got the plated seal cap, so taking a lot less damage. And critically, Zvero in the mid lane on this Cassiopeia. He's now got the Lost Chapter. He has the mana just to shove the wave in endlessly, as we can see here. Rika kind of just has to answer this.
So Dan, I don't want to get too excited here. I'm going to ask you a question instead of just making a statement.
Hit me with it.
Today has been the day of upsets. And with that first blood, with a bit of a goal lead, with a dragon going the way of Makers, are we looking down the barrel of another upset? Are Big going to lose control of what's ahead of them?
There's definitely potential for it. There's still windows absolutely for Big to come back in this one, but they need to be proactive. They sit back, this game is just going to get more and more in favor of Makers. So yeah. I mean, I feel like the games before this, I didn't expect upsets. But this one, I felt like there's definitely a possibility. And with the way this game's started out, with the way the draft has gone, I think there's a good chance.
That was a very sad knockup from C's there. He's managed to get the double knockup, but Guardian exists. No damage is done, and he just realizes he has to back away from that one. Zvero and Doxy moving in together. The solo laners gleaning control of Karim's jungle away from him. Gonna drop a ward as Doxy just dashes out the top side as well.
Oh, they're looking
here as well. Karim moves in, but he's bitten off more than he can chew. The fear is going to be there. Zvero then gets the stun, pushes him into the grounding. Oh, it's like an orchestrated play. That was beautiful.
That was flawless, honestly. Taxa getting past the flash, knocking him straight into the petrifying gaze. Just beautiful to see. Great play. SLT trying to make things a little bit difficult for Taxa there. He was spotted on the ward though. They know that the Quinn is here. I think they're just catching the waves and then they're going to rotate. You also see the Click start to move up as well. Big can't take this fight.
Well, they might try anyway. Sparrow's over here. Rika gonna steal the ulti away. TP being channeled. This is gonna be Gooby, joining the fight once more. Rika is stuck a little bit here. Gooby's there to try and stop him escape and forces the flash out. Gooby's low, and SLT can't finish the kill off. Now the rest of the squad can move in. Smite will be there. So Makers get the Herald for themselves and maybe a fight as well. Doxy doing a lot of damage. Karim goes down for the second time in this play. And Makers, they're just completely in charge.
And the thing is as well, is Big committed their team to move up, but it was late. You can see Tristana's roamed up. The Rakan's roamed up. So it's not like they went for a cross-map play. It's not like, oh, okay, Makers brought 5 members. They get the Herald, we get something else. They committed resources there and they still lost out. The thing here is it's just 2 members, and the first ones to act are Makers, but this team comp is so good when it's grouped, and it feels like Big are really split in the situation. Rika gets chunked out, burns ult initially, And you can see that Doxy's able to step up. He's a bit too bulky, and the 80 carry still isn't there. They don't have the consistent damage to kill the Renekton right now, and this CC layering just works so well.
So what we're saying is the play not so big after all from Big. And 2,000 gold lead now in favor. Say that again, sorry.
That was big from Big, but not in a good way.
I see. Well, not working out for them so far for our Prime League first seed. And our PG National second seed looking pretty good in the game. Looking like they're the ones that are going to set the tempo for this early game. And importantly, Sphero here, stepping forward with 3 kills. Already has the hat trick for himself in the early game. That first Drake went their way as well. It feels like they're set up for success when you've got this scaling mage in the mid lane that already finished a mythic and has the tier mostly stacked. At 10 minutes, that's an amazing feeling. But Doxy might not be getting an amazing feeling in this one because Karim's moving in. Reek is there as well. He just looks to all in SLT but goes back underneath the tower. And Reek is there to quite easily punish the play. SLT the one to get the kill. And it's a nice little tower dive from Big. A lot of people committed, but they get the kill.
I think it's the right decision, though. You are starting to feel this game slipping away a bit. You go for a cross-map play. You don't want to fight this dragon, so you punish Doxy, and you're going to get a couple of plates. And again, this gold is going on to SLT. We said that's a potential win condition. He's nearly stacked up his cull as well, so should be able to get quite a bit in terms of spending his gold.
Yeah, so SLT going to be in a good spot, has that Noon Quiver, just needs a couple more minions to finish the call. So this recall will be a big recall for him because he also got a couple of plates to work with there as well. There you go, there's the call procking for himself, gets to crash yet another wave. And Doxy, you know, he's Renekton into Quinn. This was never going to be a fun time when the rest of Big also gets involved in the play. It's always going to be hard. Click could be in trouble. Doesn't look like Big want to punish for now.
And it is an Ocean Soul, and I feel like you're already struggling in the front-to-back team fights against Makers, just in the team fights in general. If they get an Ocean Soul as well, this front line is gonna feel pretty invincible in all honesty. So Big, a lot of teams we see when it comes to that third dragon, that's where you want to prevent them. That's the point. So it's looking at what Big can do in the next 4 minutes, so that when we get to that dragon, we'll say, okay, now they're confident to take the fight. Now they're confident to do something. You can see they're moving around as a unit. Potentially could be looking for Sphero here, but he backs off very effectively. And now it's Makers making the move up towards the top side. Tax is going in.
Yeah, Taxa trying to dive onto SLT, but a great flash. It's going to mean he's just completely fine. Svero's arrived a little bit late to the play. Karim is nearby. Maybe a collapse could come out from Big, but I think they've decided that's not the play for now. Important to mention as well, SLT did finish his Kraken Slayer on that previous recall that we talked about. He's the first, or one of the first mythics in the game here. So that 1v1 matchup for Doxy is only going to get worse from this point on. Quinn is going to be able to put a lot of silent pressure on.
Unfortunately, it's a Kraken Slayer, and it's actually a crocodile, not a Kraken. So not sure how useful it'll be.
Should have gone for the Kraken Slayer instead. That would have been the play SLT. But you know, it is what it is. When we're bringing out English wordplay for a French player, that feels a little bit unfair.
Absolutely. Sphero gonna pick up the blue buff. Oh,
I do want to quickly mention, by the way, SLT. For anyone that doesn't know, he's a French player playing in Germany. The SLT actually stands for Salut à tous, which is hello everybody. So if you see him popping up in a team fight, that's probably what he's screaming.
I'm not sure you pronounce the S at the end of it. Would it not just be...
You do, I asked.
Do you? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
you told me. You told me very quickly on that one. I guess
because I didn't think you did either, but apparently you do. Here we go. A couple of turret plates going the way of SLT here. Does have to back away. You can see that Karim would love to go for a dive, but not the play right now. Doxy doesn't have his ultimate, but I guess with Sphero missing, with Taxa also a little bit AWOL on the map, they couldn't commit to this one. But 2 minutes until that Drake, and you said that Big needed to make things happen in this 4-minute window. Not a lot's going on for now.
Yeah, the state of the game hasn't really changed at all, and I was hoping that we'd see something that made me think, okay, Big should be comfortable to take this dragon. It hasn't really arrived, and now they're actually looking towards this mid lane tower. Oh. Zion doesn't quite connect with Rika. I think if they hit Rika there, he might have just gone down. But they get the mid tower. It's going to allow them to shove it more, get a bit more control of the map, and it's going to allow them, again, they're translating this control into this bot side river. Big might end up just having to give up this dragon if something doesn't change soon.
Well, things are looking pretty good right now for the Makers, but again, they're playing this fairly slow. We talked about it. They have a pretty late game win composition? What am I saying? Words are hard, Dan.
Yeah.
They have a pretty late game win condition, so it feels fine for them to just chill out for now. Doxy is unfortunately the one that loses out in this situation, right? Because the longer that you just stall out this laning phase, the longer Doxy has to deal with this horrendous matchup that SLT clearly has played before, clearly knows what he's doing, finishes that tower off. That's going to be the first tower of the game for Big, finally evening up in those towers. And they're closing that gold gap ever so slightly. But we're 60 seconds out now, so let's talk map play. What do Makers need to do if they want to get this third Drake on the trot?
Well, I think their plan initially is they might actually look towards the Herald beforehand and then translate that down. I think either way, you want to set up control, you want to force Big to phase check you, but you need to be quick because you can see pings already coming out on the bot side of the map from Big. And honestly, I feel like as great as Herald is, the Dragon is probably going to serve Makers better in this situation. The Solar's potential win con is huge, and it really puts the pressure on Big to make things happen, which is where they can potentially falter. So they decide, Herald, not too concerned, they'll get some vision down, and they are now looking to move down towards the bot side.
Quinn also real good into the Scion. Gooby does not want this 1v1 matchup, especially when there's a Kraken Slayer.
Doxy, I need you down here. You can take this. And Doxy's like, nah, I'm having a great time.
I finally he just cleared an entire minion wave unharassed. Like, that's a first for him this game. It's not a fun matchup. So now, Drake spawning, as you rightly say, they leave the Herald in the end. Makers with control of the river. C's here. Gonna have to try and go in. SLT just casually sidesteps the ulti. And Gooby gonna be chomped on up. SLT's in trouble because Tax is diving the backline. Karen being forced away. It feels like Makers are kind of pinned here. They are in a 5-man stack though. A bit of a death ball here as Rika goes in with the ulti. Doxy jumping onto the backline. Karen rooted. This could be an opportunity, but Makers don't commit. Tristana arriving as well. Feels like a lot happened for not much to happen there, Dan. Oh, there we go. Doxy flashes in, looking for the kill. The Tristana is down. This is the moment for Makers as Rika desperate to get out over the wall. Doxy trying to block him, but can't do the job. Taxa moves into the pit.
And I think at this point, they're going to start sustaining up. The healing coming out from the center. I don't think you can reapproach this one. Big just going to end up leaving, and the Dragon does go over to Makers. A little bit messy. In all honesty, the initial engage didn't go quite as well as Makers had hoped. And again, their team fighting, the team fights excel for them when they're fighting front to back. Looked like they maybe overreached for a second, but they managed to reset, and then Doxy came in with that clutch flash. And big thing is you secure that Dragon, and now I'm looking at the timer, 4 minutes 50. If you get that Ocean Soul, I think Big are probably just out of this game. It's going to be so hard, and your only real win condition then is this Quinn. But if Makers keep grouping for these objectives, you don't really get time.
So let's take another look at the bit of a fiesta that went on. Let's be honest, the start of this fight was very confusing.
A lot of things missing and not really connecting in this situation. So Big are able just to get away initially, and they look like they want to collapse into Rika and Karim, but they managed to navigate it and get out. And this is the point where the fight's kind of reset, but Doxy finds this beautiful window. Kanui's just walking up, has flash, has his rocket jump, but the stun comes out, and instantly the miasma follows in this situation from Zvero, and that's just a death sentence. You're just down. Tries to walk out of it, isn't able to, and Big instantly know they've lost their Tristana. They aren't finishing this fight.
Yeah, that miasma. Multiple times this game, Zvero has been getting great miasmas. Doxy now, he's still in the awful matchup, just on the other side of the map at this point as Gooby has moved up to the top side. And I want to quickly mention something. Well, maybe I don't have time, because SLT going to move in. Okay, they're going to back away. Yeah, that was a little bit crazy to try and force that play there. I want to quickly mention something, because this is now, Dan, the second time in 2 days that we're seeing the PG national teams really give it to one of the teams from the Prime League. This is the first seed from the Prime League in Big that are now struggling against Makers. Yesterday, we saw Maus struggling versus Mako as well. Both teams from the same regions here. And once again, we're seeing the PG Nationals, stepping up to the plate and really showing the Prime League that they cannot be underestimated.
I mean, I completely agree. And I think the big thing for me in this game is we're looking at this 200 CS, 4-0 Cassiopeia from Zvero. This is the only player on this team who hasn't played in EU Masters before. Obviously, you get to see him play-ins this time round, But Doxy, Taxa, Gooby, and Click, they all have not just Plains experience, they have main event experience at EU Masters. And we have the player who hasn't been able to have the opportunity before. He's coming in and honestly smurfing so far in this game. Most yes in the game, most gold in the game, 4-0 on a scaling champion with some really clutch miasmas.
Look at that, 3,000 between the mid laners right now. That constitutes more than the actual game gold difference at this point. Sphero is monumentally massive right now in the game. It's only 4-1 on the scoreboard, but it feels like the way that Makers have been playing the map, and the way that they've been playing the game in general, has been just so beautiful to witness. And now, with themselves on Ocean Soul Point, you talked about it earlier, Dan. This is a phenomenal soul for them to get. It's not just any old soul. This perfectly leans into the way they want to play the game.
Yeah, it'll make the front line so much harder to kill in a scenario where Big are already struggling to cut through them. The Cassiopeia and the Senna have so much damage per second that in a fight, if you aren't able to kill them, they just automatically win almost. There's very little you can do to stop the Cassiopeia and the Senna just shredding you other than take them out. And it's so hard. There's so much front line, so much beef just in your way.
Yeah, and you know, people love beef, but in the context of League of Legends, having beef in your way, not a great thing. You generally speaking, want to bring a carving knife at any of these kind of moments. And Kraken Slayer, very good as a substitute for a carving knife. Very good at cutting through that beef on the front line. There are two of them on the side of Big, so it does feel like if there are missed positions from these big tanks like Gooby, for example, in the fights, he will get taken down very quickly.
Yeah, he's not going to live forever. They're not going to be immortal. It's just they're going to be tankier than what Big have to offer. And again, the DPS will be insane from those carries. But it's not like you have an auto-win scenario. The Ocean Soul definitely makes it a lot closer. So I think that should be the priority. And you can see Big no. Big no. They're already over there. They're already trying to get vision control. Doxy steps up and gets chunked out for his trouble. They need to take this dragon. But you actually see, look at Gooby on this flank. He's going crazy. He just TP'd in very early. He's hiding in that rush.
This right here is an AD carry player that doesn't have to play AD carry right now. He's having a whale of a time, but not for very long. He's real tanky though and gets the knock-up. How has he got so much value when he was the one caught out? The fear across the team though. Sparrow stuck in the pit here, turns gold and keeps himself alive. Click gets the kill. Rika gets the root onto him though, and SLT finishes that one off. In the meantime, Click goes down, and Big have turned the game around. Doxy now, last man standing for his team as Gooby will fall. This is the moment for Big to take control of the dragon.
They needed that fight. They get the dragon off the back of it as well. I mean, maybe Doxy tries to make something happen, but I think he's realized this isn't a fight he can win 1v3. Such a clutch moment. I feel like, honestly, Gooby made a pretty big mistake getting caught out. He still found a lot of value, but the position of the fight was not good for Makers. What Makers want is they want to move in on the dragon, they want to be in the river, and they want Big to funnel in. Instead, we get this. Gooby is caught out. So what is the response from Makers? They're like, okay, we need to save our, well, technically AD carry. So they all dash over. And look at the committance here. They use basically everything getting in. Vero flashes in the scenario, and then he's like, oh, actually, I don't want to be here. I'm stuck. Click's getting chunked out. He's fighting the Wolves and Karim in this situation. They take down the Cassiopeia, and then Clink is instantly decimated. And the problem there was just the backline was exposed. This isn't how Makers should be playing their fights. And if they set up like that, they will lose.
So now, Big with a large opportunity for themselves here. I'm desperately trying not to say Big twice in a row here. They have an opportunity to now get control of what's happening on the map. They've closed that goal gap. It's only 1,000 now in favor of Makers. And importantly, they got a couple of shutdowns in all of that as well. Look at the items for SLT with a Kraken Slayer and a Lord Doms. Nobody can 1v1 SLT in a side lane. You can see him on the bottom side, just finished the tier 1. Sparrow trying to answer in kind up on the top side of the map is Gooby. You can tell, like, it's what I was saying in the fight. This is an AD carry player. He's having a lot of fun playing a tank, being able to just step up and take a bit of damage instead, as the junglers have a bit of a race through the jungle.
It's probably a relief, honestly, when you see like SLT
so
and Rika diving onto Click, and you're just like, yeah, I'm what? I'm too tanky to deal with that. Actually, do you want to check how many souls Click has right now? It should be a decent amount.
Because That's one of the things about this fasting Senate. You never really get a proper judgment until you see 92 souls at 24 minutes here. That's a very nice look for Click. Once you get beyond that 100 souls threshold, that's when Senna really starts to tear through health bars.
Yeah, and again, it's just going to get bigger and bigger over the course of the game. The only real concern for this Maker's composition, if it does go late, is it's only a 2-carry composition. And again, these carries do a ton of damage. They scale extremely well. That's not the problem in terms of damage output. But if they die, that's where you're concerned. If you lose one of your carries because they're out of position or they're not able to get damage after a fight, it starts to become a struggle. So they have to make sure they're taking the correct fights here. Now, Ubi's just going to piece it.
Just screams cowards as he runs in the other direction. I thought that was going to be a 2v2, but the recall was finished by Doxy, and obviously Gooby has his ult, so he's quite happy to just get out. And now we'll see Makers moving back up towards this Baron pit. They've got to regain vision control here, be able to drop control wards everywhere. And once they deal with the control ward that's in the pit here, there'll be an opportunity for them to just have control. And remember, his Cassiopeia, they can burn a Baron real quick. Doxy actually finding a stun onto Rika, but he dashes out at just the right moment.
You see both teams posturing. I don't think Baron's really going to be on the cards at the moment. The teams are pretty close in goal, but a fight might be.
The route onto Gooby, but he's okay. So let's, theoretically, if a fight was to occur here, Dan, what are you expecting to see? Who have we got to keep our eyes on?
I think on big, I'm looking at SLT and Rika and getting backline access. If they can find a good flank, if they can get on top of Click and Zvero and make it a multiple angle fight, they'll do great. If you run in everyone in a straight line towards this Maker's comp, you lose. So angles are key. And with Maker's starting off the Baron, it sets big up for a really strong approach.
We're going full Vel'Koz here with the angles being the key thing. Is big look for that backline access you talked about, and it's a beautiful combo, but they can't quite finish the kills. Zverev finally goes down, but it's answered 2 for 1. Big winning the fight 2 times in a row now, and the Kraken Slayers are paying dividends as Click falls. Gooby goes down, and SLT says hello.
Huge win coming out from them. It's set up perfectly, and Sears on this Rakan was able to get the combo that took out the Cassiopeia. It put Click in an uncomfortable position. And Taxi, he wants to find this steal, but no flash, no ult. And with the Quinn chasing you down, I'm not rating your chances.
Everyone knows the bird is faster than the horses. That's the laws of nature. And the EDG flare being flashed here by the big players as they look towards the Baron. The early game didn't look that great. It felt like Makers were going to look for an upset, but just like Mao's, Big take control of the game against the PG national teams.
And you can see just this huge clump coming out. Rika instantly follows up the Cassiopeia, and that's just one of your carries gone. I'm saying how it's a 2-carry comp. One's already gone, and the last one they instantly look to target. Grim flashes in for the stun, blown up almost instantly, and the team fight is just over. And honestly, my big question is, why are you starting the Baron in that situation? We said multiple times how you have...
No?
we said multiple times, it is banner. We said multiple times how they have a scaling composition, how they can lean into that, and they just decide to YOLO Baron and end up paying for it. And now, because they lost that Baron, they end up losing that Dragon as well. They're not in a position to contest. They're now 2,500 gold down. This game was in a good spot for Makers. They could have ridden this out, and instead they just got, I don't know if it was like impatient, a little bit greedy, a little bit desperate, but they really did not need to make that play.
Large, if correct, good sir. It's a 2,000 gold lead off the back of this Baron so far for Big as they start to push towards the mid lane tier 2. And remember, SLT with a Baron can do a lot of work down in that bottom side of the map. This is the second game in a row today where we see a split pusher being used, and it's the second game in a row where we see massive success on those kind of picks. 6, 0, and 4. We said that Doxy versus SLT was the matchup to watch, and with the counter pick, SLT has taken over the game.
Absolutely has. I mean, at this point, really is becoming a thorn in their side. They're currently using Gooby as the person to clear waves, but, you know, with those items, I actually think you shred through them pretty quickly. The Scion's moderately tanky, but it doesn't really compare to this Quinn. Lord Dominic's doing a lot of work, so you see the whole team has to move down to try and deal with his wave, and that allows some pressure to come in mid as the wave stacks up. But now they will be able to keep things clear. But again, this was a game that Makers opened up with an advantage in.
Yeah, what I'd love to see here from Big is if they just don't clear the bot wave for a minute, wait for the next mid wave to come and try and sync those waves up, because you've still got 40 seconds of Baron. If you can crash the waves at the same time, you can pressure the towers much more effectively. But when they're alternating the way that we just saw, it feels like you can't actually pressure. And look, exactly what SLT's doing. He's waiting, he's not clearing the wave, waiting for that mid lane to be able to push in at the same time so that they can pressure.
Using it more effectively, did waste a bit of time, just kind of push them in, but now the wave comes in bot, they have 4 members to try and respond, but then suddenly it becomes a problem mid, and Tristana takes time to engage.
Big ult from Rika. We said we needed backline access, and Sparrow feels the brunt of that. Good knockup coming out. Taxa over the wall now. Maybe this is the turnaround. Click still going strong in the fight, but Karim's going to chase him down, popping over the wall as the health bars are obliterated. Big have taken everything that they want and now have access to the base.
They're going to be able to take the game here. It looked a bit shaky at the start, but Big are clutch when they need to be. Zvero, he was the most fed in the game. We're hyping him up, but in these past team fights, he has been targeted and taken down.
The Prime League and the PG Nationals have faced off twice in EU Masters now, and in both games, the Prime League start off strong. Oh, sorry, PG Nationals start off strong, but the Prime League takes the game. The favorites managed to get control of what was happening, used this Quinn pick beautifully, and Salou managing to do so much with that split pusher.
And again, we really felt like the early game was in Maker's favor. And maybe it was the Quinn. Maybe it was the Quinn that forced them to think, okay, we need to do something. We can't just let this build up because it's going to be a problem. But either way, they forced themselves in that Baron play. They felt like we need a team fight, and they just got decimated. I think this kind of shows why, this is the first seed for the Prime League. I think we've had a couple of upsets today, but Big are just looking like a step above, because this roster they faced against, Makers are a good roster. I expected a lot from this team. I don't think people can sleep on them, but they kind of showed there that they're still not on the level of the first seed of the Prime League.
Yeah, I think that's the key thing is a lot of these teams, especially teams like your Prime League squads like Big, if you do make a mistake in the mid game, it's the ability to punish that sets these teams above the middle of the grand teams in the EU Masters. And when we see tournaments like EU Masters where you've got a few different teams from different skill levels going up against each other, it's those pivotal moments that will separate your average teams from the best teams. Big showing that they know exactly how to punish and understand not only their win conditions, but what their opponents are trying to do.
Absolutely. And, we're going to see some of these clips. And when you see these and you look at the plays Makers are making, it looks good. It looks solid. This looks like this is a team who know what they're doing. But as you said, there's a difference. There's a difference. And it came down the mid game. It came down the decision making. Moments like these could be a little bit overhyped, but it's just not taking the right fight to your team. And I think from here on out, you can look at Zvero in these team fights. It's Cassiopeia really clutch for them, but it's consistently targeted. You're in this situation where you're essentially in the middle of their team, trying to do what you can, you get taken down, and it's just repeated again. We'll get the next fight around the Baron. Look at Zvero here, instantly targeted by both Rika and Sears here, taken out before you can really amount to much. And again, this is a 2-carry comp. Once one carry is down, you don't have enough damage to carry you through. There wasn't space for Click to follow up. And it's going to be more of the same on the next clip when we see once more Zvero targeted.
I don't think Rika had a really good game for himself as well. I don't feel like I was shouting his name enough in these fights, because a lot of the setup was down to Rika getting good Everfrosts off, getting good ult steals as well, so that then the AD carries could pop off in the fights and do all of the damage necessary. So really, really great stuff to see coming on out. And I mean, just look at that damage chart. That is... that's what a Quinn versus Renekton lane looks like, ladies and gentlemen. It's not pretty.
And I think the thing that really sets it off is just the damage profile coming out from the side of Makers. Because if we saw this be played in the way they wanted in the team fights, the Cassiopeia would have had way more damage. The Senna would have had way more damage. But the problem is they weren't given the space. And I think Maker's composition, it's quite easy to just sit back and try and play front to back. The burden of execution wasn't big. They needed that backline access. They had a lot of tools that to utilize effectively. Things like a Quinn don't always stand out in team fights as being excellent picks. But as you said, Rika, despite being at, I remember we checked in on him. He was on a 3k gold deficit, him alone. And he managed to find more value in these team fights because the execution was there.
Yeah, really, really beautiful stuff coming out from Rika and from the whole squad of Big. And I think maybe just like, let's remember, this was the first game coming on in, and it felt like coming out of the gates, perhaps didn't know exactly what they were going to be going up against today. And it was a little bit rusty to start with, but they got it together in the mid game. They punished beautifully and then managed to take it towards the end. So with that, Orcs, we can look at our groups. We finally got Group A on the board. Not necessarily the top two that you would have been expecting, with Big definitely getting the win that they should have been expecting, but Kick being upset by a North assist from Augusta. Really, really fantastic stuff to see these upsets coming out, and even Sup Up as well. Managing to go 1-1 so far is a fantastic result for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's been huge, and I think even though that was a win for Big in last game, we also saw Mouse Sports have that really good series against Machiko. We also saw just across the board these regions who don't get as much representation, these minor regions coming up against the big ones like the Prime League, like the LFL, like the Superliga, they are holding their own and they can't be underestimated. I really feel like at this point, any team can beat any team. We obviously have our outstanding ones like K-Corp who are sort of looking a bit above the rest, but the second you start slipping, you will be punished.
Yeah, you certainly will. And we're already rapidly getting towards the halfway mark of our first round robin here. There will be a double round robin, so there'll be plenty of time for these teams to come back, but these scores won't go away. It's been a fantastic day number 2 here. EU Masters, I've been Munchables. I've been joined by Orcs. We're going to sign off for tonight, but we'll see you bright and early tomorrow for day number 3.
Thanks for watching.
Tracking your story, turning my eyes away.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, look me in the eye and tell me why this love ain't fair. All up in tug of war, raging on inside. Do you even care if I care? And now I know how to let you go. If I had to choose, how could I refuse? I should take control. Every time you call, if I had to choose, I could only lose. 4 in the morning, checking your story, turning my eyes away. You still at a party, looking all naughty, got me up wide awake. 5 in the morning, you're drunk and you're calling, telling me you wanna stay. And I'm like, no, no, maybe yeah or no.